Here, man. All stuff.
Oh yeah, right.
What you doing?
I know why you're doing.
Wasn't good. That can be out on the internet at some point.
It just hit.
Judge, I may need a minute so that we are moving more efficiently with these objects here.
These are objects that Ms. Parker's going to get in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And what would be preferable is if she could look at things, I guess, ahead of time. I know that it's.
If she's here, bring her in and she can take a quick look at everything to say, oh yeah, I recognize that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are the defendants dressed and up? One guy's got his jacket that we had to hear so much about. Okay. It sounds like the last juror just came in. We got spies.
Guys, I'll let y'all start looking at that.
Hey, look at that. Next, you're gonna want to order for a cheeseburger.
They look good.
So, Mr. Griner, our jurors are all here. So I don't know if Ms. Porter could work with crime scene tech Parker to look at things, but there are a few things we have to talk about on the record before the jurors come in. And so I need either you or Ms. Porter, so there is a state representative to engage.
Yes, Your Honor. Ask them outside.
Sure.
I think she's right on. So. Did she see all these? She saw these. And then there, you guys, y'all seen the photos? Y'all seen enough of this?
Yeah, I've seen.
You saw these?
Oh, OCD.
Try to keep these in and then we got. Yeah.
Okay, let's get on the record, please. In State versus Parks and Phillips, it is Friday, the 20th of September. We're at about 9:10 a.m. All our jurors are here. We need to start soon. I think the state's first witness, which would be a continuation of testimony from yesterday, is here. So we should be good to go. Our defendants are in the courtroom. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Looks like Mr. Parks got a nice haircut. Their lawyers are here. We've got two prosecutors. I want to cover one thing for sure before we start, and then I'll do the rounds with the lawyers to see if there's anything else. And my questions relate to Ms. Blakeney, Shonda Blakeney. Mr. Greiner, does the state intend to call her as a witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Have you had a chance to review the whatever was handed to you yesterday by Mr. Menendez? I don't know if it's audio or video. It sounds like it's video from what I read in a mid-trial motion I've received from Mr. Menendez.
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Okay. What's your summary of what it is?
All the rules of evidence are there. They exist to prevent this.
Okay, my question, like yesterday, just tell me what's on the, you've watched it, put it into context for me.
This is an audio recording.
Audio only.
Audio only. The person just who is making the recording identifies her. She says to someone else, "My name is Frida," or something like that.
Probably Ms. Gates, we'll assume.
Probably is. The other person is not named.
It's just a voice.
It's just a voice, and it's hearsay. It's rumor. It's speculation.
But what is it? What is it? What is said in this audio only recording?
Ms. Frida is, in my view, going to advocate for her relative, whoever it is, and try to inject ideas into this other person. That other person says some things which could be lifted out of context. As an example, that other person says, yes, there were people up at the top of the hill shooting. Top of the hill meaning near the entrance. Well, yes, there were. These two defendants, they were up at the top of the hill shooting. So if we just play this in court without me being able to cross-examine that witness, these concepts could be completely lifted out of context.
How long is the audio only exchange between Ms. Gates and an unidentified other person?
Approximately 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. I was going to offer to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to a 30-minute exchange. Okay.
I think 2 minutes are relevant. The first 5-6 minutes, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you about it in a minute. Okay. So you've had a chance to hear it, and I can tell you've got lots of concerns. That wasn't my question yet. It was just, tell me what you think it is. And does it sound like it's a phone call, or is it a surreptitiously recorded exchange? Does Ms. Gates say, hey, hold on, let me press record on my device.
No, Your Honor, it sounds like she pressed her device. There's some static, goes and knocks on the door, and then.
She's out interviewing people.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
As far as that goes, I was wanting everything to be heard, because toward the end, Frida ends up, admitting, look, I'm out here trying to do the best for I can. That's not a quote. I'm out here trying to advocate, to speak for people who can't.
Okay.
On and on.
Is there a date when this was made?
No.
I mean, she doesn't say it's Tuesday, March 15th.
No, Your
I'm
Honor.
knocking on the next door seeking to get information that supports my cause.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And for the record, I received this yesterday at 9 a.m. Yesterday was September 19th.
Right. And I want to be clear, Mr. Menezes' motion is very candid about all that. He explained how he just got it, a la the video. Well, I'm going to hear from him, but this sounds like it's sort of a parallel to the video that you were able to obtain when you were talking to a neighbor a few days ago. And the person said, oh, wait, well, there's this other video, and they were able to get it. And you handed it over right away. Sounds like Mr. Menezes did the same. All right, Mr. Menezes, tell me first who Frida Gates is to Mr. Phillips, if there is any connection at all.
Miss Frida Gates is Mr. Phillips's mother,
Okay.
which explains a lot of what the state just described. And that's the state's spin on it. I find it so reasonable, and that'll be a question for the jury, the fact finder, that when you realize your son's been wrongfully accused and your police and your government haven't fully investigated it, you step in. Just
That's a spin on it as well, but tell me why your client's mother, not a stranger to you, perhaps paying you, doesn't matter, but not a stranger to you, only 2 days ago got you that and told you about that. Because if she told you about it weeks and weeks ago, either you should have gotten it then, or at least put people on notice, hey, there's this situation. So clear that part up. That to me is qualitatively different from the state knocking on a door saying, hey, we're going to have you come in and testify, and here's this video. What do you mean? There's another video. Oh, I didn't know there was another video. That neighbor in that neighborhood is not the mother of Mr. Greiner, the sister of Mr. Greiner, or a colleague of Mr. Greiner, an absolute and complete stranger, as opposed to your client's mother, who apparently at the 11th, I'm gonna call it the 13th hour, we're in mid-trial. Hey, here's this.
Yes, Judge. Well, it's partially a failure on my part, maybe partially on hers. I didn't talk much with the family. I was preparing for trial, but on the front end, and I did know about Miss Shonda Blankney at the front end. That's why I paid personally to have my investigator try to find her, try to serve her. And and then I'm talking about it with the family, and I'm like, I can't find her because I have reason to believe that she's going to say what she said on the recording and what was known, and that sometimes people are afraid to speak to the police, that she personally was around when a group shot from the hill. The hill is not the entrance to the apartment. It's the hill that you see in the corner.
Well, I mean, you have your theories about what she was saying. You've never spoken with Ms. Blakeney.
No, and I've been trying to for quite some time. And I expressed this frustration in my plannings for trial, which I will say, to excuse myself, goes back to this late provide video of the state, because I wasn't planning to raise justification whatsoever, because it was going to be, oh, Mr. Phillips never shot, never shot, never shot. Now the video comes out, I guess by no fault of the state. We didn't have an evidentiary hearing, but I'll take for the purposes of this motion what their proffer was. And now there's a video of Mr. Phillips going to his car, getting out of his car, shooting, and getting back in the car. And now it becomes even more important to talk to Ms. Blakely. I had a bit abandoned that. It's not doing justification. Who cares who shot first? That's for Mr. Rowe. Now I need to talk to her.
I'm curious though, I know I'm interrupting you and I apologize, but you don't know, for example, if Mr. Parks is going to testify in this trial. And Mr. Parks could choose to testify because he's already given a statement to the police and say, well, yeah, and then there was this time when Phillips got out of the red car and shot. And then you're caught with your pants really around your ankles because I don't know what you and your client have discussed. I'm not asking about that, but to act like you had either no inkling that justification would be necessary, or you hadn't at least as a backup begin to prepare it. I know how thorough you are. And so I'm a little skeptical that you didn't have a plan B. Plan A is merely present at worst for your client, merely present, not guilty of anything, merely present, maybe not even there at all. I don't know enough about the case. But it strains my credulity in your skill set that you didn't have, and it might have been, I haven't done a whole lot, but a plan B because of the wild card. Well, what if Mr. Parks testifies and says, I shot in self-defense, and so did he?
Well, right, Judge, and that's why I hired my investigator, Mr. Brian Sperling, who to ongoing find Ms. Blakely so that we don't have to have this discussion, because I would rather have her on the stand.
Me too. I just brought that up because you have now said on several times, like, I had never even thought about justification of a defense until the state sucker punched me, my words, not yours, with this video that they probably were sitting on, and then they waited till the last minute to share it. I haven't made any of those findings. I made the opposite findings. But the part I worry about is not that it came late. You know how dynamic trials are. It's that it did disadvantage you. I don't want that for any of the parties. Everyone is entitled to be as prepared as possible. And so my gentle pushback and respectful pushback is this notion that until Mr. Greiner handed you, in the most timely way he could, I believe, this other video, as we're calling it, justification was in a distant galaxy for you. And I respectfully disagree that that's, I don't disagree is the wrong word, because I don't know your preparation. I just know your thoroughness. And so I'd like you to reflect it as accurately as you're comfortable. That wasn't going to be my emphasis, but I certainly thought about it. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe you were just going to let yourself be dumbfounded if Mr. Parks testified and said, yeah, we both shot in self-defense because there were 4 guys on the hill shooting down at us, and we're no dummies. We shot back, and Sam shot back at them too.
No, well, right. I must have failed to articulate myself. I'm not saying, I didn't mean to say that I didn't think of it. I did think of it, and I did have it as a backup plan.
Okay.
Possibly a primary plan. That's part of my ongoing, preparation. I guess, as the court said, trial's dynamic. And so that's why I have all this time, Mr. Sperling going to try to find Ms. Blakely. And I guess the failure on my part is wishful thinking, and maybe I should have had a plan B to the plan B of let me go press the family for what if we never find her,
right?
Which is what happened. And then
how did you know why were you optimistic that Ms. Blakely had something favorable to say in the justification context? Again, I'm not asking you to reveal anything privileged, but it seemed if there's a substitute for all this, i.e. she spoke to the police and there's a statement. So I'm just curious how you had your eye on her.
She's in the state's discovery.
I know the name is, it's in the witness list, but there are 70 names in the state's discovery, but I'm trying to understand how you knew to pursue Ms. Blakely as a great justification witness prior to your client's mother saying, hey, here's an audio recording that I made when I was knocking on doors trying to advocate for my son.
Right. Well, no, there is an answer to that, Judge. Primarily, I'm interested in speaking to any eyewitnesses, not all 70. And so in that narrow universe of eyewitnesses, she came especially to my attention from hearsay from Miss Marshana Higgs, who's the girlfriend and mother of Mr. Phillips' child, that, hey, this lady saw this lady saw this is what this lady saw.
Okay.
I get the investigator, I do all that,
Got it.
Now,
so you had a reason to be interested in her prior to Ms. Gates saying, well, dang, if we can't find her, maybe I can get you this recording I made.
Right, because Ms. Gates isn't the one that first tells me about her. It's Miss Higgs.
Mm-hmm.
And then now I'm calling everyone. I'm calling Miss Higgs, and I'm like, I can't find her. You know, a friend of hers. Do you know where she might have moved to? Did anyone say where she went? And then she says, no. And I'm like, well, I might just try to bring you in. Can you just say it as hearsay because it's an unavailability thing, which states right. We have rules for a reason to protect the defendant when this happens.
Right.
And she's like, well, no, she didn't say it to me. And I'm like, okay, she said it to Frida Gates. And then she goes, well, and I think she audio recorded it.
Okay,
Now I'm like, whoa. I call Miss Gates and she says, well, yeah, but that's on this old phone
okay,
that I don't know where it is and it broke and you can't even access it.
right. And yet she went to one of those, I fix it and the phone was fixed and you got it. Okay.
I don't know the details of that. But
Doesn't matter.
I
It's-
was like, where is it? Still
Yeah.
give it to me. Maybe it can be extracted. There's all these crazy forensic people.
Right. And more importantly, once you got it, and I mean, it sounds like it was the next day, but you got it, you listened to it, you got it to the state. So I got that. Okay. I need a copy, please. I don't need it right now because I'm not going to listen to it right now, but we've got time because this would be something you would play in your case in chief. I'm assuming that's how it will come in. So, and you've provided a witness list now. I now better understand why Frida Gates wasn't a name you provided earlier, because everyone ought to want to have Ms. Blakeney talk about this. And then Gates would be a rebuttal witness if her testimony didn't work out the right way and you don't provide that. So I'm much better aligned with how things were flowing now that I've had this context provided.
Okay.
All right.
I can do that in the next moment.
That's fine. Okay. I just wanted to work through that because that's something we're going to need to tackle. Mr. Greiner, my last question, and then, like I said, I'll poll the lawyers. Do you intend to call the studio performer who will play the role of Mr. Phillips at his immunity hearing today, or would that be next week? I just need to know when I need to rule. Now, Mr. Menendez has formalized his motion. I can't remember if this was the 11:50 PM or the 1:30 AM email, but he did send it. I have it.
Realistically, it may be Monday. It may be Monday.
If we say, please do it Monday, will that throw off your flow? Or I'm assuming this is going to be a colleague of yours who's going to come in to do it. So that should be more flexible. I guess the one exception would be if we run out of witnesses. I don't want to stop at 4 today, and that's one we could always slot in.
Okay, so that's the issue. And I don't know how long some of these witnesses are going to take. I wish I could predict that. But I do not anticipate getting to that part of it.
Okay.
Until probably Monday.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got the motion. You might want the Kevin Armstrong team looking at the motion to see if they have, I don't need a written response. It would be, look at these 3 cases. I'm going to look at, there are a couple cases that caught my eye in Mr. Menendez's filing. It does sound like we're sort of on the edge of a legal issue, as opposed to, there's not a case that says thou shalt not use immunity testimony in the state's case in chief, because he would have cited that. And I couldn't find it yesterday when I looked hard for it. That doesn't mean there's not a good argument there, but I want to give the state a chance as well. And especially if we're deferring that till Monday, that gives your team a little more time. I'm not tasking either of you directly because I want you in here doing what you need to do. And I'm not requesting a brief. It would be, hey, we think these couple cases will help you think through this process, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor, I think we're ready to go forward.
Mr. Menendez, anything from you?
Yes, Judge, very briefly, there's something I want to add. There's some nuance related to the immunity brief and the transcript that answers some of the court's questions that I was just asked about Ms. Blakeney and the investigation. And I didn't write it in the motion because it's this sensitive, and I was going to wait to tell it to the court in person.
In person, you've also asked that you and I speak privately. That's not this, that's something different.
No, this is something different.
Okay.
I'll vaguely say it involves misconduct by Mr. Phillips's prior attorney.
Okay.
That relates to how I prepared and the transcript and me not thinking to come in and I did preemptive research.
Mr. Phillips and Mr. Parks both have had many attorneys. That's part of the reason why they have been stuck for so long. Not their fault at all, but they have cycled through, again, not their fault. The system has failed them in that respect. Which attorney are you referring to?
I don't have the name off the top of my head. But
Dennis France.
is it
Dennis France only had one lawyer.
Dennis Francis?
It's the attorney who did the immunity hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I can figure that out. Okay, thank you. Mr. Rowe, anything we need to talk about before we bring the jurors in? All right, I like the bow tie. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Griner, can you rotate that podium screen a little bit? It always focuses on poor Mr. Phillips and, oh, Mr. Menace, you can do it. That screen right there. Just rotate it a little bit so it goes straight back. And Ms. Porter, you can.
I don't want to be on me either.
That's right, a little more that way. Good, not too much. That's fine,
I
okay.
can scoot.
That's not the normal screen. I just switch it over when they come in, so they're not on the screen. That's all. And I learned that the jury camera catches tall people as they walk in.
I don't gotta worry about it.
You would not fall prey to that.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
It's not on. Come on in, don't be shy, all the way in. It's like the rides at Disney, we need everyone to go all the way in.
I'll give the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being on time. We got through what we needed to a little more quickly than we did yesterday, but there were a few matters we needed to discuss. I appreciate you all being on time. It's always interesting seeing jurors on day two. Some people stay dressed as formally as they were. Others realize like, yeah, I don't have to wear a tie. It's okay. But I appreciate everyone being here. When we stopped yesterday, we had crime scene technician Parker on the stand, and she had been talking about some pictures. And then it was the end of the day. We're going to continue with her testimony. I'm assuming, is that right? You want crime scene technician Parker back in?
Yes, Sean.
Okay, great. If we could bring her in now. She remains under oath. She's not going to be sworn in again. That oath from yesterday to tell the truth remains in effect for her. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So you can hop right on in there. Ms. Parker, thank you for coming back on Friday the 20th. You remain under that oath you took yesterday to answer truthfully all the questions. And Mr. Griner is going to pick back up wherever he left off.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here again.
You're welcome.
So yesterday, we kind of concluded the day and we looked at a number of photographs. And I just want to refer you to 6 Exhibit 1A. And so most of the exhibits that we were looking at yesterday, do you recall where we collected most of that evidence that we looked at yesterday?
No, not specifically. Like I said, I just remember it being collected from Notting Hill Drive, but via the picture, I cannot necessarily point out exactly where.
Okay. You testified that a lot of times you collect evidence as part of a team.
Yes.
And was a member of that team making a crime scene sketch? If you're aware of any of that?
The homicide unit, they typically do crime scene sketches, but I don't recall if they did or did not. It's not a thing where I have to necessarily see them do it. They could have done it separately.
Okay, all right. If you saw a crime scene sketch, do you think that may help you kind of figure out the layout of things, or maybe not?
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Fair enough. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 57 through 61 and ask if you can look at those, please.
These are overalls of pictures of the street.
This is 57 through 61?
Yes.
Okay,
And are those true and accurate copies of what was out there that day?
Yes, it is.
Who took those photographs, if you recall?
I did.
Right, at this time, we're gonna move to Miss States 57 through 61.
Mr. Rowe, any objection to states 57 through 61?
No objection.
Mr. Monetis?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, so we're going to put those up on the screen here in a moment. Okay, so looking at State's Exhibit 57, can you explain what that shows?
This is just an overall of the streets.
Okay, and what's the purpose of making an overall photograph such as State's Exhibit 57?
So it's just a photograph and depict an overall of the street of the area of close to the crime scene area, I guess you could say. Just to document anything extra or any cars or any people that may have been standing outside their homes at that time.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time of day or night you got out to the scene, if you remember?
I don't remember, but it was definitely between 3 p.m. and 11 p.m.
Okay, 'cause that was your shift. You were
That's
on.
my shift.
And you see it's dark. It looks like it's dark outside.
Yes, it's dark.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 58, please. Can you tell us what's shown in 58?
This is an overall of the streets, Notting Hill, one of the streets or areas near the crime scene.
And State's Exhibit 59.
This is also an overall of the area or the streets in Notting Hill.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to sort of, it looks like a rectangle or a box in the middle of the screen. And it looks like there's some reflective tape on the back of it. Can you speak to what that item is, which is in the middle of State's Exhibit 59?
It appears to be some sort of moving truck, but it was just to photograph what items are there on that street.
Now let's look at State's Exhibit 60.
This is an overall of the streets near this moving truck.
Okay. And you see a basketball goal.
Yes, a basketball goal and a garbage container.
All right, and then we also see the moving truck is kind of to the left part of State's Exhibit 60.
Yes.
Then we have kind of some sort of trash receptacle to the right of that moving truck, sort of on the edge of the street. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And we see the basketball goal.
Yes.
Let's look at 61, please. And what is shown in 61?
It appears to be an overall of some evidence in the street.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you get to a scene and you are taking overall photos like this? We looked at some evidence markers yesterday. This right here doesn't have any evidence markers. Do you take photographs of areas and then go place the evidence markers down and then you take photographs at that point?
Yes, so the process is to photograph items before you place a marker number down.
Did you get a chance to go inside the residence at 4215 Nottingham?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 64 through 69 and ask you to do those, please.
Yes, I can identify them.
Okay, what are those, just generally?
It's the front of the location of 4215 Notting Hill, and inside of the location.
Okay, and did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
All right, and are they true and accurate depictions of what things look like back at the date that you took the photographs?
Yes, they do.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibits 64 through 69.
Mr. Monetis, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
All right, let's put up then the first one, 64. Can you tell what is, there's a lag, so. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit 64?
This is an overall front of the location of 4215.
All right, and see the same moving truck?
Yes, the same moving truck.
And was there a motorcycle parked out sort of in front driveway at that location?
Yes, it is.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 65, please. And can you tell us the purpose of State's Exhibit 65?
This is a close-up of the address on the mailbox.
And you do this for, why do you take a picture of it?
So this is to notate that I went to this specific address into this home.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 1A. I'm going to ask if you can look up here and if you see the address 4215 on State's Exhibit 1A.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'll just walk here, maybe easier for the purpose, and if you can just point at 4215.
Right here.
Okay, so this is what you just pointed to. Is that the address that you were taking, that you entered and took photos of?
Yes, it is.
And the other photos and whatnot, those were there in that area?
Yes, they are.
All right, moving truck, can you tell where the moving truck was on State's Exhibit 1A, just approximately?
On the side of the location of 4215.
Okay, thank you. Let's then look at 66. Can you tell what 66 shows?
This is another picture of the front of the location of 4215.
All right, and a little bit closer in, a little bit closer to the front.
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 67. And what does that show?
This is an overall me entering into the location of 4215.
Were there, yeah, I see one person, but were there people there not with law enforcement who were inside that?
Besides this one person in the picture, I'm not sure. They might have been somewhere else where I couldn't see them.
Do you know when all of this, the crime happened?
You say when did?
Yeah, when did it happen, like, in relation to when you arrived on the scene?
Oh.
Minutes, hours before, do you know?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have that information. I'm not given that information.
Okay. When you get to the scene, when you get called out to the scene, has the scene been secured by law enforcement?
Yes, the scene is secured.
And has law enforcement sometimes removed people from the scene so you can enter and do your work?
Yes, they do.
And what is the purpose of 67?
It's just to show what I see when I first walk into the location.
Is it just right inside the front door?
Yes.
Let's look at 68, please. And can you tell us about 68?
So this is just an overall location of a DVR device that I was collecting from the scene.
Okay. So did you actually collect the DVR device?
I photographed it, but I turned the device over to a homicide investigator.
Okay. You remember whether or not you photographed the DVR that you collected?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you actually photograph the DVR that was collected?
Yes, I did.
show you State's Exhibit 71, 72, these have already been admitted into evidence. And I'm gonna ask if 71 and 72 are the photographs that of the DVR that you collected, back on that.
So these are not necessarily my photos, but they are, oh no, I apologize. They are my photos. So yes, this is the actual DVR collected from the living room.
Number 4215.
Yes, 4215.
Thank you. And so if we could then go back to, we had looked at the location where you found the DVR inside the living room. And you recall what you did? What is it?
69.
69. All right, and you have, are those all the exhibits that you have there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73 through 87. And ask if you can look at 73 through 87 and identify those.
Yes, I can identify them.
Okay, and what are they?
They are overall pictures with marker numbers of evidence, such as shell casings that I collected.
Okay, are they true and accurate depictions of what you saw that evening?
Yes, it is.
Who took the photographs?
I did.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 73 through 87.
Mr. Rowe, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Monetis?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Let's start with Exhibit 73 then. Take a look at that. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at in Exhibit 73?
This is an overall of the crime scene with marker numbers marking my evidence.
You see the trash receptacle on the left edge of State's Exhibit 73.
Yes, I do.
And you see the basketball goal that we talked about earlier.
Yes, I do.
So these markers that we're looking at, you see a couple up front, 14, 15. Where approximately on State's Exhibit 1A would they have been? Just approximately.
Right here on Notting Hill Drive Southwest.
Somewhere along that roadway, to the
Yes,
side of 42.
yes.
Then let's look at 74. And can you tell what 74 is?
This is a mid-range of my shell casing with marker number 14.
Okay, and so we have, it looks like some kind of plastic thing sitting there also in the picture. Shell casing is closest to the evidence marker, but does that plastic piece have any relevance in this case?
No, it has no value to this case.
Okay, let's look at 75, please. Now, what does 75 show?
This is a close-up of my shell casing with marker number 14.
And 76.
Mid-range of the shell casing with number 15.
77.
Close-up of the shell casing with number 15.
78.
This is a mid-range of the shell casings with marker numbers.
All right, 79.
Close-up of shell casing with number 16.
And 80.
Close-up of shell casing with number 17.
And 81.
Mid-range of shell casings with marker numbers.
And 82.
Close-up of shell casing with number 18.
And 83.
Close-up of shell casing with number 19.
And 84.
Close-up of the shell casing with number 20.
85,
Mid-range of the shell casings with marker numbers.
86,
Close-up of shell casing with number 21.
and 87,
Close-up of shell casing with number 21.
and 88. Is there an 88? There's no 88. Okay. Did you continue observing evidence out there on the scene?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 89 to 99. And ask if you can look at this, please.
Yes, I took these photos.
You took those photos?
Yes, I did.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the way things look like back on this particular evening?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna move to the State's Exhibits 89 through,
98.
yeah, 98.
Mr. Rowe, any objection?
Okay.
Mr. Monetis,
No, Your Honor.
admitted.
All right, let's take a look at 89. And can you tell us what 89 shows?
This is a mid-range of a shell casing in front of the mailbox of 4320.
Okay, let me direct your attention to Exhibit 1A and see if you can find 4320 and where you took that photograph approximately.
Yes.
You see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, understand sides of the jury, you see, you point out 4320. And is that more or less across the street from where the U-Haul truck was?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's look then at Exhibit 90. And can you tell us what 90 shows?
This is an overall of the shell casings in the street with marker numbers.
All right, let's look at 91. What does 91 show?
This is a mid-range of shell casing with number 23.
All right, and again, we've got some kind of plastic, something or other out there, a couple of things. Do those have any evidentiary value in this case?
No, they do not.
All right, let's look at 92. And what does 92 show?
Close-up of shell casing with number 23.
93.
Mid-range of shell casings with marker numbers.
All right, and 90, and what marker numbers are there? You may have said.
24 and 25.
Okay, and 94
Close-up of shell casing with number 24.
and 95,
Close-up of shell casing with 25.
96,
Mid-range of shell casing with number 26.
and 97,
Mid-range of shell casing with number 26.
98,
Close-up of shell casing with number 26.
99,
This is an overall of 2 vehicles in a parking spot.
99's not in the group. 98, you admitted 89 through 98.
okay.
99 through 113 seem to be a different universe. That may have physically been included in there, but what we were talking about was 89 through 98.
Okay, well, let's look at 99, and can you identify 99?
Yes, I can.
What is 99, or did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And you know the approximate location of 99?
It is near the 4320. It's on the street of near 4320 Notting Hill.
True and accurate depiction of what scene looked like that evening?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to move to Exhibit 99.
All right, Mr. Monetis, on its own, states 99. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe,
No objection, Judge.
it's admitted.
Okay, show your State's Exhibit 1A and see if you can point to where you took State's Exhibit 99. Right, okay, let me step here to the side so everyone can see. If you could just point that again out for the jury. And so that location, is that more or less a parking area?
Yes, it appears to be a parking area.
Can you show me that? So we got two cars there. We got a space.
Yes.
Were you able to collect evidence there around that location? If you're,
I don't recall specifically.
okay, let me show you some photos. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 100 through 113. Let's take a look at those, please.
Yes, I did collect evidence near those vehicles in that parking space.
Okay, so the exhibits I just handed you, are those true and accurate depictions of what you saw that night?
Yes, it is.
You took the photographs?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibits 100 through 113.
Mr. Rowe, any objection to 100 through 113?
Okay.
Mr. Manettis?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay, let's start with State's Exhibit 100. So 100, can you see the same U-Haul truck but from a different angle?
Yes, I can.
Can you see the trash receptacle but from a different angle?
Yes, I can.
And can you see the same space, open the parking space, but from a different angle?
Yes, I can.
All right, and just sort of, if you would please, in looking at 651A, if you would kind of reorient us where this is and what we're talking.
I'm here near the parking spaces, and this is the street near the parking spaces where my evidence is.
Okay, and are you standing more up toward the top of 651A and photographing down toward the bottom of the exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Let's look at 651. And you still see the same trash receptacle to the right of 101?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what States 101 shows?
This is an overall picture of the shell casings with marker numbers.
Hey, can you name at least one more?
I can see number 28 and 27.
Let's look at 102. What's this show?
This is also a picture of overall of the crime scene with marker numbers with evidence.
Still see the same trash receptacle we talked about?
Yes, I do.
Is it more to the right edge here of 102?
Yes, it is.
Let's look at 103. What do we see in 103?
Overall of the crime scene with evidence and marker numbers.
And do you see, can you name a couple of markers?
I can see 21, 20. I can see 14 through 21.
And let's look at 104. And what's shown in State's Exhibit 104?
Overall of marker numbers with shell casings, number 27 and 28.
Okay, and do you see that kind of car parking area on the side of the street you pointed out earlier?
Yes, I do.
Is that to the left side of State's Exhibit 104?
Yes, it is.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 105. What is shown there?
Close up a shell casing with number 27.
And 106?
Mid-range of shell casing with number 28.
Okay. So we got another plastic object out there. Did that have any evidentiary value?
No, it did not.
Let's look at 107, please. What's that?
Close-up of shell casing with number 28.
Let's look at 108, please. Okay, and what is shown in 108?
Overall of shell casing with number 29.
And in 108, do we see the same parking area that we've been talking about?
Yes, we do.
And do we see that open space that you pointed out earlier, that we were talking about?
Yes, you do.
Okay, and so 29 is close to this parking area near the open space.
Yes, it is.
Let's look at 109. And what does 109 show?
Mid-range of shell casing with number 29.
And let's look at 110. What does that show, please?
Close-up of shell casing with number 29.
Okay, let's look at 111, please. And what does 111 show?
This is an overall of the marker numbers with the shell casings in the street.
Okay. You see the same truck that we were looking at earlier,
Yes, I do.
same trash receptacle that we saw,
Yes, I do.
and sort of the base of this basketball goal.
Yes, it is.
Let's look at, let me just back up a second. We can go back to 111. So we've got number 16 and 17 and 19 sort of to the center, to the right edge of 111. And we've got 30 over here to the left edge. Is there any rhyme or reason behind ordering of
Yes, it is. So for this specific reason, after I had already photographed all of my evidence with the marker numbers that were there, we found an additional piece of evidence. So I had to then go back and photograph the evidence with the different marker number, which was number 30.
Let's look at 112. 112 is
This is a mid-range of shell casing with number 30.
113.
Close-up of the shell casing with number 30.
And then that's the last one.
Yes.
Okay. Did you then return back down the street, back down this hill to where you had been taking photographs earlier and collect more evidence?
Yes, I did.
And you recall where you went back down the street?
I don't remember the specific address.
All right, well, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit is 150 to 126. You should have a look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection. You can look at those different photographs.
Yes, I remember.
Do you, where did you go back down to take these? Well, let me back up a second. What I just handed you, those exhibits, are those true and accurate depictions of what you saw that evening?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall who made those photographs?
I did.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit 115 through 126.
No, that's all right. You go first. Any objection, Mr. Menendez?
No objection, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Mr. Rowe?
No objection.
All right, don't buzz in early. They're admitted.
Let's start then with 115. And can you tell what is shown in State's Exhibit 115?
This is overall front of the location.
Okay. Different area.
Yes, different area.
Okay. Would you be able to point on the map where this area was?
Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 1A and let you find that location. Okay. For to see. Looking at State's Exhibit 1A, can you point out to where you went back to collect more evidence?
4230.
4230. 4230 or 4230?
I believe it was 4230.
Okay, fair enough. State's Exhibit 116. And can you tell us what State's Exhibit 116 shows?
This overall of front of the location.
You didn't observe any kind of bullet damage or anything down there.
Not that I recall.
117.
This is overall front of the location.
This is a townhome community with houses kind of next to each other. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And is it sometimes difficult to pair a street address with an actual structure, or you tell me what it's on?
It could be a little challenging to determine which house matches which address as far as the mailboxes.
Let's look at 118.
This is, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
This-
Tell us what 118 shows.
Yes, this is a close-up of the numbers on the mailbox, 4230.
And you took this picture because you were.
So this indicates that I'm actually going to 4230 for some type of photograph or collection.
And 119.
This is overall front of the location.
120.
This is also overall of the location.
Did you observe any bullet damage to that structure?
Not that I recall.
Or did you took the photo?
Not that I could recall, no.
Let's look at 121. Can you tell what 121 shows?
So these are shell casings in front of the location with the marker numbers.
And these are marked 31, 32, 33,
Yes,
because you had already marked the previous piece of evidence is 30 at the top.
yes,
And then you have returned to continue collecting evidence down this part of the neighborhood.
correct.
Let's look at 122, please. Can you tell what 122 shows?
This is a mid-range of the shell casings with marker numbers 31 through 33.
All right, and 122
Close-up of shell casing with number 31.
and 120. Let's see, this is 123. Can we see 124?
Close-up of shell casing with number 32.
This is a little hard to see, and so there's a way to circle it. Can you circle that actual piece of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and so we put a circle around cartridge casing, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at 125, please. And what is shown in 125?
This is just a better picture close-up of the shell casing with number 32.
All right, and 126.
Close-up of shell casing with number 33.
All right. Did you collect any more evidence out there on that specific evening that you recall?
No, I did not.
So when we talk about collecting evidence, can you explain, you started a little bit yesterday, we talked a little bit about procedures that you might undertake. Can you just tell the jury what you do with each of these pieces of evidence that you pick up and how you bag it?
So once I finish my photographs, I then collect each shell casing or item. We have small envelopes, which we call bullet bags, and each shell casing goes in its own individual bullet bag with 12 things listed pertaining to the case and where we recovered the shell casing. Once I finish my information and processing, I then seal the back of the bullet bag with red evidence tape and I initial it on the back.
Can you tell the jury, the purpose behind sealing these things with tape and initialing and that process?
The purpose is to show that it has not been tampered with.
And then, is there a procedure that you're aware of where things go from there? Where does the evidence bag go from there?
Once I complete everything, I then submit the evidence to our APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
And then, would the next person who receives that item, would they gather, and do they have any procedures that they may follow to preserve the integrity of the evidence?
They do have procedures, but I do not know what their procedures are.
Once you bag and tag everything, you submit it and you kind of signed off on the evidence.
That's correct. I have nothing else to do with the shell casings once I send it off.
When you individually pick up these things and call them
Bullet bags, yes.
the bullet bag may actually hold something different. They hold a cartridge casing or a live round or something.
That is correct.
And then do you take precaution to notate on that bullet bag exactly where, you know, which piece of evidence this is, what marker it aligns with? That's.
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
We're going to hand you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 128 and ask if you can tell us what Stacy's Exhibit 128 is.
So this is my bag of evidence, which contains my shell casings and my live round with the information pertaining to the case, and it is sealed and initialed.
And can you say initials? Is it your initials?
There are several initials.
Okay. Do you see your initials?
I don't see my initials. It's covered by tape.
Covered by tape. Okay.
Yes.
But are those the specific items that you collected back on the scene?
Yes, they are.
All right. Any reason that you know of to indicate that they had been tampered with or anything like that you know of?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to United States Exhibit 128.
I'll start with Mr. Rowe. Any objections?
Okay.
Mr. Monetis?
Just one little objection, Judge. I'd ask that we do see her initial on it. May take the tape off.
So tell me how you want to navigate that. It's a fair request to see if Ms. Parker can confirm, yep, this is the bag because my initials on it, unless there's another way she can verify that. But if we're unsealing it here in court, that seems like it's less of an issue. You tell me how you want to respond to the objection.
I have no objection at all to opening that up. It's been opened before and examined. So
Okay. Show me your initials you believe are where on the bag.
My name is here, but I seal it on the back and it's covered by this.
Got it. Did you write your name on there or did someone else?
I wrote my name on it.
I will admit states 128 over objection. Thank you.
So I just want to open the bag at this time. Again, to move the bars to scissors.
Yes, please.
I'll hand you some scissors. We'll let Ms. Rivers keep doing what she's doing. Require me to have scissors. Never mind. You should ask Ms. Rivers. Do you have scissors? I thought I had scissors. I'm probably not allowed to have scissors up here.
I can do it without this.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want Deputy Gordon to freak out. I can give you this if that will help. Rather not do
Don't worry
that?
about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
No,
okay.
that's fine.
Mr. Griner, I'll get scissors from, we don't need them for this bag, where there are gonna be a bunch of things that need to be opened. Because what I don't want to have happen is, in an effort to open it, the bag is torn and shell casings go all over the courtroom. She did an expert job of opening that. Should we get a pair of scissors for future?
There might be one or two other
Okay,
small items. Okay, so you pulled out, it looks like 4 or 5 different small bags.
Yes.
And can you just kind of hold one up and explain to the jury what we're looking at?
So this is what we would consider a bullet bag that we place our shell casings or live rounds in. This is the information on the front of the bag, what we call identifiers, with all of the information pertaining to the case and what was in the bullet bag. And on the back is the red tape and my initials.
Okay, so is there a notation, for example, on that bag that you were just looking at of what evidence marked that?
Yes, it is.
And just offhand, what was that piece of evidence that you're holding in your hand? So what was the mark?
This marker number is 24.
Okay. And so, is there a date or an address or a case number or anything else on that bullet bag which identifies it to this case?
Yes, there is.
And you mentioned your initials. Are you the one that actually bagged it and tagged it and sealed it up?
Yes, I am.
All right. And can you just kind of look through the bag briefly and just want to make sure that everything is as you recall? Everything look good?
Yes.
Okay. We can say, and is this normally what you do? You've done a lot of writing on all these little bags here. It looks like that you've done each one of these pieces. Because they're
Correct.
all right. And then you put all of these little smaller bags into the larger bag, and it also has its own.
Correct.
And this all in accordance with standard operating procedure.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm going to ask you then to kind of put everything back. Like the control with the pen. Thank you. I think yesterday you said that you had been to a lot of crime scenes in the course of the year or what have you, and this is kind of reaching back to having looked at all the photographs this morning and everything. Has that kind of helped refresh your recollection, maybe where evidence was collected in the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's remarked. It says here 127, and ask if you can take a look at that. And if 127 shows the general area where the evidence markers were collected, best you remember.
Yes.
True and accurate depiction of the map and basic area where things were
Yes, it is.
collected.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to move to the next case, is 127.
Mr. Rowe, any objection to states 127?
Okay.
Mr. Menettis?
Yes, Your Honor. She had previously testified that she doesn't remember the exact locations, and that's more than approximate what she was just handed. I just.
All right, I'll let you cross-examine her on that. That could go to the weight, but not the admissibility of states 127, which is admitted.
Well, and Your Honor, another objection that she didn't produce that document herself.
Okay, noted. 127 is admitted.
We can look at 127. And so really what we're sort of doing here, or you tell me if this is incorrect, but 127 is looking at an overall aerial photograph of the neighborhood where evidence was collected. And then we have evidence markers in the area where these pieces of evidence were collected. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And so what they just finished talking about, we were just talking about evidence markers 31 and 33. And so those were down here, would you agree, in this area? I think the address was 4230 or something like that.
That's correct.
But we started off collecting evidence over here in this region where the body was located. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then did you walk up the street for the upper part and up the hill and for the entrance of the neighborhood and collect evidence in this area next to the U-Haul and the trash receptacle?
Yes, I did.
So the basketball goal will be somewhere around where this tree is.
That's correct.
Okay. And the kind of looking at this area here, we know that these are not the cars that were there, but was this the parking area that you were talking about earlier where you collected the evidence?
Yes, it is.
So these evidence markers, 27 through 30, were in this region here somewhere. Error doesn't point exactly to any specific piece of evidence, but it points to the area where the evidence is located. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And and then we've also got the address 4215, and you went inside and you took some photographs inside of that as well.
Yes, I did.
Did you do any other work that you recall on the case?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions for you at this time. Defense counsel, mine.
Mr. Rowe, do you have questions for Ms. Parker?
Yes, Judge.
Now would be a great time for that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good. I just have a few questions for you. Let me focus on 4215. And I know you testified extensively about the bullet holes that you observed at that location, correct?
So at that time, I didn't recall any specific bullet holes. I went specifically for the DVR.
Oh, the DVR.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about what did you in particular collect or observe at 4215?
At that time, I just observed the living room where the location where the DVR was located.
Okay. And you didn't collect any evidence, anything pertaining to that particular address?
No.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Harris or Ms. Hammonds who live at that address?
No, I did not.
Okay. And how did you initially get involved in that role in the investigation?
So I was dispatched by the officers and the investigators, and they requested me to come out. And from there, they directed me on what they wanted done as far as the case.
Okay. So I noticed that you authenticated several pieces of physical evidence. So was that something that was just simply given to you?
What do you mean given
All
to
right.
me?
How did you come into, how did you actually come to receive the evidence that you just testified to?
I collected it personally.
Okay. Okay, was any of the evidence that you personally collected, did you ever, was that, any of that evidence found at 4215?
Nothing other than the DVR.
Okay. Were you aware if someone else took pictures of any bullet holes at 4215?
I'm not aware. I have no idea.
All right. Okay, going back to the address of the actual shooting where the victim was located.
Yes.
What did you collect from that particular address?
There, I collected shell casings and a live round, I believe.
And when you arrived on the scene, was the crime scene already secured?
Yes, it was.
And at that particular address, did you observe any bullet holes in the house or any other places?
At that time, no, I didn't.
When you collected the casings, obviously you can't make a determination as to when the casings actually was there, actually first was on the scene, correct?
Correct.
So if there were prior shootings around that location, would you be able to tell the difference between a casing that arrived there on the 13th and a casing that arrived there, let's say, weeks before?
No, I wouldn't be able to determine that.
Okay. And if you arrived at the scene and you found the casing at a particular spot, a location, and if it was kicked or moved, would you be able to tell if it was kicked or moved?
I would not be able to determine that.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Monetis, any questions for Ms. Parker?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Parker.
Good morning.
Nice, I'm approaching.
Yes.
So as far as, I don't know if you can see this right here, see this area right here?
Yes.
There are other photographs available of this area?
Not that I took.
Okay, are you aware of anyone else that would take photographs of it?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of any reports that might describe anyone in law enforcement investigating it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and that's not your fault, you don't decide where to take pictures.
No, I don't.
Right, there's investigators that.
Correct.
You remember which investigators it was in this case that were telling you where to take the picture?
At the time, the primary was Thorpe, Investigator Thorpe, and Investigator Fall.
Okay, Thorpe and Fall. Now, what about this area right here? Where this arrow is pointing to, this arrow. You reckon that's the area where there was the gold sedan?
Yes.
Pictures.
Yes.
What about the area around here, behind, if a car were to be parked here, the area behind the car over here, is that photographs?
No, not by me.
Okay, and again, that wasn't your choice, it's because of Florida.
Correct.
Okay, and you're not aware of any other pictures of that area?
No.
And you're not aware of any reports by any law enforcement of possibly searching that area for a showcase?
No.
Stop. Nope. If you've got, you're asking him to move something? You're not asking a question of the witness.
Yeah, to redirect where he was pointing.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry about that. So, you previously testified through this exhibit and refreshing your approximate memory from the photos that there were some shell casings found in this area on the street near the curb where I'm pointing right now.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so right here. And now I want you to imagine that there's a car parked right here where this photo is an empty space.
Yes.
Because again, you understand that this isn't a photo, a screenshot of an aerial view at the time. Right?
Correct.
This is just some unknown time that a satellite from Google took a picture.
Yes.
And so I want you to imagine that there's a car right here. Is this area behind where that car would be, where right here? Was that photographed?
No, not by me.
And again, you're not aware of anyone else photographed that area?
No, I'm not.
Or any reports of any law enforcement investigating?
No, I'm not.
And all your investigation was directed by either Thorpe or Hall?
Correct.
And Mr. Rowe asked you a little bit about shell casings possibly being moved or crime, you talked about securing the scene, correct? Or scene
Yes.
being secured.
Yes,
And as far as you know, working with law enforcement, the scene is secured to avoid contamination.
correct.
But you don't have any personal knowledge about whether any of these shell casings in this driveway might have been contaminated or shell casings in this road, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And when you're putting these shell casings in the bag, they're incredibly lightweight, correct?
Yes,
You can almost, if you had it in your hand with your eyes closed, you could almost not even tell it was your hand, correct?
I guess you could say that.
Okay, thank you. And so, you're not an expert into how shell casings might be moved by someone walking over them or picking them?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware of any people that might have walked through this area?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware of how many people might have walked through this area
No,
before it was secured,
no,
or even after it was secured by mistake?
no, yeah, no,
And you're not an expert in how these incredibly lightweight shell casings might be moved by a car driving over them, correct?
no, I'm not.
And that would include any cars driving in and out of this area.
Correct.
And as far as you can see from this map, to get into this complex, there's only one way in and one way out, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the chain of custody, do you remember who it was at the lab that you gave the bag to?
So I don't give it to a direct person. We have a process where we take it to our property unit, which is basically storage. And then from there, the crime lab will determine who receives it. So I do not know who received the shell casings.
Okay. Is that, would that, not to speculate, but would that be the person that next initialed the bag, possibly?
Possibly.
But you're not involved in the process, you don't know.
No.
Okay, do you recognize any initials on the bag?
No, I do not.
And then, again, how long after the shooting are your pictures taken?
I can't say. It could be anywhere from an hour to 5 hours.
Okay. And are you aware of any pictures of those same areas anywhere before that time?
No.
Okay. And do you have any expertise about how you can tell whether a shell casing is new, recently fired, or old?
No.
And you didn't review any of the surveillance footage in the case, correct?
No, I did not.
And so anything you might have seen on a video is not part of why photos are taken in a certain place or not?
No, because I saw no video.
Okay, right. And Mr. Detective Thorpe wasn't with a video or talking about a video with you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had that one time you went back and noticed something you didn't notice the first time, correct?
Correct.
And that's understandable. That's why you go back or you're thorough, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware of anyone ever going back to photograph this area?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. You're not aware of anyone going back to photograph this area?
No, I am not.
And we heard some, well, can you share with us whether there's any regulations about photographs being taken either before or after a medical examiner gets to the scene?
So I photograph the scene before the medical examiner gets there. But once the medical examiner gets there, then we work together to photograph the scene even more.
And you just say generally you photograph scenes before the medical examiner gets there?
Yes.
Okay, so if a witness in this case were to testify that there's some kind of rule that says you can't photograph a scene until after the medical examiner shows up, that would surprise you as being not accurate.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Griner, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jurors? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sit tight and we'll be right back. Lawyers. All right, Ms. Parker, are you able to show on the big map where the different pieces of police tape were? Your photos have shown parts of the street cordoned off. So the question is, are you able to recreate that and say, yeah, there was a piece of tape here or there?
Not with confidence, I wouldn't.
Good. Well, I don't want you to do it unconfidently. All right, thank you. When you're doing your job collecting evidence that is identified, whether you see it or someone else with the police team sees it, do you only pick up shell casings, or if there were an actual projectile, I'm gonna call it a bullet. If a bullet was found, would you collect that as well?
Yes, I would.
Were there any bullets recovered from any of the areas that you've discussed and photographed?
No, there were not.
The driveway where the deceased gentleman was laying, are you able to discuss with the jurors what elevation it was? If you had a tennis ball and you were standing next to the person who was deceased, would it roll towards the street? Would it roll towards the garage door?
It would roll towards the street.
And are you able to relate a relative grade, like, gosh, it was super steep and it was hard to climb up it, or it's a slight grade and yes, the ball would roll, but it wouldn't go flying down the driveway?
It was just a slight grade. It was not steep at all.
Okay. And what about traveling from that driveway where the deceased was over to 4215? Is there an elevation change, or would a tennis ball in the middle of the street not go anywhere?
The tennis ball in the street would not go anywhere. There was a slight incline going up the street.
And when you say up the street, if I were walking from where the deceased was to 4215, the unit you went inside to get that surveillance stuff, would I be walking uphill or pretty level, or what would the grade be?
You would be walking uphill. It was pretty steep for me.
To go from where the deceased gentleman was over to 4215?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if a bullet was retrieved or bullets were retrieved from the body of the deceased?
Not that I'm aware.
Meaning you don't believe any was, or you have no idea?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you play any role in figuring out the caliber of the shell casings that are collected?
No.
Were there any shell casings found inside 4215? You went in there and took some pictures. Were there any shell casings found inside 4215?
No, there were not.
And what about directly in front? And by that, I mean, not over to the side where the U-Haul truck and the dumpster and the basketball, but as you're facing it, were there any shell casings found in front of that?
No, there were not.
Make sure I covered everything. That's it. Mr. Greiner, do you have any follow-up for Ms. Parker based on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
No, Judge.
Mr. Menettis?
Right, just a couple, thank you for the answers about elevation. So when you say pretty steep, let's say you're in the driveway and that hill that we talked about not being investigated, is
Yes.
it about like this high, about as tall as the prosecutor's table or more?
I have no idea. Are you talking about where the vehicles were?
Yeah, I'm talking about like this area right here,
Okay.
and there's like a fence and it drops down, and then there's the driveway.
Oh, I have no idea as far as the fence area.
Okay. What it reminded me if we looked at one of the photos. Maybe give us some context. I apologize, Your Honor, I don't remember which exact. Oh, this would be would it refresh your memory if I showed you a photograph? It's a different exhibit than the ones.
Yeah.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yes, remember, you're free to do that.
Okay, So I'm saying, like, imagine you're the driver right here.
Okay.
This part's elevated, right?
Yes, that part is elevated.
So that part,
What exhibit?
exhibit, Your Honor, for the record, number 25. Okay. So this photo, where you see the deceased in the driveway, and then this part is that area I was asking you about earlier, correct?
Okay, yes,
Mattress on the other side.
yes,
And then, you testified about a change in elevation.
yes,
And now that you see the photo, you can see about how much that was.
yes,
Okay. Again, that part's not examined as far as you.
correct.
And now, just to kind of get a better sense for, so would you say it's about as tall as this? If you're standing in the driveway, the elevation is
It's-
about where?
Probably the height of the desk.
Out of the desk, okay. And so if someone was standing on that hill and you're in the driveway, it would look like this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Okay, don't stand on the table again, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I was careful.
Yeah, this is not the Gold Club trial. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Griner, your next witness is going to take about how long? Your best estimate?
Well, I've got two that we can go with.
We'll only do one at a time.
Yes.
Is there one that would be a shorter witness? We're going to take a morning break in a little bit. We've really only been going an hour plus. But if your next witness is going to take a couple hours, then we might just break now.
We've got, I think a break now would be good because we had one thing we needed to take up in court.
Okay, then we're gonna have a slightly early morning break. Doesn't throw anything off. It just means you're getting your morning break now. It'll allow the lawyers to clean up all these exhibits that are scattered around as well. Please don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. And we'll get you back in here in about 10 minutes to pick up with the state's next witness. Thank you.
All right, jurors.
All right, you all can be seated. Mr. Griner, tell me what we need to, you can mess with those exhibits in a minute. Tell me what we need to talk about before we take a break.
You recall, one of the witnesses I mentioned had been contacted by a family member of defendants.
Sure.
And so I think the court yesterday indicated that you wanted to have meet with that witness, hear what he or she had to say about that contact before he or she testifies.
Well, I remember something a little different. It was that you made a request that this person be allowed to testify in a cleared courtroom. And I was not comfortable doing that without hearing more. If that request is being withdrawn, I don't need to hear about, you've already flagged that there is a witness or more with whom you might be engaging. Are you nervous about being here? And why are you nervous? And that person may relate threats, intimidation, efforts to deter. And one, I think you're free to explore that. Two, I don't need to hear that as a preview. I had only injected myself because it had moved from there's a witness or there are witnesses who feel intimidated to, well, now there's one who doesn't want anyone in the courtroom when this person testifies. Is that still the case, or things have simmered down a little bit?
Yes, well, yes, Your Honor, if I could just double check that.
Okay, please do. Because, and I don't want to pressure anyone, but you're obviously introducing a potential appellate issue by me clearing the courtroom for this person's testimony. If it's essential, we'll do it, but why don't you check?
Okay. Your Honor, it looks like the situation has cleared itself, probably with the help of my expert investigator. So I think we're ready to proceed with that witness.
Good. We'll still take the break, but let's make that the next witness so he or she can be done. And one thing I'll certainly do is say no one leaves the courtroom until that person then is safely out of here. That's easy to do. And I'll give that instruction before the jury comes in. Anything else from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Will this witness need to use 1A?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Menettis, anything we need to talk about before we take a break?
Yes, Sharon, would this be a good time for me to have a few minutes notice about who it's about and who they are?
You know, you can talk to Mr. Griner about that. I always hope that the two sides will say, hey, my next three witnesses are Jones, Smith, and McGillicuddy. I can't compel that. So you guys talk about that. Okay.
Okay, but it is someone on the witness list.
It better be. If it's not, you ought to stand up and object because I fussed at you for having no witness list. We better not divert from the witness list. Okay. Mr. Rowe, anything else?
No.
All right. Let's take our break. I'll come back out in 6-7 minutes. Thanks. And I'm muting the microphone in here so folks should feel free to speak freely.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Parks and Phillips. Mr. Rowe, you had something you wanted to get on the record before the jurors came back.
Yeah, regarding the unavailability of Ms. Blakely, as well as the motion of my colleague. I think I got a resolution, Judge. According to the state's discovery, they have a report referencing a statement that Ms. Blakely gave to the Atlanta Police Department. The state also served us with a copy of the audio of that interview. That should solve the issue, Judge. The state provided that to us. That came from their discovery. They was in possession of it the whole time. So I think that would be, if it's okay with co-counsel, that could serve as what we could play based on Ms. Blakely unavailability, since the state has issues with the recording he presented. This recording come from their agents, from the police department, neutral interviewer. And so that, to me, will solve the issue. I
like to hear a defense attorney refer to police as a neutral interviewer. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
I like the interview, Judge. I heard it,
so it's neutral.
It's neutral.
Okay. Well, you and Mr. Greiner should talk about that. I don't know that fixes it. It certainly is harder for the state to argue that there are not many indicia of reliability because it was a non-custodial recorded interview, law enforcement, et cetera, as opposed to a defendant's mom maybe wanting to hear what she wants to hear. But that remains an open issue, and I appreciate you flagging that, and we'll see what the three of you continue to discuss. Mr. Menendez, anything before the jurors come in?
No, Judge, I just want to apologize for that. That's a major failure on my part. Most of my pivoting at the last second totally didn't even remember that existed. That should have been my answer to the court's questions before. So
about Ms. Blakeney.
Yes, that the statement already existed in discovery.
Okay, but the statement isn't, I'm assuming it's not the statement. She didn't read to your client's mother, here's what I told the police. It may be similar in content, but it's not the same statement.
No, she's just answering the same questions in the same way.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowe, for identifying that. Mr. Greiner, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
All right, for the jurors. No. Judge, the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back. Mr. Greiner, if you will call your next witness, please.
We'll call Onagata Neal.
Morning, Ms. Neal. If you'll come on up here and turn and face Deputy Gordon, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? We only have to see.
Ms. Neal, I'm gonna have this right here for you.
Can you say this very name for the record?
Onagata Neal,
Can you spell your first name and your last name, please?
Onanada Neal, Neal.
Good morning, Ms. Neal. And it may be helpful to speak directly to this microphone. Okay. Start by saying sorry for your loss. Let's go back to 2021. Where were you living back at that time? Maybe the same place you're living.
4226 Notting Hill Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia.
You show you this map, 6 exhibit 1A,
Yes.
and can you make that move closer? Can you point where you were living back?
That's a red dot.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's a red dot.
Okay. There's a red dot there on 6 exhibit 1A. Who were you living there with?
Tobias.
There. Tobias Arnold.
It's a rooming house, so there's other people living there also, but Tobias and I had a room. He just moved in.
Thanks. Speak up.
Tobias had just moved in the day before. On Sunday.
And did you have a relationship with Tobias Arnold?
Yes.
How long had you had your relationship with Tobias?
4 months.
Was there anyone else that was living there that you knew in that residence or that you were related to?
In the residence on my side, it's a townhouse, so no.
And on your side?
On my side, no. It was all individuals who rented rooms out of a home. Yes. But that's
How
not.
about next door at 4228? 4228. Did you know the people who lived next door?
Yes.
Who lived next door?
There was Grandpa. Fat, hot. His mother. Two little girls, which was her, I believe, grandkids or nieces or nephews. Her kids.
Man, keep your voice up.
Her kids.
Okay, so Fat,
Mhm.
you know Fat's real name?
No.
Hot lived there?
Yes.
You know Hot's real name?
Comoris.
Morris. You see Hot in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you just describe something that he is wearing?
A blue button up.
Blue button up. Is he wearing a tie?
Yes.
Okay. Is it this guy right here?
Yes.
Okay. You're clearly emotional. I'd like you to tell the jury a little bit about how you knew Hot, your relationship with him.
My relationship with him was great. Always said hi, always respectable. Used to come over and watch Lifetime movies with me to get away from the riffraff on the corner. He would come to my house to escape. We were real close. I could tell him anything when I was having problems in my relationship with Tobias. I explained it to him. And he was like, don't worry, he's going to come around. He was the first person I told I was pregnant by Tobias. He was a good kid. Still is. I believe in my heart.
How long did you know Hot? You can take a minute to let yourself be.
I moved there in 2019. So I knew him for 2.5 years. 19, 20, 21. Yeah.
You've been there about 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Yes.
And he and his family had lived there the whole time?
Yes, correct. They were there when I moved in. In fact, the weekend I moved in, it was him and his brother that introduced themselves to me and said I'm your neighbor, hot and fat. And he actually didn't even use the name hot. He used the name Kamara. My name's Kamaris. And fat, always use fat.
So you knew him as fat, as hot, but you also.
Kamaris, yeah, he was Kamaris was the nicer of the two. Very respectful. Very respectful. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. Always. Always. I didn't see the troubled side. Look, she was up on the corner where everybody talked shit on the corner. But no, he was a good kid.
So you also knew Fat and Hot's, but
Of course.
Carrie Henderson,
Yes. Peaches. Yes.
all her peaches.
Mm-hmm.
Have to say yes.
Yes.
All right. And so did you know Carrie Henderson, the mother, the same way or as well as you knew?
We always talked. Always. We used to have phone numbers. We talked a lot at first. Yeah. Before this incident happened, of course. Of course.
You're right next door, and so y'all.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Always. I was real close with their grandfather.
And so we're gonna circle back to that. Grandfather
Mm-hmm.
lived there in that same house.
Yes.
Next door to you with Carrie.
Yes.
And Fat and
Correct.
Hot. Okay. And so did that family live next to you the entire time that you were living there?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you still live in that same location?
Yes, I do.
And does Carrie Henderson and her family still live in that same?
No.
location? They moved.
Yes.
All right, so where did you live before you moved here?
Off of MLK.
Were you in a relationship before?
With
Um,
whom? Just in general?
Just general. Were you married?
Yes, I was.
Okay, all right. And can you just provide a little bit of, you don't want to, that's fine.
I was married to.
Stop. Objection is relevance.
Yeah, I mean,
I can move on.
Let's move on.
Move on. When you moved into this location, did you know anyone that was living there already?
No. I knew a family member of theirs.
You knew a family member of,
Oh, hot. Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
and who was that family member that you knew?
Peach's brother.
Okay. Do you recall Peach's brothers or Carrie Henderson's brothers? If you remember,
I knew his little street name. That was it.
what was the street?
Poncho.
Pancho. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know, Mr. Phillips, who goes by Woe?
Yes. Yes.
Can you identify Woe, Mr. Phillips in the courtroom?
No.
And if it helps, you see.
Can you move the board, please?
Yes, I do. I see him.
Okay. Can you tell?
I have a computer screen covering him, but yes.
Can you just describe what Woe is wearing?
He has a white shirt with a blue striped tie.
All right. And how did you know Woe?
Just from being around the corner. His mother lives like kitty corner from me. I don't know exactly what number, but she was living kitty corner. So he was in the neighborhood all the time.
I showed you Stacy's Exhibit 1A. Did you point to at least the
Approximate?
building or approximate location where
Sure.
his mother lived?
Believe she was 4318, I believe.
Okay, up in here.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And so how often would you see Woe, Mr. Phillips?
At first, not unless I went on the corner or I just happened to come outside, not at first. I saw him more after I started a relationship with Tobias.
Is there a relationship between Tobias and Woe and his family?
Yes.
Can you explain all of that?
Woe has a child with Tobias's niece. Well, he called family. They used to live in the same household.
So how often would you see Woe during the period kind of leading up to 2021 and this particular incident?
Maybe 2-3 times a week.
And how often would you see Hot Parks during this particular?
He wasn't there every day. He'd be gone for like a week, go out being with his friends, and then he would come back. But before that, it was like, I can't even say every day because sometimes we didn't see each other every day. But I saw him quite a bit.
So were you aware that there was some trouble in the neighborhoods?
I heard rumors. That's hearsay. So it was just rumors to me.
I want to get into that.
Yeah,
Were you aware of police rumors? You had heard rumors?
just heard rumors, but I thought everything was dead.
Section around here.
I don't know that she gave substance to the rumors, but let's make sure we don't do that.
So kind of leading up during the year 2021, leading up to September,
Mhm.
you had this relationship with Carrie Henderson next door.
Mhm.
You have to say yes.
Yes,
And you had this relationship with Mr. Parks,
correct.
and sometimes a close relationship with Mr. Parks.
Yeah, he would come and watch TV to get away.
You all would talk.
Of course.
He would tell you about his life, you would tell him about your life.
It was mostly him letting me vent to him, giving me a male's perspective on why men do what they do.
And you had this relationship, or at least you knew of Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
Would you sit down with Mr. Phillips in the same way and talk to him?
Sometimes, like maybe twice, maybe 3 times, maybe.
So would you have considered yourself back at that time to be close to Mr. Parks?
Mr. Parks? Yes. I thought him as my own child. I love him in my heart to this day.
And Mr. Phillips, did you feel the same depth of affection or toward him?
Affection, not as much as Parks, no. Because Parks and I had a relationship as he was like my child. But when I got to know Woe and got with Tobias, yeah, of course I had feelings for him. It was his family. And his girlfriend was going to a baby. I was proud. He was going to be a dad. He was they gave me the utmost respect.
Fair enough. Let's talk about September 13th, 2021. You were in a relationship with Tobias Arnold,
Yes.
and about 6:30 or around 6:15 to 6:30, did you and Mr. Arnold have plans to go anywhere?
At first, no, it was a spur of the moment to go outside and walk to the store to get something to drink.
Is there a store located close by?
Yes.
And where is the store?
You walk out of the subdivision and take a left, and it's a block and a half away. There's a whole bunch of stores.
So you and Tobias Arnold, you have this plan. Can you tell us what happened next?
We went outside, and the first thing that happened is I called on my little nieces, came out and ran Auntie Snow, and gave me hugs around my legs. And I gave all three little girls hugs.
And let's stop you for there. Whose children are these?
These were the children that live next door. One, they're parts, I believe, nieces.
Okay.
I don't know the relation on how Carrie got to take care of these children, but they were her children. At first I thought they were her kids, but I was told different later. But I don't remember what total relation. They just called me Auntie Snow.
Fair enough. They called you Auntie Snow.
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking
Little
girls?
All three girls. Yes.
And about how old?
I want to say 7, 5, and maybe 4.
Okay. And was it common for you to see them, the girls?
All the time. All the time. Yeah.
Right. So you walk outside, you and Tobias are gonna go to the store.
Mhm.
These three girls come up, you know them, hey, Auntie Snow,
Yeah.
and carry us from there.
We walked out. I saw Carrie with her phone out at the top, videoing or taking pictures of something. Wasn't paying attention. There was children playing basketball, a basketball hoop, up in the corner at the beginning. And then there was kids like in the cul-de-sac around where we are. There's like a little cul-de-sac area. There was kids riding little bikes over there. The one little girl that lives in the corner.
Let me just stop you right there. Okay?
Yes.
How often? Carrie, you remember what kind of clothes she was wearing?
I don't remember. I remember what I had on.
Fair enough. Let's look at 1A. You've talked about cul-de-sac and basketball.
Okay, the basketball rim was right here. The basketball rim was here. Little kids were playing over here. Live right here.
Okay, so the basketball rim is next to, is that 4215?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then the cul-de-sac area, is that down
Oxford Court.
Oxford Court? Okay.
Correct.
All right, and you thought that the kids lived over in that same building?
The little kids that were in Oxford Court, I know lived in the first one. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, and so you got that going on, you come out, you have the interaction with the three nieces next door, kids around, you see Carrie standing out in the street, she's
Videoing something. And I mean, the kids were playing, it seemed like a nice day. I mean, there was kids outside playing basketball. She was standing there. We ended up there was a Suburban in our driveway. We get to the end of the Suburban, and on the other end of the Suburban, I said hello to Woe. I saw Woe. There was another gentleman out there, tall, heavier set gentleman. I don't remember his name. Never seen him really. And Pop's grandpa was laying in the grass.
let's stop you there, grandpa, come out.
His grandfather, correct.
He's laying in the grass.
Correct.
Can you tell us what that was about?
He lays in the grass. He has lung issues, but he was enjoying the sun. It was a nice day. It was a nice day. And then I remember the cars were parked. Carrie's car was parked first, and then her daughter's car was parked behind Carrie's in the driveway.
Stop you there, we're back to this 1A. Just to kind of get the layout that day, can you kind of point where Carrie's car was?
Carrie's car was here,
And then whose
and
car?
her daughter's car was behind it
Okay,
on this side. Yeah, because it split. The Suburban was here. There was no other car here. That's the Suburban that was there, but it was backwards.
Okay.
And,
This
yeah.
is not a photograph of that day,
Okay.
right? So your Suburban was
Here,
you're about where that gray part is. in
that is
front
the
of-
Suburban. It's still part of it, yeah.
Okay, and that's 4228.
That's
your
4226
I'm
on
sorry.
this side. The driveway over here is 4226. See how it's split? This is one driveway,
Okay,
about one, yeah.
so that,
The Carrie's is 4228. The Suburban was in front of our door, our garage,
Mhm.
4226. Carrie's car was here, her daughter's car was behind it.
I forgot to ask, you mentioned earlier when you first walked out,
Mhm.
Carrie Henderson was taking a picture or something. Where was she? Just
Right
roughly?
here. Right up here.
What was she taking a picture of, or like what
There was
direction?
a car that was here, I don't remember, actually, it was a white car.
Yeah, make sure, both of you, that the other is finished speaking. So, you're free to give your full answer. Don't stop her or, start talking until she's done. And importantly, even though you may think you know what Mr. Griner's gonna ask, let him finish the question. Because the court reporter has to be trying to get in what everyone is saying. And when you all speak at the same time, she can't put some words here and some words there. Okay?
Right.
All right, so I think I just asked where Carrie Henderson was and kind of what direction she was facing.
She was here, faces this direction, there was a car that was here, the car here, over here. Kids were playing here, but the people in this home were outside. I really don't know what was going on at that point,
That's fair enough.
till after the fact, when she came back.
Okay, so when Carrie Henderson comes back from taking her picture, did she say something?
She wouldn't speak to me directly. She's been, we got you now, I'm tired of you harassing us, I got you on camera now. And at that point, I was done and I heard 3 gunshots.
Well,
Right.
when you heard the gunshots,
Mhm.
what did Tobias do when all that happened?
We were standing at the end of the Suburban, he pushed me back to the Suburban and pushed me out the way.
What else what did you see?
At that point, no, I need to go back further. When the kids said hi to me, I came over here, I of course said hi to Will and some other guy. Nobody else was outside, like I said. When I heard the 3 shots, he pushed me here. As I spun back around, I saw Will and the fat guy running up away from the house already.
And did you hear gunshots?
Yes.
I mean, just roughly.
I don't, a lot.
Did you saw Woe with the gun in his hand?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'll rephrase. Did you see, let's start with the other guy you mentioned, the heavier guy, the taller guy. Let's start with him. Did you see him with anything in his hand?
No,
Did you see Woe with anything in his hand?
yes,
What did Woe have in his hand?
done.
And where was he when you saw him with the gun?
Further up.
And did you see Mr. Parks with a gun in his hand?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Ms. Neal, do you need to take a break or are you gonna be okay?
Oh, I was over with.
Okay.
Where was Mr. Parks when you saw him with guns
Coming out of his house.
coming out of his house?
Yeah.
So can you point on the exhibit approximately where he was when you saw the guns?
About right here,
What was he doing with the gun?
pointing the gun up towards that way.
Did you see you see the muzzle flash?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Did he make any statement to you or to anyone?
As he was running out the driveway, he turned and all he says, "I'm sorry."
He said that. He said that. To who?
Me.
All right, let's kind of change gears for a minute. Give me a second. Do you remember whether or not Carrie Henderson stayed with you on the scene?
No. Her and her daughter both left the scene. Before the police came, they both left the scene. I don't believe the daughter came back, but Carrie came back and they wouldn't let her in the driveway, and she parked where I first saw her before. That's where her car was.
Yeah. Show you the map so you can point to it.
Yeah.
So where that was, please.
When she finally came back, her car was parked right here in the middle, trying to get to the driveway, but it was parked right. We were actually in the center right here, right here.
All right, and did police stop her?
Yeah, the police wouldn't let her come any further because the police had finally got there.
Did you speak with officers who were out there?
The first officer that pulled up, correct.
Were you upset? Obviously, they have an.
I was holding a dead body. Yes, I was upset.
Um, Did you stay on the scene?
Yes.
Were you able really to give much of a statement at the time to those first officers?
No.
Did officers go out to you sometime later to your house and speak with you?
Yes.
Before that occurred, did Gary Henderson have any conversation or talk to you?
She would make those snide comments. We don't talk to snitches. We don't do that. At that time, I hadn't spoke to anybody. And I would try to talk to her.
You would try to talk to her?
I would try to talk to her and she wouldn't talk. And till the day that we had to let Tobias go, I didn't mentally want to believe what I knew and what I saw. I tried to lie to myself because I love Kamaris as my son. And I've been in his shoes and I don't like it. I don't like sitting here.
I know you have.
Hate it.
Did Carrie Henderson, have you and she talked since today, from then till today?
No.
Have you
But
had-
well, we tried to talk, but she had nothing to say, but we have not. No.
You used the word snitch earlier. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
She says somebody's telling and not getting the story right. And she was trying to say they're pinpointing it all on one person, that nobody else was involved. And I was just here, she was randomly talking out loud so everybody could hear outside. And I just happened to be out there.
What effect, if it had an effect on you, I mean, how did you interpret all of that to you?
I believe she thought I was the one that came forth, but I wasn't. People had already told. I was still in disbelief of what I know and what I saw. I was in denial. because of my feelings for that person.
Have you had any recent contact from anybody?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
Amaris's brother, Fat, came by Thursday.
Let me stop you. Yesterday or last week, Thursday?
Not yesterday, the last week, Thursday.
Okay. And continue.
I hadn't seen anyone in over a year and a half. I was actually told by rumor.
Don't get into what rumor is.
I thought this case was dissolved. I thought everything was done, over with. I had no clue that this was still going on.
So when Fats came by, what happened?
He said, my mom wants to know if you're showing up for court. I said I was subpoenaed on Tuesday. I said I gotta be there at 9 o'clock.
What else was said?
I changed the subject. I asked about his son. And I got away from it as soon as I could. I didn't want no involvement. I didn't want to be here. If I would have been subpoenaed, I would not be here right now. And,
I'd like to show you.
I need to say this.
Well-
Only reason can I say something?
No, what you need to do is just respond to the questions, okay? Thank you.
I want to show you. Okay. All right, Steele, I'm gonna just ask you to look at a short clip of a video. There's no gunshots or anything. So I'm just gonna ask if you can look at a short clip. This has already been admitted into evidence. This states exhibit 22.
Ma'am, there's a little box that says stay muted, tap that, and that'll get that out of your way. Thank you.
Okay, let me just stop you right about here. Pause. Do you know just pause it with this. Do you know the person who's leaning in the side of this white car? Do you know that person?
No.
Okay.
I've seen him, but I don't know who it is. No.
Okay, so we're gonna let it, see the two people who are walking there to the side?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna let them walk past and then you tell us if you can recognize someone, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Pause it about right there. There's a lag, when you hit the button, it has to go out on you and then come back. Did you see Hot?
Yes.
Okay, and where was Hot, or what was he wearing on the video?
Well, he was on the if I was standing behind him, he would be on my left side. Woe was on my right.
Okay. Do you know this person here that's kind of in the middle, this heavier individual right here, do you know who that is?
Mm-mm.
No?
I can't recognize him
Okay,
at this point.
and just so we're clear, I don't know if the circle would work on this.
It works.
Can you,
So if you tap the screen, ma'am, and then there's a little circle in the lower left-hand corner with a pencil in it. Look way over in the corner, tap that. All right, let go. Don't hold it that long. You may have held it. Press the screen again. Just tap the screen once. And now tap that circle.
Mhm.
There you go. Now your finger is like a pen. I don't know what Mr. Griner wants you to do with that,
Okay.
but just know that you can now circle something and it should draw red wherever you put your finger on it.
we're gonna advance this a little bit, and then we're gonna get a little separation between these two, and then we're gonna see, all right, about right there. Can you just circle or start with a circle and then just describe what Hot is
It's hot. Looks like some type of little blazer jogging jacket. It looks like white, maybe red.
All right, and then if we can just let it keep playing. We may need to stop this and go back, start over. So you don't know who this individual is, who's just entered the screen from the left.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I sure don't.
So there's somebody else who's gonna come on screen and see if you know him. You know this individual who's just walking.
Sorry, the other person was not well. That's well.
This is Woe wearing the white
Backpack.
in the back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I know that this has been uncomfortable. You were interviewed by police detectives
Correct.
and you were shown a couple of photographs.
Correct.
And you were asked to look at different
Multiple
photographs.
photos. Correct.
You signed your name and picked some out.
A few of them. Yeah.
To show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 70A and 70B, and that these are not good, but
I see.
can you recognize the signature?
Yeah, that's my signature.
And are those the photographs, or true and accurate photographs of what was presented to you way back in September?
Yes. Mhm.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to move to the States Exhibits 70A and B.
Mr. Monetis, any objection to 70A and B?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe,
Voted.
admitted.
And so in one of these, we've got, let's look at 70A and start there. We've got your name, a date, and okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And as to 70B, we've got your name, a date, and what?
Correct. Yes.
And we're talking about these two.
Correct.
I know this has been uncomfortable. It's been a long time. Thank you for being here. I don't have any further questions at this time, Ms. Neal, but the defense team may ask.
Mr. Monetis, questions for Ms. Neal?
No, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowe?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry for your loss. I just have a few.
A lot that day.
I
I lost 3 people that day, not just one.
understand. You did a interview with the lead detective or lead investigator in the case, Detective Churchill.
I don't remember his name. Correct. Yes.
Okay, but you remember doing a number of interviews with
No.
different law enforcement.
One
One.
until they called me last week. One.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm referring to, that you remember doing one, that first one.
The first one when they brought me the pictures.
Right.
Correct.
On that, in that statement that you gave to Detective Churchill, you indicated that the intended targets of the shooting was Woe and Hot.
Yeah. What were hot? Yes.
Okay.
I
They were
believe
the
that's
intent-
where it all came from. Correct.
Okay, all right, so when you said they were the intended targets, what do you
Correct.
mean by that?
Due to the incidents and the recording that was going on that his mother had just recorded, with Kamar's mother had just recorded at the top. Those first 3 shots
Okay,
were intended for them, I believe,
okay, so the first.
from
3
being
shots-
outside.
So the first 3 shots went towards Hot and Woe, correct?
We believe they went towards us, to find out later that's not where they went.
Okay,
But at the time, at the incident, yes, that's what we believed. It was at shooting at the young boys down at our house. Correct.
right, right. And in response to those first three shots, then Woe, and your testimony is that then Woe and Hot returned fire.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to the first three shots, did they come from on top of the hill?
That's where I believe they came from. That's where they did not sound close to me at all. They sounded further away.
Okay.
They were close, but not like right up close and personal. No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Harris?
Mr. Harris.
Not.
I'd have to know a first name.
Okay. Javante Harris?
No.
What about a Miss Hammonds?
No.
Okay. Do you remember who, you were outside at the time?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us who was all out, and obviously Tobias, who else was outside near Tobias during the shoot?
At the time of the shooting,
Yes.
Grandpa was laying in the grass.
Okay.
When the first three shots came out, there was a gentleman, I don't know his name. I've only seen him one or two times, couldn't even recognize if I walked by him today. And Woe were standing at the side of the SUV in the grass kind of area that was in between. I had went in the house.
Okay.
He wasn't even out there. We said hi to him as he was walking in the house. We had said hi when Hot walked in the house.
Okay.
Um,
You said hi when who walked in the house?
we were saying hi to him when Woe was standing here, the fatter dude was standing on this side of him, and Kamara was walking inside of the house when we said hello, when we first came outside. And the
Okay.
little girls were wrapped around my legs.
Okay, whose house was Hot walking into?
Hot's house.
Hot's house, okay.
Correct.
So Hot was inside the house, correct?
When the first three shots went off. Correct.
Okay. And so when Hot came out the house, that's when he came out with his gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after those first three shots, that's when you saw Hot and Woe runs down the street.
Saw Woe run first out of the driveway,
Okay. Okay.
turned, and Hot was coming out of the house.
Okay. You testified that there were kids outside during the shooting, correct?
The first three shots, correct.
Okay, all right. So what happened with the kids when the shots?
Kamara's older sister shuffled them all into her car, and she started to drive away.
Okay.
She backed out and got somewhere. And kids got the babies out the way.
Okay. So right after the three shots, immediately they shot back. Woe in car.
Woe was running out immediately. Immediately.
Shooting back in the direction of the shots, where the shots were coming from.
Yes.
Okay. You said some of these children was related to Hot.
The three girls are related to Kamara. Yes.
Okay. And what are the ages of the girls?
I believe 7, I want to say 7, 4, and 3, or 7, 5, and 3. I think. They're older now, but that's how old they were, I think.
And obviously you gave the same information to law enforcement
Of course.
when you gave the statement. Correct?
Yeah, I told the detectives, yes, the kids were outside.
Right, and that's why you said in your original statement that Woe and Hot were targets of the shooting, correct?
No, because I heard the shot. I saw why I believe that they were the targets was because of what his mother came down saying about her video, my belief
Okay.
is his mother started all this. If she would not have videotaped them,
Who did
he
she-
would not be here and Will would not be in these seats today. Tobias would be sitting next to me.
Let me back up for a minute. Who did his mother videotape?
Well, I've seen since the video, it's the boy in the white car.
The boy in the white car,
Correct.
the one that sped off,
Yes.
the one that Sam?
I don't know his name.
Okay, all right. So she videotaped him, right? And what was your testimony as to what she said when she videotaped?
When she came back, I got you now. You'll never, I got you now. You'll never cause our community any more problems.
Okay, and then you heard the shots.
Yes. That's why I believe they were shooting at the young boys.
Okay, and then Hot came out the house after the shots.
After the shots, Woe started running up, was already out of the driveway by the time Hawk came out of the house.
And they returned fire.
Correct.
No further questions.
Was Mr. Arnold struck by any of those first three shots, or were he and you were, he was able to push you out of the way?
Correct.
It sounds like an older sister was able to get the three little girls into a car.
Correct.
Those first three shots, as far as you know, didn't hit
He
anyone.
was not. He was still alive.
Okay. Mr. Griner, do you have any redirect?
Just briefly, let's talk about that, because you seem to kind of differentiate between what you believe happened and maybe what you are more aware of now. You were asked a question about video and all that. You had not seen any video back at the time.
No, that was
Um,
my first time seeing a video.
And so, and you testified earlier that you went outside, Tobias pushed you to the side, there are these shots, Tobias pushes you to the side.
Correct.
And were you standing, were you crouched? Can you tell the jury kind of?
I was ducked at first and then I stood back up to go and look because I was actually looking for the kids.
Sure.
I wasn't worried about retaliation. Woe was already out of the driveway. I didn't think Kamaris was gonna run out the house.
Did you-
I didn't think you were gonna come out the house. They were already gone out the driveway, shooting already. And think he was gonna, oh,
Let me ask a question here. If you heard the shots,
correct.
Tobias pushed you to the side, you ducked down,
Mhm.
and then you looked up, and that's when you saw,
Objection leading to.
Finish the question.
and I'll just rephrase.
Okay.
And is that when you saw Phillips in the street running?
Yes,
You were ducked down, and were you able to see anything before you looked back up and you saw Phillips in the street running?
I saw from the corner of my eye Kamaris running out of the house with a gun.
Okay. And so, you pointed earlier where Kamaris Parks was coming out, and you talked earlier about that.
Yeah,
You were ducked down for the gunshots that occurred.
the first three.
Okay. And then how long did you stay? Well, you were ducked down until you saw Phillips. out
I
the street?
ducked and came right back up.
Okay. You testified just a little bit ago that you at that time believed about these shots. And
Objection, Judge, leading, and he's not rephrasing the testimony correctly.
Let him finish his question and then we'll see.
did you testify a little bit ago that you believe that the first shots came from elsewhere?
Yes,
And have you gotten a chance to look at any of the ballistics evidence?
no,
You gotten a chance to look at the video evidence in the case beyond what you saw?
No.
this morning? You gotten a chance to look at the 100 and something photographs?
Never seen a picture besides these two right here.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Rowe, anything else?
I don't have any other questions.
All right, jurors?
You don't have a recross based on those questions.
So you didn't cross, so
Not until after they asked a few things that I wanted.
you had no questions originally for the witness, so.
Based on her answers to the questions so far, but now I just want to follow up on a couple of things that they asked her.
Okay.
Okay, now thankfully you haven't had to watch the video of the actual shooting at any point, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm not going to make you watch that. And to clarify that, your testimony about my client, Mr. Phillips, was that the way you remember it today
Mhm.
is that he's already running away from the house. He's away from the house.
He was away from the house before Tobias passed away.
Okay, thank you. And when the state first asked you when you saw Mr. Phillips with a gun, your answer was up the street, right?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors? Thank you. All right, counsel, we'll be right back. I have a few more questions for you, okay? Chief? Not much. All right, a few more questions. You shared with the jury that Ms. Henderson said something about snitches.
Yeah,
To whom was she speaking when she said that?
she was speaking out loud. I don't remember who was all outside that day. I believe my neighbors who actually lived upstairs was outside. I was outside. I was getting ready to leave. I had to go to work. I remember her pulling in.
But she wasn't looking you right in the eye when she said that, or was she?
She was looking my direction, but I don't remember who was all outside. I don't remember if I was standing around somebody or not.
Okay.
No.
All right. The Suburban, was that your car or that Miss Henderson's car?
That was people
Who's-
who lived upstairs.
Lived upstairs, okay. If you were standing where the Suburban was parked, I think you showed us on the map, that's actually where it was that day, it's
Exactly,
flipped
yeah,
around.
just turned around, yeah.
Okay, so if you're standing where that Suburban is parked,
Yeah.
can you see the driveway of 4215, if you know which unit that is? And if you don't,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask, you can see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
1415 is that corner house.
Yep, that corner house,
Yeah.
like with a
Yeah.
basket.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so from where the Suburban is, you can see 4215.
Clearly.
When you described 3 shots happening first,
Correct.
tell the jurors where Mr. Phillips, whoa, and the guy you didn't know, where they were when those shots were fired, if you know.
I do.
Okay,
They were standing on the other side of the Suburban. I was at the end of Suburban. Me and Tobias were at the end of Suburban. They were standing on the side. We were standing at the end, looking at their driveway.
whose driveway?
See the way our driveways are set up, there's like a little island in between.
So looking at the Parks driveway or the Henderson?
Yeah, I was actually looking at the kids. The kids were up on my legs, and I was saying hi to Grandpa. He was
Okay,
laid in the grass, in that grass area. And Woe was first, and then the taller dude, tall fat dude.
the guy in all black.
I don't remember what he had on.
Okay,
I don't remember.
all right. And when you say you were at the end of the Suburban, the end that would be closest to the street or the end that's closest to your house?
Street.
Okay, so you're at that end of the Suburban and you're saying that Mr. Phillips, whoa, and the other guy are on the side towards Mr. Parks's house.
Sorry, the front. I was at the end of the Suburban. They were at the front of the Suburban. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Was Tobias still alive when you saw Mr. Parks come out of the house and say what he said to you?
Yes. No. He was alive when he came out of the house. He was falling when he said, "I'm sorry."
Okay. Are you able to identify who you believe shot Mr. Arnold?
Yes, I want to, and I won't.
Okay. The won't part is a problem. The not wanting to, I understand. But I'm asking you to share with me what you saw and what it was that happened to Mr. Arnold. All you're doing is telling the truth. Okay?
It's like my son. I don't want to. I think that he's my son.
Okay. I think you've said enough. Thank you. Mr. Griner, do you have any follow-up for Ms. Neal? Mr. Rowe?
No, Judge.
Mr. Menendez?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Neal, I appreciate your time. You are free to go. I'm gonna have you go first before we do anything else in the courtroom. If someone could help Ms. Neal, please.
Spice one.
We have a few people who joined this Zoom session. I have to take a plea in another case while you're having lunch. And so if you were hearing voices, those folks just didn't think to mute. But that's what that was. There's no surveillance or anything. It's just another important matter that I have to deal with none of these folks at lunchtime. All right, we're going to break for lunch. It's noon. This is a natural break point. Mr. Greiner assured me while I was talking with the lawyers outside about your questions that they've got plenty of witnesses for this afternoon. So we will break. Did an hour work for you all? It was a little more than an hour because a couple things we worked through, but I don't ever mean to shortchange your break, but I don't mean to make it drag on either. Should we do an hour again? I'm seeing nods. Okay, we won't cut it less than that. Same rules as always, fine to eat as a group or subgroups or can be completely isolated. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. We'll see you back here at, why don't we say 1:10? If everyone's ready a little early, that's great. I'm gonna have the lawyers back at 1 because we always have things we need to talk about. But if you could do your best to be fed and rested, by 1:10, we'll get back with whatever the next witness from the state is, okay? Any logistical questions? No? Thank you for your time.
All right, sure.
Ms. Porter, can you come grab those two exhibits, please? And if you all don't mind, just consolidate. We can get them in numerical order later, but the exhibits have sort of taken over Ms. Rivers' desk. All right, Mr. Greiner, anything we need to discuss before we break for lunch?
Nothing to say.
None of your witnesses for this afternoon will be the ones through which you intend to admit Mr. Parks's redacted statement. Is that correct? Because we haven't navigated, I think I heard from Mr. Menendez that he thought more things should be redacted. And he's the one who ought to be concerned because they would be references to a second person or another person who's not G. And I just want to make sure we iron all that out before you play it. You're going to be able to play it. We just need to navigate that. Is that this afternoon?
I think we were planning on that for Monday.
Okay.
So let me powwow with my investigator and see where we are on witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Menendez will have time to review things. We certainly want to get that part.
Okay. Excellent. Mr. Menendez, anything before we break?
Yes, Judge, just briefly, I wanted to make a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. I had previously asked to be severed from the co-defendant because I was worried that exactly what might happen would happen. So I didn't ask any more questions. Everything was fine. And then the co-defendant's attorney got up, asked a leading question of the witness, asked her,
the co-defendant who was doing cross-examination asked a leading question.
Yes, Judge,
okay.
That's exactly what's so unfair about this, because had I gone to trial with just me in the state like usual, we wouldn't get to ask an incriminating question in a leading way like that. When the state asked, when did you first see Mr. Phillips with a gun? She said, up the street. And that's, I think, because of the rules of evidence, that's why they're designed. That's a more reliable answer because it's open-ended. But when she was asked this quick leading question by the co-defendant's attorney, where he said, and that's when Woe and Hot fired back. And she was like, yeah. And so now the jury got to hear this question, this answer they would have never heard to a question that would have never been posed that way. I would have never asked that. And the state wouldn't have been allowed to ask it that way. And now there's evidence in the case that Woe fired back.
Okay.
So I just asked for a mistrial and a dismissal with prejudice. So it can't be retried because we want to try it with this jury.
Understood. Denied.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rowe, anything else?
Judge, I wanted to ask you officially.
Actually, let me pause for a second. One, I think the jury is going to see other evidence that your client fired a gun, and it won't be this comment in passing from this witness. It sounds like there's going to be video evidence that your client fired a gun. You're somehow suppressing the video that shows your client shooting the gun?
Well, no, not at the time when the co-defense attorney asked, but he said,
Stop. Will this jury see video evidence of your client firing a gun?
not in the driveway where the question was asked. No.
Oh, all right. Well, I think you're misconstruing what the testimony was about a gun being fired in the driveway as opposed to out in the street. You'll be free to argue what you want to argue at the appropriate time. Do you want me, this is the reason why I bet back to the denial of your motion, give the jury any curative instruction? I don't know what it would be because it was a legitimate question. I understand the tension created when there are two defense attorneys. There's nothing abnormal. She said the normal way where there's only one defendant. Nothing abnormal about trying co-defendants together. Happens all the time, and it's happening here. So there's nothing abnormal. I also want to make clear there was nothing improper about Mr. Rowe's question. Not that you said that, but I don't want the record to be in any way murky that Mr. Rowe did a fast one. He asked a question that he was entitled to ask. I understand why you didn't object. And it elicited some testimony from this witness that you are construing in the worst possible light for your client. I don't remember her testimony being the same as what you're saying, but you've preserved it. You've moved for a mistrial. I understand you want this jury, and this is the jury you have, and it's a jury you still have. Why don't you think over lunch if there's anything you'd want me to say to the jury about it? But there wasn't, and you didn't say this, there wasn't something the state did that was incorrect or that Mr. Rowe did. It just has, in your mind, put your client in a complicated situation. I don't see it that way, but you've articulated it and preserved that concern. But I didn't mean to so quickly move on to Mr. Rowe. If there is a remedy short of a mistrial with prejudice that you can think of, I'm happy to consider that to talk with the jury. I don't think of one because it's not the usual. You need to disregard what was said, which sometimes is even worse because it calls their attention back to it. But I don't think they need to disregard what was said for two reasons. Proper question, but two, I understand how you're spinning it. I don't know that that's exactly what that witness said.
Yeah, just to perfect it. That question was about the driveway. I didn't know there was no testimony previously from the state's open-ended questions that she fired back. And that was a terrible choice of vocabulary. I didn't mean normal, but in the traditional sense, no one besides you is allowed to ask, as the defense attorney, is allowed to ask a leading question. And now here I am, and this isn't true in every co-defendant trial, but there's been an instance of unfairness here. Now here I am having to sit and watch a third prosecutor in the room ask a question in the form that a prosecutor would never be able to ask it, and then elicit an incriminating response from a question that I would have never asked. And so now this trial, not every co-defendant trial is like this, but in that moment, this co-defendant trial became fundamentally unfair under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments. So I just wanted to preserve that.
Noted. All right. I think we're done. You all should please get out of the way because I need to take a plea in a different case with an inmate.
Judge, I was just going to say briefly, I want to join in on the motion regarding allowing the recorded statement of Ms. Blakely based on her unavailability and based on the new information that I provided to the court regarding the statement provided to us from the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, I need you to be clear. Which motion, Mr. Menendez? I've lost track of the number of motions he's made.
The motion regarding due to the unavailability of Ms. Blakely to allow a recording of her interview that she gave to Atlanta Police Department.
Well, that's not his motion. His motion is to have a recording that his client's mother allegedly made of Ms. Blakeney, supposedly Ms. Blakeney, given at a time and date, I don't know.
Right.
You want that to come in, or your motion is a parallel but different one? You think Ms. Blakeney's recorded audio, video, date, timestamp interview with Atlanta police should be allowed to be played because of her alleged unavailability?
Yes, I can make a brand new motion regarding that.
Well, you can make any motion you want, but if you say join, the one you'd be joining is to get in this recording that, as best I can tell, Mr. Phillips's mom made. Don't even know if Ms. Blakely knew she was being recorded, as opposed to the police interview.
Okay,
Which is the one you want?
yeah, I'm not joining in on that motion.
Okay.
I'm just making another motion as far as the statement that the state gave in discovery.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
I have the recording that Your Honor requested of the Blakeney, and to proffer, there would be a timestamp in the recording that Ms. Gates made, because it was on her phone and it has the time and date information on the phone.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's preserved in this as a non-native copy, but.
All right. Thank you. Now I'm going to repeat. Please get out of here.
All right. Does the court have an objection if I just stay, let's stay out of the way? Who are you and me going?
You and Ms. Willingham negotiate that. You're on the same team. Ms. Willingham is taking the plea. So I don't mind if you stay. You just need to give Ms. Willingham. Oh, she's right there. All right. Great.
Hello, Judge.
Hello, Ms. Wood.
I'm so happy to see you.
How goes 1D?
I regret everything. And I miss this courtroom. This is a terrible angle.
We had to move it. It was somehow only picking up one defendant and not everyone else. And let's do this. There we go. Now that the jury's gone.
Thank you.
Oh, he's downstairs? Okay. I'm gonna be back in about 3 minutes. Mr. White is downstairs.
That's fine. I will be.
So you guys get situated. Do you have a bunch of folks online, which is great?
Yes.
But you've got everyone you need?
Yes.
Okay, and similarly, there may be some of the same people online.
I think they're all
Okay.
here as well.
I read all the letters that you provided.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
How are you, Ms. Rivers? Same. Same.
Well, at least we saved you this one.
Yeah. Desmond, I saw your email about Mr. Wright, Dontavius, and then I don't remember what her answer was, but.
That selection would be 12-9.
Okay,
So I'm probably gonna punt it
Okay.
because I am specially set for one that I've been trying to get tried for a little more than a year.
that's fine.
So I'm gonna probably punt it to somebody else. I mean, we can still talk if
Yeah.
there's something you're asking for, but it'll probably punt to one
Okay.
of my colleagues.
That's fine. Thank you.
And did you see that I sent the motion for them to be separate?
Yes.
Okay.
And we conflicted off about
I
what's
figured.
what's his last name? The other guy?
Star.
Yes. So that's been submitted. and
Yes,
everything.
okay.
So thanks for telling me about that.
Lacey, y'all finally got a jury?
What'd you say?
Do you finally have a jury?
Oh, at, 10:30 this morning.
I heard, yeah, I heard. It was like 2 people left. Yeah, I heard. I heard.
And it was already past 5. So it was like. So anyway.
I know, I always thought. It's almost not. But this is too much. Like I'm stopping all our homes, stay. Hey. I like to
Thank you. Perfect timing. All right. It's like I knew you were coming. Before they bring Mr. White out, I want to welcome everyone here. This is going to be a very difficult conversation we have. If for some reason it's going to be hard for you to maintain composure, all I'd ask you to do is step outside. It's fine to step outside. What's not okay is if there are any outbursts. Outbursts are okay. I want to be clear. This is a very difficult situation. But if you feel something coming on, if you just step outside, I appreciate that. Thank you.
How are you? Okay. Oh, sign right here. Thank you.
No, I haven't signed it yet.
Oh, that's just.
Oh, this is just.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Thank you. All right. Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go on the record in 24 SC 001491. This is State versus Michael White. Hello, Mr. White. Mr. White, I'm Judge McBurney. I know we've met before. You're going to need to speak up more when you're answering. Most of the questions are going to come from Ms. Willingham, but Ms. Rivers, seated directly in front of me, is going to need to hear everything you say so she can make a record of this, okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So project. Mr. White, you're represented by Ms. Wood, who's with you right now. Ms. Willingham represents the state in this case. And my understanding is that you are prepared to enter a plea in your case. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes,
All
yes.
right. Ms. Wood, is this a negotiated or non-negotiated plea?
Negotiated, Judge.
All right. Mr. White, in just a moment, Ms. Willingham will put you under oath. Once you're under oath, it's important that you answer all her questions truthfully and completely. It is just as important that if you've got a question or someone says something that doesn't make sense or is not going the way you and Ms. Wood thought it would go, that you let her know or you let me know so we can address that. Will you do that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Ms. Willingham, when you're ready.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Please state your name and your age.
Michael Giovanni White, 45.
Are you now under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
Melatonin they gave me for the sleep.
And does that have any impact on your ability to understand the proceedings this
No.
afternoon?
No.
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Can you read and write in the English language?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the document that charges you in this case?
Yes.
Do you fully understand the nature of the charges pending against you?
Yes.
By pleading guilty today, you're giving up certain rights. The right to a trial by jury, the right to be presumed innocent, the right to confront any witnesses that may testify against you, the right to subpoena any witnesses for your defense, the right to testify yourself and to offer any other evidence in your defense, the right to have an attorney to assist you throughout the trial proceedings, and the right to not incriminate yourself. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you were to plead not guilty if you were to plead not guilty or remain silent and enter no plea at all, the state would be required to have a trial on these charges by jury?
Yes.
The negotiation in this case is that you would be entering a plea of guilty to each charge on this indictment as charged. You would be receiving a sentence of life as to count 1. Count 2 would vacate as a matter of law. Count 3 would merge into count 1. As to count 4, you would receive a sentence of 12 months to serve, and that would be concurrent with count 1. As to count 5, you would receive a sentence of serve 20 years, and that would run concurrent to count 1. And as to count 6, you would receive a 5-year suspended sentence consecutive to count 1 as an operation of law. Is that what was explained to you?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. I need to pull the indictment back up to read the charges off. Mr. White, you are charged with murder, felony murder, both having minimums of life, maximums of life without the possibility of parole, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which has a minimum of 3 years and a maximum of 20 years, obstructing or hindering a person from making an emergency telephone call, which has a minimum of 1 day and a maximum of 12 months. Cruelty to children in the first degree, which has a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 20. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which has a mandatory 5-year consecutive sentence. As discussed, the overall sentence in this case would be life. You heard me tell the court what the negotiation is in this case, which is a life sentence. Do you understand the court is not required to follow that recommendation, but can sentence you up to the maximum sentence permitted by law?
So this is negotiated. She's just letting you know that Judge McBurney could, if he wanted to, go above it. If that were to happen, you and I would step back and talk about it, but I don't think he's gonna accept the negotiation. It is. She's letting you know the maximum you could get is without possibility of parole, but the negotiation is like with the possibility of parole. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you understand, however, that if the court does not accept this negotiation, you have a right to withdraw your guilty plea today?
Yes, I know now. I didn't know that.
Do you further?
I say yes, I know. I didn't know at first.
Sorry. Do you further understand that should you decide to withdraw your guilty plea, that the state's offer of life with the possibility of parole would be revoked today, and we would be seeking life without the possibility of parole even before a jury is picked if this case does not plea today?
Yes, I understand.
Should the court sentence include a period of probation, you will be required to obey both general conditions of probation and special conditions of probation. In this instance, there would be no probation as this is a life sentence. Are you entering your plea of guilty with an understanding of everything we just talked about?
Yes.
Has anyone used any force, threats, or promises which cause you to plead guilty against your will?
No.
Are you satisfied with what your lawyer has done for you in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any more questions for your lawyer before we go on?
Any more questions for me?
Yeah.
So she has to make sure you understand that it's the maximum available under the law. So if we were to not make it through the plea today and we went to trial, that would be the maximum. And that's what she would be asking the judge to sentence you to. The negotiation is life with the possibility of parole. She just has to go over the minimums and the maximums, okay?
Okay.
Is that your only question?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good.
I'm fine.
Have you understood everything I have asked you so far?
Yes.
Understanding all of your rights, do you wish to enter a plea to these charges today?
Yes.
Is your decision to plead guilty made freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did you in fact commit the offenses to which you are pleading guilty?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
If you wish to challenge this plea for legal error, you have one of two ways to do it. Your lawyer can explain what these ways are and how they work, but I must advise you of some time limits. The first way is a direct appeal. You have 30 days from the date the sentence is entered to file this appeal. The second way is a habeas corpus petition. You have 4 years from the date the sentence is entered for felony offenses and 12 months from the date the sentence is entered for misdemeanor offenses. Do you understand these time limits?
Yes.
Do you understand? There's no probation. Your Honor, should this case proceed to trial, the state would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on January 19th, 2024, at approximately 2023 hours, Michael White fatally shot his wife, Latia Wiggins, 9 times in the torso, 5 of which entered through her back in the kitchen of their marital residence located at 2177 Capella Circle Southwest in the city of South Fulton in Fulton County, Georgia. Latia called her sister, Petite Wiggins, minutes prior to the shooting to complain about White's drunken ramblings and the marital discord caused by the same. Wiggins explained to the lead detective, D. Thomas, that Latia asked her to pick up the party's minor child, AW, so she would not bear witness to her father's behavior. Unfortunately, Ms. Wiggins did not make it there in time before the defendant ultimately shot and killed Ms. Latia Wiggins. The minor child, AW, was forensically interviewed, and during that interview, she explained that she saw daddy shoot mommy. She stated that mommy placed her on the kitchen counter and then daddy shot her and mommy fell. She described the way that her mother fell. Your Honor, when Ms. Patique Wiggins got to the home, she approached the defendant through the garage door and he told her not to come in starting that stuff. It was already too late. He proceeded to take her phone and smash it. She asked if she could just at least go in and get her niece. She was able to go in and she had to step over her sister's body as her sister laid on the floor dying. When officers arrived to the home, they had a short stand, or they had about a 20 to 30 minute standoff with the defendant, at which time he was attempting to commit suicide. When officers were finally able to get him to move from the area in the kitchen into the garage, they were finally able to get to Miss Wiggins, who was on the floor. She was not yet deceased, so unfortunately, we will never know if being able to render aid to her earlier could have saved her life. Your Honor, I have a few members of the family that would like to speak. I know Miss Rochelle Wiggins is on the Zoom. That is Miss Latia's mother. And I know that her best friend, Ashley, I'll let Ashley give her last name, will also speak. And I'm not sure if Miss Patique Wiggins will speak. She'll decide once her mom and Ashley have spoken.
Okay, is there an order in which people would prefer to go?
I'll let Ashley go first.
Okay.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Ashley Buford.
Can you spell your last name?
B-U-F-O-R-D.
Okay, like the town.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. Tell me your connection, please, to the family.
Tia and I were roommates at Tennessee State University. After college, she came to my hometown of Alabama to attend nursing school. She stayed with me for a brief time and lived with my mom throughout her tenure of nursing school in Alabama.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay. Yes.
And take your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Today, I stand as an advocate for my sister and friend who was silenced by you, Michael White, her husband, who she loved with every fiber in her. Latia was stolen from her 3-year-old daughter, Autumn. Mother, siblings, family, friends, and even the countless patients she served while doing what she loved, being a registered nurse. It saddens me deeply that her life was taken in such a tragic way in her safe place by someone who vowed to always protect her. The hardest part for me, and I think everyone that loved and knew that infectious smile, was the fear and the hurt that she must have felt in the moments when she was faced with death at the hands of you. Michael, I pray for you. And I sincerely hope that you learn to open up to God and allow him to fill the voice in your heart that only he can. I remain very confident that my friend deeply loved you. That I know. Love yourself by getting the adequate help that you need. I forgive you because vengeance is mine, says the Lord, and God is love. I too pray that you forgive yourself and turn to God. Be the man that Latia thought she married and pick up the pieces and try to find beauty in the ashes. Although you may feel that your life is over due to your physical confinement, you unfortunately unalive Latia, and she won't be as privileged as you are even today. I will do everything in my power I can to keep telling Latia's story because she didn't deserve what happened to her. You, her husband, did it. Even in this, God is still good and will get all the glory. What the enemy meant for evil, God meant it for good. Latia, we will forever love and cherish the time we spent with you. You can rest, my love. On today, a bit of justice has been served. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Buford. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Rochelle.
There's a Mrs. Wiggins. Do you think
Yes,
that's who it is?
that's her.
Okay, Mrs. Wiggins, if you could unmute and turn your video on, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
If you could share your name for the record, and then I'd like for you to share with me, please, what you want to.
Yes, I first want to thank you, Honorable McBurney, for allowing me to speak and be a part of this hearing through Zoom. I am Rochelle Wiggins, mother of the late Latia Arian Wiggins White and grandmother of Autumn and Dylan. I reside in Cleveland, Ohio, and have been a widow for 34 years, raising my 4 children in adulthood. This is one of the hardest things I've had to do since the murder of my daughter. It is incredible difficulty, heartbreaking, and sad, for I discovered that grieving is like taking a journey towards an unknown destination against your will. I feel alone and abandoned because my daughter called me every morning and evening on her way home from work. My life will never be the same. It's hard to sleep, and sometimes the quiet is overwhelming. My ability to move forward is causing stress, hurt, unbearable pain, and impacting my medical conditions. I have been hospitalized twice since Latia's death. I am furious and outraged, resentful and sad of this senseless murder. There are days I put on a mask and pretend everything is okay. When you lose someone you love, it seems unfair. The sun is still not shining because the light in your world has gone out and can never be rekindled. I hurt so bad when I see and hear my granddaughter Autumn talk about her mom and dad. Autumn cries and acts out sometimes, saying, "I miss my mommy." She sometimes whispers in your ear, "I have a secret. Daddy shot mommy." I ask myself, what caused you to shoot Latia 9 times and let Autumn witness and experience this tragedy? This tragedy has impacted her for the rest of her life. She has been in counseling as well as my oldest daughter, Petite. He threatened Petite with the gun as she went in the house to get Autumn. Autumn's memory of her mom and the special love they had brings tears to my eyes. Latia was killed 2 days before Autumn's 3rd birthday party. Autumn has her mom's personality and is very smart. My daughter adored her children and loved them dearly. Latia took a year off of work after the passing of her son, Dylan, who was 2 months old. Latia embraced life. She was an RN working in intensive care, trauma, and training for cardiac. She was president of Autumn's daycare. She loved working with children, and especially doing activities like swimming, gymnastics, reading books at night to Autumn. How could you do this, Michael, to someone you claim to love and the mother of your children? I live by these 2 sayings daily. My God has given me strength to hold on and be strong for my other grandchildren. Trust in the Lord and lean not to thine own understanding, and always acknowledge him, and he will direct that path. Proverbs 3, 5, 6. Tia, mommy, miss you. I don't understand. Please, Michael, have it in your heart to tell us why. Tell us why. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to.
Mrs. Wiggins, you're very welcome, and I appreciate you sharing this. And I can't imagine what you and your family are going through, but I appreciate you taking time to be here so that I could hear from you.
The last person, I know that Ms. Petite was debating on whether she wanted to speak, so I'll look to her to see if she's decided to speak or not.
It is not required, but if it's something that you want to share, this is definitely a time for you.
And I would ask that make sure you spell your name for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Petite Wiggins. That's spelled P as in Peter, Etiquue, Wiggins, Wiggins. I'd first like to say that I was really contemplating, as ADA has said, whether I was going to speak or not, for the simple fact that the damage has been done. And at this point, there's not much that I can do to bring my sister back. But my trauma lives on, as well as Autumn's. It's been 245 days since I last spoke with my best friend, since I heard her voice, since I saw her smile, since I witnessed her kind heart. She loved everyone around her, even her patients. She was always the one to give you some tough love and tell you about yourself. She would laugh and always make a joke. When she entered the room, her presence just filled up the room. My sister was a force to be reckoned with. I constantly replay that night over and over in my mind about what she said when she called me. And she told me to come get my niece. She didn't say, come help me, I'm in trouble, something's going on. She said, come get my niece, which in turn told me that she wanted me just to get my niece because she was trying to have that tough conversation with Michael. They had already separated. So the last thing that she said, a couple things she said was, why are you so angry, Michael? I don't understand. And you need to have control of your emotions. Well, here we are. Everything she said was true. She told you tough love like she told all of us before. But instead of getting the help, you chose to do the cowardly thing and pick up a gun. Instead of having the conversation, here we are in the middle of a Lifetime movie. I don't understand it. I don't. But of all the trauma you talked about that your parents inflicted on you and all the pain, you have inflicted that same trauma on your daughter in a different way. So now we have to pick up the pieces. And I vow now this day that we will not let her repeat this same cycle. She will not live in constant horror and terror, but I will do everything in my power to make sure that this baby is okay. That's all I have to say. I have nothing else to say to you right now. So that's it, Your Honor.
Ms. Wiggins, Autumn lives with whom now?
She lives with me. I'm her guardian.
Thank you. And is that in the Georgia area or are you in another state?
No, I'm in the Fulton County area.
Okay. Mm-hmm. This is going to seem like an odd question because the answer is partly, it's exceedingly difficult for her, but how is she doing? Is she able to go to daycare or interact with kids her age, or is she in just a dark space always?
No, she does go to daycare. She interacts with the children there. The teachers at her school are absolutely wonderful. As my mother stated, she was the PTA president, so they absolutely loved her. That school is definitely a family. She is in therapy, and she constantly says multiple times a day, I miss mommy, I want mommy. So, she has her moments. And, she, as my mother said, she'll whisper in your ear, or sometimes she'll just come out the blue and say, Daddy shot mommy. The latest thing she says is, Daddy shot mommy, and you don't need to shoot people because it hurts people. So she's clear of that, but she's processing like all of us, you know, but she does definitely she misses mommy at least 3 times a day, every day.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments and for being there for Autumn.
Thank you.
Ms. Willingham, anything else?
Judge, the last thing I guess I would just add is that, as Your Honor knows, this is a case where the defendant is not a recidivist. So I know that had we not proceeded with a negotiated plea, that the court could have still given him life. The main reason that this case, unlike many of the other cases with the state where we leave the life offer open until jury selection, is actually because of Autumn. The state had to prepare Autumn for a trial, and although she's able to talk about it, I recognize that she's gone through quite a bit of healing to get to where she's at. So for that reason, we would have been revoking this life offer if there was no plea today.
Okay. Let me get a little input. We've got someone from pretrial on the call. If you wouldn't mind letting me know if you have any criminal history information for Mr. White.
This defendant has only 2 arrest cycles in Georgia beginning in 2007. No felony convictions or anything to report.
Okay. No arrest cycles anywhere else. It's just the 2 happen to be here in Georgia.
Yes, Your Honor.
Got it. Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Appreciate it. Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to point out, we'll start by pointing out there are 3 things that
I'm going to pause you 1 second. You didn't do anything wrong. I got a note that there's a question, a member from the school can speak. I don't know if that means the school to which Autumn goes or the nursing school or Tennessee State. And I don't mean to run your show for you, but you might not have seen it. Someone named Mink Dutch says, is there a way someone from the school can speak? And the answer is, of course, if that's consistent with your presentation. And Petite Wiggins just raised her hand.
I'm sorry, that's from Autumn School.
Yeah, and then this person has just cleared, the school director is in fact Mink Dutch. I don't have a problem with that.
I was just gonna say, so if the court doesn't have a problem with it, the state does.
All right, I'm sorry I interrupted you. We will get to you. I don't know if Mink Dutch is male or female, but person Dutch, if Ms. Dutch, you can unmute and turn the camera on.
Hello, greetings, court. This is Miss Minka from Autumn School. I have worked alongside with Miss Latia as well as Mr. Michael this past year. I can definitely state here at school, I know that when the situation first happened, the family tried to keep as much normalcy. Mr. Michael, you should know that during nap time, Autumn was unable to sleep as she was scared and terrified. She asked us where her mother was. Her mother was laying down. Her mother was in the hospital. She also informed us of what had transpired. And the first thing she said when she woke up on the first day of her returning is that daddy shot mommy. If you are unaware or you don't have any consciousness of the trauma you have caused this child and the changes you have made in her life and how you have completely thrown this child into a spiral, you know how close and as much as Miss Latia has done for this school and as hard as she has went and being consistent and trying to provide a better environment for her child, for you to just rip that. And when you came and sat in this school on committed that action, I feel your energy. And I asked you, okay, numerous conversations, we could have talked. This was definitely, your action has affected us deeply, deeply. And if you don't care about anything, your child is affected. She's aware of your actions and how this has affected all of us as well as herself. Right? We try our hardest to assist the family with providing
Ms. Dutch, you're breaking up a little bit.
me. Like, please hug my, because can you hear me?
I can hear you if you want to. It's not coming through real well. We got a whole bunch of it and then you froze up and we're just getting a few words here and there. But I will tell you, your message has been received loudly and clearly. And it's very helpful to get the perspective of someone who's been a long-term caregiver from the support system that your school presents. Okay. Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to start by highlighting three things in this case that set this apart from most of the capital cases that we have in this courtroom. First, that he has very little criminal record. Second, that he does have family support, and there are a couple of family members on the Zoom that also would like to speak on his behalf. And third, Judge, that he is here accepting responsibility short of trial. The deciding factor is that he did want to stand before this court and accept responsibility, and he wanted to spare Autumn and the rest of the family the grueling trauma of reopening these wounds and having this all aired out in front of the jury. And so I just do want to put that out there, Judge. From just a few days after the incident, he did give a statement to the officers. He was remorseful and he was cooperative. And I want that to be noted as well, Judge. There is no excuse for this, and there are no winners here. This is a unfortunate but serious example of how generational trauma and how hurt people can hurt people if they don't get the help they need. And unfortunately, Mr. White is going to have to live with that every single day for the rest of his life. He had suffered in 2009 the loss of an infant daughter. In 2019, he lost his mother. In 2021, he lost his father. And then in 2022, he lost another infant child. Processing these losses with alcohol is never the answer, but that is unfortunately how Mr. White chose to deal with his trauma, Judge. And he is going to tell you that alcohol and guns don't mix, as we all see. He deeply regrets this incident. He will never get over it. He wishes he could go back in time and change it. Deeply sorry. He is praying for forgiveness, I know, from God and also from the family. And he truly, truly, truly just wants the best for Autumn, Judge. And so that was a huge deciding factor in standing here and accepting responsibility and accepting the state's offer. He's 45 years old. He's originally from Mississippi. He's lived here for 20 years. He's a high school graduate. He owned his own trucking business before this incident. And as you saw from the letters that I shared, he was active and involved in church, which is another thing that sets him apart from a lot of my clients, Judge. And so we are here today hoping that you will accept the state's recommendation and that this closure of this case will begin the process of healing and closure, and maybe someday later down the road that his family might have some sort of semblance of a relationship with Autumn, Judge. And if Mr. White would like to address the court, I will let him do that now. And then, of course, he has a family member on Zoom.
And we can do that in whatever order he wants. If there's something you want to share, Mr. White, and you may have things you want other people to hear, but you need to be looking at me while you talk. And so other people are listening, I promise you that. But if you'd like to go after I hear from the family members, that's really up to you and Ms. Wood.
I can go now.
You're going to go now? Okay. Well, tell me what you'd like to tell me.
First of all, I just want to say I'm deeply torn up for what I've done. There's no excuse. I love my wife, still do, and I miss her. I love my daughter. I love all my kids, even the ones that gone. I miss them. we even had a miscarriage before Autumn, so that still bothers me too. So deeply sorry for my action. Sorry to hurt the Wiggins family, and my family, friends, myself, this court. Like I said, if I had the opportunity to go back and do everything different, it would be different. Be different. I don't know. I just like I tell me with alcohol don't mix with anything. Any drug don't mix with anything. I don't care what it is. Alcohol, weed, whatever, prescription pills. That's why I'm trying not to take the pills they giving me now because they tell me I need to sleep, but I don't sleep. My body's on fire, like I'm in fire. And just every day I think about it for the last 8 months. Every minute, every second, and praying, asking God for forgiveness. Just the thing that kind of like keep me up is knowing that Autumn is okay. That I know they're gonna take good care of her. And I should just play everything back over my head. I should have just left. Should have just left. Should have just left. Should have left a long time ago. But my dad always told me never run out on your family. So I'm just trying to work and do the right thing. And I realized I really hadn't had time to grieve any depths in my life because I had to work. Had to work. Should have just left. And I'm sorry. I know they don't make things right. But I ask God for forgiveness. I ask one day, it won't be the day tomorrow, next year, 10 years from now. Just have me find some way in their heart to forgive me. Ask my family to find some way to forgive me because they're not happy with this either. And I'm not happy either. I'm 44 years old and never been in trouble. And I don't even know. Don't even know. I really been sitting there trying to figure out why to myself. Like, I don't even know. Like everything just went pitch black dark. I don't even know. Like I say, the officers on the floor, they know, they get me out the cut half, just to keep me from losing it. I'm gonna come out the cell, I'll listen, talk to her, cut half, take a shower, go back in. I don't, sometimes I wish it was me. And then everybody be happy.
I don't know about that, but
That's how I feel.
I understand that feeling.
That's how I feel though.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. White. Who do we have on Zoom who we should hear from?
Sheila White, Judge.
Ms. White, if you're on, if you don't mind unmuting and turning your camera on. All right. Hello, Ms. White. If you could tell me how you're connected to Mr. White and then what you want to share.
Good afternoon. I am Michael's oldest and only sister, Sheila White.
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. First of all, I make no excuse for the tragedy that has taken place. I just like the court to know that despite the circumstances that my brother and my nephew and I, along with other family members and childhood friends, have been standing by Michael, trying to support him to the best of our ability. We would have been at the trial today and previous trials, but however, due to very, very short notices, and we live in Mississippi, it was next to impossible to ask for time off. Also, I have attended each Zoom meeting, but was not acknowledged. Secondly, I would just like to use this opportunity to apologize to the court and especially to the Wiggins family. on my brother's behalf. At the same time, everybody knows, and everybody that knows Michael know that this is not typical behavior for him. We're from Natchez, Mississippi, a little community called Cannonsburg, Mississippi, where everybody knows everybody. They might have spent the night at everybody's house, ate at that house. And when everybody learned of the tragedy that had taken place, they were in total shock and disbelief, saying that this is not Michael. What could have happened? Something had to, transpire. But no one actually knows what happened. But Michael, Tia, and unfortunately, my little niece, Autumn, who I called Tootie, and the good Lord. Upon learning of the tragedy that had taken place, I instantly broke down and cried. Everybody was calling, trying to make sense of it. We couldn't get in touch with Michael. The incident took place on January 19th. I didn't get in touch with my brother until February 12th. I called the jail. Everybody called the jail several times all night, day. Nobody would tell us anything until I finally had to call customer service for securities or whatever in order to set up a visitation to get some type of connection with him. And since then, I've been having connection with him. I've talked to him on a regular basis. I would like hearing from him, but I didn't want to hear from him because all he did was cry and ask if Peanut, which he referred to Autumn, is Peanut all right? I explained to him that I had a conversation with his mother-in-law, and she explained to my brother, and I had conversation with his mother-in-law, and she explained to us that we would never see Autumn again. I don't know, and I didn't want to push the issue, didn't want to make things harder for him in his case or harass the family. So my brother and I, we just said it's best that we just back off until everything, become, I'm not going to say normal, but acceptable. And hopefully that the family would allow us to have some type of interaction with Autumn. It is my hope and prayer that she grows up to be a decent, intelligent young lady and to always remember her mom and her dad and to find her own understanding as to why everything took place and to forgive her father because he truly loves her and would give anything for her. This is the primary reason why he decided to go ahead on and accept the plea because he did not want to put her through that anymore. Because it's hard on me, and I know it's especially hard on her. To the Wiggins family, I just ask that you all will find it in your heart one day. I know it won't be anytime soon to forgive my brother for his actions. To forgive my brother for his action and hope that he can establish some type of relationship from behind bars with his only child. As you all know, for the period of time that you have known Michael, you all know that this is not Michael's behavior. Michael was always the life of the party, smiling, joking, laughing, trying to keep everybody entertained, per se. I even had that conversation with Mrs. Rochelle Wiggins. I don't know what actually took place, but with my conversations with Michael, I would call him, try and call him and keep in touch with him or whatever, but I could tell that something was going on. But in our family, we were raised that whatever goes on in the house stays in the house. And I didn't want to pry, I didn't want to be the meddling sister or sister-in-law. And because I'm unmarried or whatever. Nobody likes to take advice from an unmarried person. So, but I talked with Michael and I told him that he was welcome to come home to my home in Mississippi, and that he would probably have to share a room with Champ, which is his great nephew, which he probably wouldn't. My nephew wouldn't even sleep in the room, but he was welcome to come home. But he insisted on staying and making things work out, and I couldn't do anything but accept and respect that. That is what he seen my mom and dad do. However, like I said, this tragedy has impacted everyone involved. My oldest brother, he works in corrections as well, so it's difficult for him to be on and participate. But and my nephew, he's on the road driving trucks, but I think he's on. I'm not sure. I did send him the link. His best friend, Mr. Oliver, may be on, and a close childhood friend that he attended school with, Miss Shantae Kelly, if she would like to say anything. But like I said, it was very short notice. We were unable to get there, and I'm not sure if they were able to take a lunch break around this Zoom.
So a couple things. One, the short notice is on me. I was notified that there was an opportunity for Mr. White to do what he's doing today, which is accept responsibility and avoid the very high likelihood of a life without parole sentence. I'm in the middle of a 2-defendant murder trial right now. This was the only window I could find. And fortunately, Ms. Wood was able to step away from a trial she's in. We were able to get Ms. Willingham. So I'm sorry if it was short notice, but it's important that we heard from you. I'm going to ask Ms. Wood if there's anyone else who wants to speak. I don't want to open this up to just anyone. I've heard a lot, and I think it's important that we get closure to this event. Ms. Wood, was there anyone else who had contacted you or you had reached out to who wanted to be heard on behalf of Mr. White? Let me add this before you answer. I did receive several letters from people who were writing in support of Mr. White, not in support of what happened was okay, nothing like that at all, but there were character references to help me understand, as there is in every case, there is something more to this human, this person, than the awful, inexcusable things that happened on January 19th of this year. And it's important to hear that. And I've heard that from Ms. White right now. So Ms. White, I very much appreciate you sharing what you shared. Anything else, Ms. Wood?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you.
All right. My turn. Mr. White, did you sign this plea of guilty form? It has a whole bunch of places where you put a check mark acknowledging you understand what your rights are, et cetera. And on the 4th page, it looks like your signature. Is this something you signed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Wood, you went over this form with Mr. White and you signed it on page 5.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. White, I will never understand what happened in this case. I mean, the facts I get, but the why, I don't recognize your kind of love. I hear you say the words, I love Autumn, I still love my wife. That doesn't translate into shooting your wife 9 times in front of Autumn. And I'm not lecturing you. You bear the burden of what you did, more so than anyone else except Autumn. But you know this from what you've been through. The number one risk factor for kids' development, are they going to live a healthy, emotionally, mentally, and physically healthy life, is trauma. And trauma can be, they got picked on in school. Trauma could be, they lost a loved one. They didn't see it happen, but they lost a sibling or a parent. And then there's capital T trauma. And that's what you did to Autumn. And so it is my hope that every time Autumn thinks about it, you've thought about it 10 times, because we can't fix that. Autumn will be surrounded by people who care about her deeply, and they will protect her in a way that you didn't, but they can't heal that scar. It is a permanent scar. It's on the inside. If I met Autumn, I wouldn't know unless someone said, hey, that's the little girl who, and then I'd know. And no amount of prayer, forgiveness, whatever you do can fix that. My hope is that Autumn ends up okay. And she's got people who are going to work real hard to make that happen. But what you did is obviously criminal and inexcusable. And that needs to be a burden that you bear forever. I'm going to follow the recommendation, and I'll sentence you in a minute, but it's important that everyone understand you'll be 75 years old when you get out. Autumn will be in her 30s. She'll be in a position to decide all by herself if she wants to have anything to do with you at all. That's a bridge for her to cross. You're going to leave her alone during those 30 years. And if she wants to have contact with you, she can write you a letter. If I get evidence that you're reaching out to her through family members, that you're writing things to her, I'm going to let the Department of Corrections know that. You're welcome to send something to family members to say, I'd like Autumn to get this. And those family members can talk to the people who are taking care of Autumn, and they can decide before Autumn turns 18 if that's an okay thing for Autumn. But I'm telling you right now, you don't try to reach out to her indirectly or send something. That's not okay unless she makes that outreach before she's 18, and that would be through her guardians. And that would be an important choice for her to make. Mr. White, I'm sentencing you on count 1 to life with the possibility of parole. I think that is a reasonable sentence. It's not the sentence that I would pick, but I respect very much Ms. Willingham's work and her observation, and Ms. Wood's work and her observation that the last card you had left to play for Autumn, you've played, and that's to not require her to take the stand. And she actually wouldn't have come to court. She would have testified remotely. You'd be able to see her on the screen, but she wouldn't see you. But she doesn't have to go through that. She doesn't have to sit down with the prosecutor and talk about what happened. She's going to process this on her own terms and not on the criminal justice system's terms. And so for that, I'll say thank you for playing that card. It earned you some liberty if you make it to 75 in the Department of Corrections, but it protected Autumn in a way that you so failed in January of this year. Life with the possibility of parole on count 1. Count 2 is vacated by operation of law. Count 3 merges into count 1. Count 4 is 12 months to serve. That will run concurrently with count 1. Count 5 is 20 years to serve. That'll run concurrently with count 1. And count 6 has to be 5 years. It has to be consecutive to count 1, but I will suspend it as the state has recommended and as your lawyer has very effectively negotiated on your behalf. That's still an awful sentence. So I don't feel like you're being under penalized, but a life without parole sentence would have fit you real nicely for what you did to your wife and to your daughter. But this is how we're sorting this out. And I'll say this, every life deserves saving. You have hope, because if you make it to 75, you're out. And you have family that loves you. You have friends that care about you. They will help sustain you over the next 29 years and some months. And should you get out, they'll be there for you. And miracles happen. It may be that Autumn wants you to be present in some way in her life when you get out. Again, a decision for her to make and not for you. You'll get credit for all the time you've been in custody. And I think that's it. We have a probation officer on the call, but you aren't getting any probation in this case. Ms. Willingham, may someone from my office sign the indictment on your behalf?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Wood?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. White, what we do now is electronically sign the indictments indicating guilty pleas. Is it okay if someone from my office electronically signs your name indicating your guilty plea?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions about anything we've discussed this afternoon?
No.
Okay, well, I find that your plea is knowing and voluntary, and that there's a factual basis for your plea as well. So I'm accepting it on a legal ground, but I'm also accepting it for all the reasons that I've described. Okay? Thank you, Ms. Wood. I know you have another place you need to be. We've got Judge Emerson at bay. Thank you, Ms. Willingham. And I want to thank the many, many people who were on this Zoom call, some for Mr. White, most for the Wiggins family. Thank you all for attending, and appreciate victim witness assistance as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. How long do you think the trial's going to last? Not for what poor Judge Emerson said. How is it going to take 4 days?
Judge, I will be shocked if it takes 4
Okay,
days.
and that was the other side's estimate, to be clear, and I understand sources. I just was curious if you had the
But I
same
was
view.
also shocked that we didn't finish jury selection yesterday, so.
But that's a judge thing. So. All right, thank you.
Good to see you, Ms. Rivers.
Come back soon.
Can't wait.
Yeah. I need to give Ms. Rivers a break. Her lunch was in here and not out there. So we'll be back out shortly.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
I meant the defendants, not the.
Northwood, Maddox, then Fall, and then Thorpe. This is going to be our order.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Sorry you didn't get more of a break, but we will, exactly, you get 2 days off tomorrow. Let's go back on the record in State versus Parks and Phillips. It is now in the afternoon on Friday. We're starting a little bit later than I had hoped, but that is because of a different case I was dealing with. Mr. Greiner, anything we need to discuss before you call your next witness?
Just briefly, yesterday when we had Exhibit 2, I had put into evidence to A, B, C, and D, and we have this kind of composite exhibit with 4 different photographs. My colleagues have objected to one of these, which shows the deceased and also the cousin. So I have redone Exhibit 2 to just show 3 photographs of the deceased only, and not the one with the cousin.
If you want, I don't know that I would sustain that objection, but if you want to just avoid it, I'm happy accepting your substitution.
Okay, well, I think the original State's Exhibit 2 is clearer than what I have to present now. It's just that they objected to this cousin being, I would be okay if we just covered that part.
Well, let's make them, I'm going to have them make a record as to what the possible basis for objecting to a photo of the deceased that happens to have another person in it. That's not at all uncommon, but I'll start with you, Mr. Menettis. Tell me, make for the record, please, your objection to States 2, which is a composite of 4 photos of Mr. Arnold, the deceased, one of which has Mr. Arnold and an unknown female in the picture.
Yes, Judge, I understand the state's duty and need to establish proof of life and what that is. I would object under Rule 401 and 403, though, because you can establish proof of life for the other photos which are clearly available, where he's not with a family member in this intimate, affectionate pose and setting, which has the risk of just garnering sympathy, which is not a permissible aspect for the jury to consider. And although the honorable court is going to have a jury charge, I imagine that you're not to consider sympathy. Why even go there when we have all these other pictures that prove the life without adding this sympathetic, emotional component?
Mr. Rowe, anything you want to add?
No, I was just joining that argument. Just, I think it creates non-sympathy to have a loved one deceased. I think just his picture alone is sufficient to establish.
Okay, I will overrule the objection. I don't find that the 4th of the 4 photos that has Mr. Arnold with an unknown female in the picture violates Rule 403, which states that relevant evidence, and it's relevant to show Mr. Arnold in life. It may be verging on cumulative, but I don't find it to be too cumulative. But 403 prohibits the introduction of otherwise relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by undue prejudice. This fails that. So, meaning the objection doesn't meet that burden, and I will allow States 2 to remain in as it was. Mr. Greiner, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Monetis, anything?
No, Judge, just, of course, I got some outstanding motions, but I understand that those witnesses and evidence will not be today, and so we don't need to address them. But of course, I want to address them if they are going to be today.
So you'll forgive me for not being able to keep track of all your motions. To what do you refer?
The ones that involve possible proposed evidence by the state are the one about the immunity transcript coming in and about the ballistics scientific report that was given to me 2 days before trial, that coming in. And Your Honor asked me to get some emails about the physical review that interconnects with that. And I have them for the court.
Okay. On that second motion, I thought what you got later in time than would be ideal was not another report, but it was supporting material for a report. Am I misunderstanding that?
No, well, there's a part that's missing, but you're understanding part of it. It's interesting intersectional situation. So there was a missing scientific report.
From whom?
From the ballistics examiner, Mr. Jarvis.
Okay.
I don't remember his first name, he goes by Jay.
Right, well, Mr. Jarvis, so you received a report from him, but he made 2 reports?
Right, Your Honor, and it's very interesting. So in his initial report, he's comparing shell casings, and he says that this group matches each other.
So we're not going that deep right now. You don't have time for that right now. We will, but Mr. Jarvis prepared 2 reports of which you received only 1 initially.
And the reason I was pursuing the physical review is
No, I want to understand the reports, okay? On point. The second report, was it made at the same time as the first report?
yes, it's like a raw, it's like what the first report is based off of. So I'm sure it was made, I assume, before.
So it's not a report. So experts generate reports. They say, here's my conclusion. They base that report on evidence and books and notes and this and that. And you had led me to believe initially that, yeah, you had his report, but you didn't get the supporting material. And that's what came in late. But I just asked you, is what you got later than you should have the supporting material, or is it a whole nother report with conclusions? And you're now telling, well, what you told me 30 seconds ago, it's another report. And yet what you just said is, well, no, it's not the report. It's something he would have had before the report because it's his notes. Which is it?
I don't contest the way Your Honor is characterizing it as what the report's based off of. I just seem, in my layman's terminology, to consider a report the way it's so formally written and the way it makes conclusions. I would call it a report when I saw it, but I think what Your Honor is referring to it as would also be an acceptable definition. But I don't want it to sound like it's purely what Your Honor is thinking. It's a little more formalized than what Your Honor is thinking.
Okay, I think you're entitled to all of it, to be clear, but do the reports contradict each other?
No, they answer the question that I've been seeking by reviewing the physical evidence, and it leaves I would almost want to tell Your Honor ex parte because it's just a major thing for me.
Okay.
And I only got it 2 days before trial, and I filed the motion eliminating the very next day after spending the whole night researching.
Okay.
And it's interconnected to a lot of the other things we've been talking about, Judge, and then I do have the emails where I'm attempting to review physical evidence.
Got it. Jay Jarvis, is Jay Jarvis going to be Mr. Jarvis going to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, is he testifying today?
I don't know. I'm anticipating Monday.
All right, so we've got time to work through that. Mr. Rowe, anything else?
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Starting with this Star Wars, right? And you're ready to roll. Okay. And I'm going to have him identify this. Oh, he can't. Okay, that's right.
All right, from jurors.
All right, that was a little less smooth than you guys usually do. I'm gonna work on that. You'll get a few more chances. All right, welcome back from lunch. We remain in the midst of the state's case. Mr. Griner or Ms. Porter, please call your next witness.
Call Skyla Stallworth.
Facing your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give truth, the whole truth, that's what you say to God. Go ahead, Can you state the spelling name for the record?
Skyla, Skyla, Stallworth, Stallworth.
Afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being here today. Let's start off by, if you would just tell the jury where you currently live.
At 4217 Notting Hill Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331.
And how long have you been there at that address?
5 years.
And who lives there with you at that address?
Me and my kids.
How many children?
3.
3 children?
Mm-hmm.
And what are their ages, please?
14, 9, and 3.
All right. Did you live there, you said 5 years, so that would have included September 13th, 2021?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point prior to that time become aware of your house being shot at all?
Yeah, I want to say it started in 2020. First bullet that went through my house was the back of my house, and it penetrated my daughter's bed while she was in the bed. The next gunshots came through my living room. Next gunshots came through my garage. So a total of 5 bullets have entered my home since I've been here.
Did you contact police each and every time this occurred?
Yes.
Were you aware of, well, was there anything that you were aware of that of you and your own family causing you such attention to your?
No.
Let me show you what's been put into evidence. State's Exhibit 1A. We've looked at this with a number of witnesses here, and you may have never seen this before, but this is an aerial photograph. It's in evidence. Can you see your residence?
Yes.
And can you just point it out for the jury?
That's the second driveway right here.
Did you know the folks in the first driveway there in 4215?
I didn't know them like that, but I did converse with the mother of the children.
Okay. And do you remember her name?
No.
Okay. Do they still live there?
No.
You know when they moved down approximately?
The day everything happened, September 13th, 2021 was the day that they were moving out.
And did you see them over at that address after that point?
No, probably a day after, just still moving things out, but no, not like that.
After that, they were gone.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes.
Yes.
So Ms. Stallworth, did you ever have any communication with the neighbors next door about their house getting shot?
Other than just sharing videos or whatnot of when incidents happen. Nothing, no deep conversation. No.
Did you ever see any of the adults from 4215 outside shooting a gun?
No.
Did you ever hear the adults who lived in 4215 outside? Did you ever hear them shooting?
No.
You mentioned the video system. Can you tell the jury when and for what purpose you got a security system?
When I moved into my home, because I'm a single mom with kids and I have crazy baby daddies, so I got security cameras.
Okay. Generally, did you socialize with other people in the neighborhood?
Not really. Maybe one person in the lady that lived in 4215 every once in a while, but no, I don't converse to this day with nobody in my neighborhood.
Is there any particular reason for that?
I'm just not a social person.
Okay. Also single mom with 3 kids. Busy. And you have to say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Were you contacted by police when this murder occurred, or did you go and meet with police after this murder?
I mean, I just happened to be out when the police showed up or whatnot, and they seen that I had cameras and asked if my camera system catch anything.
Did you meet with them and provide access to your system?
Yes.
And were they able to capture any evidence off of your system to your knowledge?
Yes.
Have you gotten a chance to review any of that footage today?
Have I reviewed it today? Yes.
And what you saw earlier today, the different video clips, are those true and accurate videos that came off of your video system?
Yes.
Was there an additional video that at some point was circulated around the neighborhood by the homeowners association?
Yes.
And approximately when was that video circulated among the neighborhood to your knowledge?
Within the same day.
Of?
September 13th, 2021.
Same day there was a video that was circulated in what manner? How was it sent out?
Google Docs through the HOA Google Docs. They just we have a Google Docs where we can upload videos or documentations in reference to the homeowners association.
Was that video included among the group that you reviewed today?
Yes.
And is it also a true and accurate copy of what you received back on September 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And do all of these videos truly depict the area, the layout, so the neighborhood as you know that to be?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibits 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 into evidence.
Mr. Rowe, any objection to states 16 through 21?
No, Judge.
Mr. Manettis, other than I think 21 is the one we've had discussions about outside the presence of the jury. You've preserved your concerns. Mr. Rowe may have joined in them. Whatever was said before is preserved. Beyond that, any objection to the admission of states 16 through 21?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted.
And just for, I guess, record keeping, we're going to label this. Is this the thumb drive you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I'm going to label this thumb drive States Exhibits 16
through 21.
Through 21. And so let's start with States Exhibit 16. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it up on the screen. There is some lag, nighttime. And so we'll pause it. Actually, while that's coming up, let me ask, did you have one camera facing out or more?
I have two cameras on the top of my house facing, you can see the people come into the neighborhood and you point into where they can wrap around. Cause it's only one way in, one way out, but I have cameras facing in both directions.
Do either of these cameras capture any noise?
One of them does, yes.
Which camera is the one that captures the sound?
The one that points are you on the screen now? That white one? So the one that you see now does not have sound.
Okay, so there's another one that faces in the opposite direction and does have sound.
Yes.
So, Ms. Stallworth, the screen in front of you, if you'll tap stay muted, and then tap it again, and in the lower left-hand corner, there's a little circle with a pencil, other corner, left-hand corner, tap that. Your finger is now like a pencil. Can you circle, you mentioned there's another camera visible in this picture. If you just circle that for the jurors. That's the one that records sound.
Yes.
Okay, and that is angled towards not the entrance to the neighborhood.
True.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question. We've been looking at this 1A a million times. It looks like ultimately it's a big cul-de-sac, but it also looks like because it wasn't developed all the way, you can't really drive all the way around. Can you, or do you need a Jeep?
They have them barricade right there, but now the barricades are open so people can drive all the way around.
But in September of 21,
I don't think the barricades were up then.
We're up.
Mhm.
So if there's basically two dead ends. It's like a horseshoe. Thank you.
So, just looking at what we've got up on the screen, State's Exhibit 16, we're going to begin playing in a minute. Can you just kind of point out a few features here that we see and just describe what you see? For example, is there a car in your driveway?
Yes, there's a maroon car in my driveway. That's my driveway. And then that's 4215 next door to me.
And in 4215, do you see a motorcycle?
I do.
And then a white car that looks like it's kind of blocking the.
I do.
Okay. All right, let's play this then. Stacey did it 16. Looks like there's a child standing out there by the motorcycle. Have you seen that child around?
To be honest with you, probably, but I can't really see the baby face, but most likely I have.
That man he's kind of walking around there near the motorcycle, and there's another one off to the side on the left. Have you seen them around?
The dude that was sitting in the white car, no, and I can't really see the other guy's face.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a moving van on the side of?
Yes.
50 at that time?
Yes.
Was there also a large receptacle, trash receptacle over there?
Yes.
And
Excuse me.
is there a basketball goal or a basketball goal post inside?
Yes.
Were you at home when all of this was occurring?
Yes.
The boy that just went out and was getting mail out of the mailbox, you seen him around?
Yes.
You live next door?
Yes.
So it looks like there's a man who's kind of walking in from the outside of the neighborhood there. Does he look familiar or can you tell?
I mean, he's a guy that's been walking the neighborhood before, but I don't know who he is.
See two guys walking from left to right now. Do you know either of them or know who they are?
No.
Seen them around?
In and out of the neighborhood, walking through, but I don't know them.
Now we see another individual walking who's wearing mostly white and appears to have a backpack. You know that individual?
No.
Okay. That was 6 is at 16, so now we're going to look at 6 is at 7. Is this the other angle you were talking about earlier?
With sound, yes.
Okay, and so if you could just kind of orient us there. Do we see at this point the same white car that we saw earlier on 6 is at 16?
Yes.
Do you see the man that was kind of standing there, sort of doorway, like?
Yes.
And then so more toward the center right upper edge of 6 exhibit 17, you see a collection of 4 or 5 cars over in that area.
Yes.
And is this still the vehicle, same vehicle in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, that's 17. And is there a way that we can get rid of this circle, red circle?
Sure, ma'am, there should be a set of options. Over there, there's a circle with a backwards arrow.
There you go.
Did it? Whoop, she made it go away. That's another way to do it.
Do that.
That wasn't you. You have a lot of power, but not that power.
That sound, where is that coming from?
That's coming from the driveway down there where the fence line is, where the little girls are playing.
You see the same 2 boys kind of walking down?
Yes.
looking at the white car, do we see a female over on the passenger side?
Yes.
In that area? And now down kind of toward the roadway, do we see the heavy set man that you didn't know, but you seen around, kind of walking back up toward?
Yes.
And kind of turn around now and walk backwards?
Yes.
We hear a sound. You know what that sound is?
A basketball.
That coming from the general area of that basketball.
Where the basketball goal was, yes.
Do you happen to know any of the people down there in that other section, young homes where all the cars are?
I mean, I know one person that stayed down there, but not like that.
They're not like that?
No.
He like you did well?
No, I didn't know him well.
Do you know a name?
He was about that.
Fat?
Mm-hmm.
You know Fat.
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
See people getting into the white car here?
Yes.
See a woman walking out in the middle of the street wearing red.
Yes.
That concludes Exhibit 17, so we'll go to 18. Actually, let's pause before we begin. Were you approached by the police about trying to get a particular angle on this white car?
Was that so? You're talking about this clip here?
Yes.
So the police recorded it off my phone because they wanted a timestamp. Because when you save the videos from just save it, it doesn't give you a timestamp.
Okay. And so, did you create this video here off your phone?
I didn't create it. I just played it off my phone. I went into the system and just pressed play.
Okay, and then you were able to provide this to the police?
Yes.
All right. And did they ask you to like focus on any particular part of the video, or you just tell us?
I can't recall. I just remember they kept asking about the timestamp.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's And you see the young person playing basketball, shooting hoops there?
Yes.
You see a woman kind of sitting on a motorcycle, leaning on that motorcycle?
Yes.
After that car left, did you see it move on any of the other, did you see it come back, any of the other?
Cameras that I can recall, no.
That's the end of 18, so the census is 19. Yes, 19. I see the woman walking back.
Yes.
The woman in red come back out the street.
Yes.
Oh my God, they shot him! Oh God, Brian, no! Come on, he's dead. They shot him. I'm going home. Are you calling 911? Yes. I'm going home. They shot him.
You know any of the people in the two cars that left?
No.
You know who this person is running away?
I believe it's back.
I think this is bad.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All right, that's the end of that exhibit, so we'll play the next. Is that, we just played that too?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, those are the two silver cars that we saw earlier from the other angle.
Yes.
Do we know it's still playing?
Still playing.
Because you say so.
Stand corrected, it's not. So we'll go to 21. Boy, actually, looks like there's still some left. Okay, so now it's so we see Fats over there, looks like on the right.
Yes.
I think that's number 20. So we'll go to 21. The whole off right here. So Stacy did 21. This did not come from your camp.
No.
This is the one that came from the homeowners association?
Yes.
All right, and so let's look at Six Exhibit 1A. And I'm gonna ask, you see these speed bumps that are here prominently in the middle of this exhibit? Can you kind of point out where they would be on Six Exhibit 1A? And so, what would be the approximate location of the camera? And it's focused on primarily what area?
Just their driveway, the entrance of their driveway, and you can see the neighborhood, the turn in the neighborhood and speed humps and.
Okay, and from right here, looking just the still shot, you see a U-Haul?
Yes.
And you see the sort of garbage receptacle or trash receptacle that we saw, the large rollway?
Yes.
And you see the kid who's bouncing the basketball?
Yes.
And goal, the basketball goal.
I can't see the basketball goal, but I know it's there from the other angle.
Okay.
Oh, I see it. Never mind.
See the basketball
I
goal?
see it now. I'm sorry.
Can you put just like a small circle and then we'll take it away? Point out where the basketball.
Right there.
So, here we go. That's the goal.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then if we can just erase that. Do you see a red, or you see a parking area up here kind of?
The visitor parking, yes.
All right. Can you just kind of underline or circle that area real quick? And then
Right there.
Okay. It's sort of closest to us appears to be a reddish car. You see that red car?
Yes.
All right. Okay. If we can remove the red line, then we're going to play two. See somebody loading something on the truck, it looks like.
Yes.
Kid, playing basketball
Yes.
in the white car leaving.
Yes.
See the kid running away.
Yes.
See these other people kind of ducking for cover there.
Yes.
Like getting the car out of the driveway, backing into the garage. See Fats there?
Yes.
See the police roll up.
Yes.
Did your car, or I'm sorry, did your house get struck on this particular evening?
On that day, yes.
Approximately where did it get struck?
In my garage.
Today was the mark, Stacy Exhibit 172. Ask if we could look at Stacy Exhibit 172. And first of all, does this appear to be, with the exception of a couple of arrows, Does appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the neighborhood?
Yes.
And can you identify your house on Stacy's Exhibit 172?
This one right here, the second driveway here.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to Ms. Stacy's Exhibit 172.
Mr. Monetis, any objection to states 172?
No objection, Your Honor. How does the exhibit number for the video we're just watching?
That was 21. That was the final video? 21. 172. Mr. Rowe, any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
And there is an arrow on the home Stacy's Exhibit 172. And is it pointing toward the approximate location of the damage to your residence?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any more questions of this witness this time. Defense counsel may have a question or two for you, but thank you for being here this afternoon.
Okay, I do. There are 3 arrows on the map. I guess yours would be the one, I'll call it in the middle. They sort of make an arc, but there's one, there's a building next to what looks like a dirty pool.
Yes.
That's your building.
Yes.
And the arrow pointing to that building is actually pointing to your unit.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
If I could just clarify, we're talking about that arrow there.
Yes.
That's the approximate location of damage to your house.
Yes.
All right. You can take that down, please. Mr. Rowe, do you have any questions for Ms. Stallworth?
Okay, just a few questions.
I'm just gonna stop this.
During this shooting, you yourself were not outside, were you?
No.
Okay, all right. On the video, it appears that right after the shots, there was a white van speeding away. Do you have any idea who was inside that van?
No.
And you said that the 3 young men, you didn't know who they were either?
No.
Were you even at home when this occurred?
Yes.
Did you hear the shots inside your house?
Yes.
Did you eventually go outside?
Eventually I did, yes.
Okay. And when you went outside, what did you see?
Before I even went outside, after I heard the shots and they stopped, I looked out my window and I could see the body on the ground. So that's when I went outside. And after that, it was just a lot of commotion, people outside and police outside and things like that.
Did you look out your window after the first 3 shots?
No.
Okay. How long did you eventually look out your window? Take before you look out your window?
Once I heard that car skirt off, that's when I went outside or looked at my looked out the window.
Appear to be 2 cars speeding away. Do you know which one in particular that caused you to look outside?
Say that again.
It appeared to be on the video, it appeared to be 2 cars speeding away, a white van and a burgundy type vehicle. Do you know which one of those that caused you to look outside?
No.
Okay. So when you looked outside, you didn't actually see the car that sped away, you just heard it?
I just heard it.
Okay. And you gave a statement to the police department?
I just gave them videos.
Okay. Did they ask you any questions about anything?
No.
You testified to prior shootings in the neighborhood. You say your house was damaged because of the prior shootings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when the prior shootings took place?
I don't know specific dates, but I've made incident reports for all of them. So they're on file.
Were there a number of houses where they were being shot at prior to this shooting?
Prior to this shooting, it was, to be honest with you, I don't know. I know the one on 4215 was a target. I know my house got shot up and the house that's behind me has gotten shot up. Other than that, nobody else's house has really been touched that I know of.
You know the address of the house that was behind you that also was shot up?
The 4301.
The 4301, 4215, he said another house,
Hers.
Mine.
your house.
Hmm.
And the only person you recognize on the video was Fax, correct?
Yes.
Were there any physical evidence collected from your house?
Just the bullets, gun fragments and stuff, whatever they, from all the shootings, yeah. Whatever was lodged in my wall, whatever was lodged in the mattress, they have all that.
Okay. Related to September 13th?
September the 13th, yes, the one from the garage, they came back and got that too.
Okay. All right, so in regards to just September 13th, what did they actually find at your house?
So I didn't know my house got shot up until after everybody left. And then I happened to examine my garage and I called them back out there and they came and got it.
Okay, what did they come and get and where did they get it from?
My garage, the bullet fragments.
And how many fragments they got from the garage?
I believe it was just one.
Were there any other fragments that they get from your house?
On that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Monetis, questions for Ms. Stallworth?
Yes, Your Honor, and I just emailed the court staff. I need the Zoom link, please. The one from yesterday doesn't, Rick Kramer, I didn't know that.
Okay.
I don't have many questions, so I get to it, but I'll start. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, do you remember the exhibit number 17 that showed the actual shooting far in the top right corner?
The one, yeah.
Okay, did you ever have a chance to watch it zoomed in on that area?
No, zoomed in was no.
Just asking. And when you're giving it to the police, did you notice them watching it that way, or can you do that on the app? Can you zoom in?
I can zoom in on the app, yeah.
Okay, did you see them do that at all?
Are you talking about the one where he recorded the video and it had the time step on there and I was zooming in and out? No, okay.
I'm not commenting anything we saw. I'm asking outside of what we've seen. When I get the Zoom link, I'll be able to.
Okay.
I'm gonna approach you just real quick. I don't have it up, but it's exhibit number 17, where the one where we hear the screaming.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Top right. That part, did you ever get a chance?
To zoom in, probably on my own phone later throughout the day, but not on the video when you can't, like when you save the video, you just have to zoom in once the video is saved. Like I can't zoom in while recording or whatnot like that.
And I guess that's my question. Did you ever get a chance to zoom in after to see more detail about what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe the person in white video at all, or you just kind of looked at it and didn't?
I just kind of looked at it and left it alone.
Right, because you're not an investigator. Helping us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, it's a long shot, but did you happen to ever be around any police or detectives and see them zoom in on that part?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then, Your Honor, I did just briefly want to ask a couple of questions while playing Exhibit 21.
That's fine. I've sent you the link.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, now you recognize this video, Exhibit 21, that we just watched?
Yes.
Okay, and you provided this along with the other video that we watched, number 17?
Yes.
And that was what day?
This video, you're asking what the date was?
No, what day did you give it to the police along with the other ones? What day was it?
The other videos was given the day of the incident, and this one was just given to them last week.
last week of this year?
Mhm.
Okay, so this video, I guess we can assume you never showed it to any police or detectives between the day of the shooting and last week.
True.
Okay, and that's because no one came to ask you about it or how did that? Okay. Okay, so the day after the incident, not a single person from law enforcement talked to you?
I can't recall. They probably have. They probably
Well, about this.
about this probably have, but I don't recall. I can't. Yeah.
But if they did talk to you, it wasn't about trying to get this video or
No.
And then I said, now you gave it to them last week, or is that correct? I'm sorry, was it last week?
Mhm.
No, you
Yes.
gave it to them last week. When did they start talking to you? How did that interaction start for you? Did you give it to them to call you to your house?
They went to a family member's house looking for me, trying to give me a subpoena. And my family member contacted me and they came to my home and I mentioned the video and they asked for it because obviously the person that owns the video didn't mention anything. And I happen to be a part of the HOA, so I have access to it.
Oh, I understand. I totally misunderstood some of your testimony. So you had access to this, you mentioned that to police,
Mhm.
and you shared it.
Yes.
So presumably, that no one else had shared it to them before that.
To my knowledge, yes, that's correct.
Oh, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And now I want to play it for us, Your Honor. I'm starting it at 1 minute and 33 seconds. The part we're about to see is when the young boys come around.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to just do it frame by frame.
Okay.
So you see the boys presumably behind that tree? There's some.
Yes.
Okay. And we can't tell
Who
if
is
any of them
who?
are shooting or what's going on behind that.
That is correct.
Okay, because the tree's in front of it. Now we see right here, we see someone in the red.
Yes.
Presumably, okay. Now there's someone in the white, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and seems like he might be holding his left arm straight up in the air.
Yes. Are you talking about the one in the white?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah. No. Okay, now going a little forward. Now there's this one in the red. He seems to be holding his hand out like this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It seems like he has some dark object in his hand.
Correct.
Okay. And now the person in the white, as he's in front of this white car, he seems to have some dark object in his hand, correct?
Correct.
And it's pointing straight up in the air, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't see any kind of plume come out of it or explosion or smoke or anything?
Like if it's going off, no.
Okay. So still no?
No.
No, 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 no. Okay, we keep going. And now pausing it at, oh, Your Honor, I'm pausing it at 1 minute and 41 seconds. You see a person in all black there at the corner of the white car?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens here? What happened just right there?
Go back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I went to the immediate next frame, Your Honor. I paused the video at 1 minute and 41 seconds. And then the next frame.
They're getting into a vehicle.
Right, but do you see how that person in black just disappears?
Is this, hold on, this little thingy is covering that up where.
I'm sorry.
CA8D, okay, that kept covering it up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man, we don't see that on our. Okay, so do you see now the person, is it uncovered now, the person in all black?
It's still there,
There's something on her screen that's not on yours.
so I can't see it because of that.
Okay, maybe look over this one. Yeah, thanks. So this is what I'm trying to ask you. You might know as you know, dealing with these videos. So this is 1 minute and 41 seconds. We'll go to the next frame, still 1 minute and 41 seconds. There, it's still 1 minute and 41 seconds, and it seems to like skip forward where the person in black is now no longer experiencing.
He's right there.
Okay.
He's right there.
Right, so he's skipped over from where he was all the way, now he's all the way over there. And we're in the same, if you look down at the bottom, we're still in 1 minute and 41 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess it's just something that happened, there's some kind of like skip in the video. And you don't have any background in how it's stored either side. And then, so I guess what you're telling us, yeah, he was right here and then he's all the way over here. So we don't have.
Counsel, you're not getting the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, she needs a yes.
Yes, sorry.
And so I guess obviously we don't know what he was doing or what was happening in the time that he's not on the video, correct?
But if you play, because you're doing screen by screen, if you play it, you can see him run into the car. Like, I don't think he's skipped or.
That's what I'm trying, yeah, I'm trying to make sure we have everything the right way.
You
Okay,
have to-
I'm gonna play
you
it
go
back.
back up, yeah.
I'm gonna play it. Yeah, did you notice it?
No, I didn't see.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll play it again. Your Honor,
Go back to 139.
Okay.
There you
All right, Your Honor, I'm starting it at 139.
Yeah, I see it jump down.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did anything to it or anything like that, I'm just trying to publish it for us and see what happens. So, we just, obviously, just for the record, I need testimony to get.
Understandable.
We do not see what's going on in between him being at that corner of the car and then when he's on the other part of the screen that you pointed out.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm putting it back now to 140. Okay, and then you see he's right before it skips, he seems to be getting his arm is going up.
I don't think you're connected to this system. We're not seeing anything.
It says my screen sharing is paused. All right, Your Honor, let me attempt to stop sharing the share again. I think that might work. Okay, and we see it now. Do you notice before it skips, he seems to be getting his left arm is kind of going upwards?
Yes.
See his elbow? Okay. And now the last thing I want to bring our attention to is now you notice this person, the person that was in the all white, they're getting into that burgundy car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe he's getting in. I'm going frame by frame again. He's coming out and he seems to have a dark object in his hand coming out.
Correct.
Okay. Seems like it's his right hand.
Correct.
And when he was running, he was holding it straight up in his left hand, correct?
Correct.
And there was no explosion or plume when he was holding it straight up, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, let's see. Do you see anything significant happening there with the dark object?
Other than it being up in the air and.
Okay,
Compared to other videos.
all right, I've stopped it at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so there seems to be an explosion coming out of the gun.
So that.
Okay. Right there,
Yes.
okay. So I shouldn't presume gun, but there's an explosion coming out of that dark object in his hand. And then he goes back into the car. And that explosion or whatever that smoke or event that we see coming out of that dark object, that happens not at the curb or in the street, it's back up off of the street.
It's not on the curb of the street, so it's pointing in the backyard, on the side of the house.
Understood. And we don't see that explosion come out of the gun at any point in the video before, right? That was the first time?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor. Those are my questions.
All right, Mr. Griner, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Stallworth? Yes? That's your way of sliding it forward? Okay. Deputy, if you wouldn't mind collecting the cards from the jurors, please. Thank you. Any others? Just one. Okay. All the way to me. Thank you. Ms. Stallworth, tell the jurors how you knew the person you call Fats.
Do I have to share that?
You do. The question is, because there's one person whose name you knew out of all these folks. So how did you know Fat?
Lord Jesus. Oh. This is live. Y'all better hope I don't get in trouble because I purchased marijuana from him.
Okay.
Now can I go home? Y'all-
Hold on one second. Mr. Griner, do you have any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Menettis?
Just one, you don't get in trouble or anything, but does he ever let other people purchase marijuana from him or just you as far as you know?
I don't know to that.
That's not those are my concern.
Mr. Rowe, anything else?
None of that, Judge.
All right, Ms. Stallworth, thank you for your time. You are free to go.
Go home, right?
Wherever you want to go. Wherever you want to go. Yeah. Mr. Griner, your next witness.
Gilberto Wood.
Where's he on your witness list?
G. Wood.
Is it law enforcement or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Ah, got it.
Was extremely desirable for transporting cargo.
Raise your right hand. You swear to affirm that the testimony about to give to the court today is whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you. Yes. State the name for the court and spell it.
My name is Gilberto Wood. That's Gilberto. Last name Wood, Wood.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Can you tell the jury where you're currently employed
I'm currently employed at 5Q,
and what kind of work do you do at 5Q?
cybersecurity,
Prior to that, where did you work?
Atlanta Police Department.
How long were you at the Atlanta Police Department?
Almost 9 years.
Can you tell the jury what you did for the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician.
And what would you typically do when you're called out to a crime scene?
Process the crime scene, would document the crime scene by taking photos, collecting evidence, looking for more evidence, and taking photos of that evidence to be processed.
Just briefly, can you talk a little bit about your training and experience to do these kinds of things?
Yes, I went to college for criminal justice, and after college, I went to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, where we took courses to get certified as a crime scene technician in the state of Georgia. And also I did 2 years of training on the job training with the Atlanta Police Department.
Can you tell the jury what kinds of scenes you might have gone out to back at that time?
During that time, I went to a wide variety of scenes. I went to homicides, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, robberies, burglaries, carjackings, numerous amount of different scenes.
Were you with the Atlanta Police Department back on September 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And did you have occasion at that time to be called out to this particular address, 4217 Notting Hill Drive?
Yes.
And when you got out there, was that in Fulton County?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell the jury what you did when you got there?
Made contact with the lead detective and then found out what type of scene we had that day.
Do you recall what you did?
I took photos and collected some ballistic evidence.
Okay, did you take any, you said photos, did you just take ballistic evidence?
Yes.
Can you give us a sense of what we're talking about?
Once we arrive, of course, I make contact with the lead officer investigator on scene. And once I do that, then I would figure out what type of scene we have. And then once I know that, I would start taking photographs of the location. So I establish where I am. And then we would do a walkthrough of the crime scene so we can start finding evidence on what needs to be photographed and collected.
All right, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 130 through 152 and ask if you take a look at those, please.
Okay. Okay.
And just generally, what are those exhibits?
These are the photos that I took the day I reported to the crime scene of showing the location and the evidence that I collected that day.
Are they true and accurate depictions of what you saw back in that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I'm reading that State's Exhibits 130 to 152.
Mr. Menendez, any objection to those exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
Okay.
They are admitted.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 130. We're going to put it up on the screen. There is some time lag.
Okay.
Can you just tell the jury what 130 shows?
Just a close up of the address that I reported to that day.
Let's say 131, please. And what's 131 show?
Overall of the location.
And generally, do you take like an overall, then a mid-range, and a close-up view? Typically, like you do that?
Yes.
Let's go 132. And can you tell what's shown in 132?
Overall of a defect to the residence.
133.
Mid-range of a defect to the residence.
And 132. I'm sorry, 134.
Close up of a defect to the residence.
135.
Overall of a projectile.
And where was this projectile located, just general?
I believe the walk path right in front of the residence.
136.
Mid-range of the projectile.
And 137.
That would be a close-up of the projectile.
138.
Overall of a projectile.
139.
Mid-range of a projectile.
And 140.
Close-up of a projectile.
141.
Overall of a garage.
It's the same garage at that location.
Yes, it's the same residence.
142.
Overall of defect inside of the garage.
Is this a defect when the bullet came in? We saw an outer wall, and is this the inner wall that kind of matches up, if you remember?
If I remember right, I believe that would be where it matched up at.
143.
Close-up of a defect to the wall.
144.
Overall of a defect.
Is that a different defect than the one we just saw?
Yes, I believe so.
145.
Mid-range of a defect.
146.
Overall of a projectile.
147.
Mid-range of a projectile.
148.
Overall of marker 1 with projectile.
Is that the same projectile we saw in one of those earlier exhibits?
Yes.
149.
Close-up of marker 1 with projectile.
So you started here with marker number 1. Were you working this particular scene in conjunction with anybody else? Or?
It was just me and the detective that was on scene at the time. That's it.
So you're there working on this particular part of it.
Yes.
Might be a marker on another crime scene elsewhere as part of all this.
It could have been, but I was called out just to this particular location, so my focus was only on this location. If there was something going on in another location connected to this, I would not have had any information on that at the time.
Okay. Let's go to 150.
Overall, a marker 2 with a projectile.
151
Close up of marker 2 with a projectile.
and 152.
Overall, a marker 3 with projectile.
And is that the same projectile we saw a little earlier?
Yes, sir.
153.
153 is not.
Okay, all right, I've got 153
Yeah.
right here. Did you collect these projectiles?
Yes.
And did you kind of bag them up and tag them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about how you do that?
So when we have evidence that, or such as projectiles need to be collected, after we have photographed them with and without a marker, we will then collect each one individually and put them in their own, like a coin envelope, or we call them bullet bags. On the outside of that bag, we'll put the Atlanta Police Department, the time it was collected, the date, the location, what marker number it is. If we have information such as the victim's name or anybody's else that is involved name, we'll put that all on the bag so it can be an identifier. And each one will get their own separate bag and go into a larger bag together for that crime scene.
The hand you was to mark is 153. Let's look at that. You tell us what 153 is?
Yes, this is the evidence bag that I used to package the projectiles up after I was done collecting them on the scene.
That is the bag?
Yes, this is the bag. I can identify it. Has my handwriting. It has the idle numbers. It has recovered by on the back of it. Also, you can see my initials on it. Once I sealed it up, my initials went across the top to seal it. This is the bag that I used that day.
Your Honor, this time I move that states is 153.
Mr. Rowe, any objection to states 153?
No.
Mr. Menettis?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
So can you, those projectiles that you collected, were those more or less damaged bullets in your view?
Yeah.
And what would there have been, may not be able to answer this, would there have been any value in sending those in to some lab?
That's a little harder to say. Or we could have sent them in. It all depends. I would not make that call. The lab would make that call.
And how many projectiles did you secure that day?
3.
I don't have any, did you do anything else related to this particular scene you were called out?
No.
I have no other questions for you, defense counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Menettis, do you have questions for Mr. Wood?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Is it true that there's an investigator telling you where to take pictures, or do you decide where to take pictures?
The investigator or lead detective will call us out and they'll let us know this is our crime scene. So at that point, I know okay, this is the area I need to focus on. So they do give us directions as far as like what's the area that's important at the time. But if we see that there needs to be other areas photographed, we can do it.
Okay, of course, yeah. If you see a shell casing,
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, hey, investigator, you're gonna take a picture.
Yeah, if say if they may overlook that one and I see it, of course I'm going to photograph it and collect it at that time.
Right. It's not your responsibility to decide what to take, but you are gonna take a picture of something important if you see it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And all the pictures that we saw just now, those are all the places that an officer either told you to take pictures of, or you saw something yourself, right?
Yes.
So you wouldn't have gone anywhere and seen something yourself and not taken a picture of
No, if I would have walked around and seen something else, I would have took those photos.
it. All right, thank you.
Mr. Rowe?
How are you doing, sir?
Good. Obviously, prior to being called out to this particular crime scene, you had never been to this location before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't know actually when these bullets that you recovered, you don't know exactly when they actually ended up at this location?
No, sir. I have no idea when that happened.
Also, as it relates to the bullet holes in the home that you observed, you have no idea, honestly, when this actually occurred.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for Mr. Wood? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Griner, your next witness, proximate duration.
15 minutes.
One more witness before the afternoon break? Let's do it. Okay.
Teresa Maddox.
Say that one more time.
Teresa Maddox.
Thank you.
Mattox.
Got her.
Raise your right hand. Swear and affirm that testimony about to give today to the court today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me.
Yes.
I state your name and spell it for the court. Thank you.
Teresa Maddox, TERESAMATTOX.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I'm a crime scene tech for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police?
I've been with the department for 15 years, but crime scene the last 6.
You tell the jury a little bit about the training and experience that you have had to become a crime scene technician?
Basically, we have to go get certified. So we have to go take about 7 classes in evidence, presentation, photographing, fingerprints. We all have to be post-certified.
You're post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And you have to maintain your post-certification on an annual basis?
We don't have to get retested, but there's always classes that they're offering. So we just try to keep up with how the world changes.
Were you on duty back on September 13th, 2021?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to be called out to the Notting Hill Drive area right off the county line?
Yes.
When you got out there, was that location within Fulton County?
Yes.
What did you do when you got out there to that location?
Once I spoke to the leading officer and the investigator, they gave me a walkthrough kind of the scene, which was the home there. I took photographs of some defects that were throughout the home, and I collected a projectile.
Okay, I'm gonna just grab these other exhibits we have in the witness. You took photographs, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 157 through 170. And ask if you can put those and identify those exhibits.
Yes, these were the photographs of the defects that I took in throughout the home. Like I said, in the bathroom, mainly in the bathroom for these. I also took pictures near the door of the defects and the projectile that I collected from the floor of the bathroom.
Okay, and do you recall what unit you were called out to examine and collect evidence on?
I don't know his unit number, but it was Investigator Thorpe.
Okay, would it help to refresh your recollection to look at an evidence collection bag?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked. State's Exhibit 171. If you can just take a look at State's Exhibit 171 and just kind of identify what that exhibit is for us.
This would be my projectile that I collected that was on the bathroom floor, like right behind the sink.
All right, and so looking at that, it states exhibit 171, does that help refresh your recollection as to what address you went to do this work?
Yes, it was 4322 Notting Hill Drive, Southwest.
Okay, and so I'm going to show you what is used throughout this trial. This is exhibit 1A. You may never have seen this before, but you just take a look at this. This is an aerial photograph of the neighborhood, and can you identify the residence that you went to?
It would be 4322 here.
Okay, and so this one here on the end.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So, having looked at State's exhibits 157 through 170, are those true and accurate depictions of what you saw out there on that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's exhibits 157 through 170.
Mr. Rowe, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Monetis?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And while we're at it, let's talk about State's exhibit 171. Is State's exhibit 171 the bag that you used to collect the projectile?
Yes.
And how do we know that that is the bag?
It has my initials on the back. It also has my information as far as being on the barcode in the description of what's in the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to this exhibits 157 to 170. If I haven't already.
You just did. Now we're at 171.
It's late in the day.
It's okay.
I move to this State's exhibit 171.
Mr. Monetis, any objection to states 171?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
No objection.
Also admitted.
Let's start with State's exhibit 157. You just tell us what we're looking at in State's exhibit 157.
You're looking at the defects in the wall near the bathroom.
How many defects are we looking at?
Here, there are two.
Is it 158?
This would be the projectile behind the sink in the bathroom.
Okay. And 159?
Also, the projectile on the floor behind the sink in the bathroom.
Can you see it and kind of point it out here?
Yes, it is right there.
I think if you tap the screen, you can.
So, don't do, tap again, and then in the lower left-hand corner, there's gonna, just tap once. Okay, lower circle, circle in lower left-hand corner. There you go. Now your finger can draw, but you've magnified it, so I don't know that that's gonna show up in the same place as the rest of us. It did? Okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
So 160?
This was just overall of the bathroom.
I think if you tap the screen.
Well, don't listen to him. There are things along the left-hand side, and one of them is a circle with an arrow pointing counterclockwise. That's your delete feature, and that should make your circle. There you go. Perfect. Now you can draw and erase.
I think you just said that Stacy's exhibit 160 is kind of an overall of this bathroom.
Yes.
And the projectile, was that kind of down to the floor where the pedestal seam meets the floor, kind of behind that?
Correct.
And which wall did the projectile enter into this room from?
If I do recall, I believe it's the wall to the left.
Same one where the door is?
Yes.
So the 161?
That's gonna be a up close of the defect in the wall.
162?
Another close up of the defect in the wall.
3?
This would be a close up of what I've marked as marker number 1, the projectile on the bathroom floor.
Were you working this particular part of the crime scene separately from others?
Yes.
And when you work the scene on your own, is that why you start with exhibit 1 of your scene?
Absolutely.
Since it's in 164.
Again, the projectile that is on the floor. of the bathroom.
165,
Again, the projectile on the floor of the bathroom.
6,
This is gonna be overall of the bathroom.
7,
The projectile without the marker number on the bathroom floor.
168,
A close-up of the defect in the wall.
169,
Another close-up of the defect in the bathroom wall.
and 17.
This was a photo overall of the bathroom floor.
And let's talk about 171. It's been admitted evidence. Is that the projectile that you collected from the back?
Yes.
Like that's.
Yes.
And can you just speak for a moment about your operating procedure when you see an object like this, how you collect it, how you bag and tag it, and sort of evidence?
Basically, once I identify the evidence, I take overalls of the room. Then I zone in on the evidence. I photograph it without a marker and then with a marker. And then I collect it, I seal it up, and I submit it to our property unit.
We're going to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence statements at 172 and ask if you can look at 172. And first of all, you see the residence that he went in and we were just talking about.
Yes.
And there's an arrow on that map near that residence. Is that pointing at the approximate location or entryway of the projectile into the house?
Yes, into the house, yes.
So now with that up on the screen, can you just kind of just point out, we got a couple of arrows here. Can you just sort of point out which arrow we're talking about? Maybe circle on the screen. Circle on arrows.
Let me make sure I do it right.
Nice work.
Very good. I don't have any further questions for you, defense counsel. Thank you.
Mr. Rowe, do you have questions for Ms. Maddox?
Yes. Perhaps I just have just one or two questions. One, obviously prior to this being called to this scene, you had never been to this location before, correct?
No, sir.
All right, so obviously you don't have any particular time period as to when these bullet fragments or defects occurred on this property, correct?
No.
And after you completed that particular responsibility, that completed all your role in this investigation?
Yes, once I did my report, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Monetis, any questions for Ms. Maddox?
And just remind me one more time, what address was the house?
It was going to be 4322 Notting Hill Drive, Southwest.
So that's this right here. Yes. Okay, across the street from this area. It's not down in this area.
We can't see.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're now on the screen. So it's this area.
It's that in-house.
So it went in from which side of the house?
Now that I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can only tell you my entrance and once I got into the home.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to tell you how that defect came into the home.
Understood, yeah, but maybe a different detective could look at the blueprint of the house.
Maybe.
Okay, understood. But regardless, it went in through some part of this home and it's across the street from this area right here?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't find any defects of anything in this area?
I never went to any other part of any other home.
All right, thank you, man. Those are my questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jurors? Got at least one. Sir, if you come collect them again. Thank you. Council, take a look at these.
I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'll. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Ms. Maddox, do you recall which floor of the townhouse the bathroom was on when we were seeing those pictures?
I want to say it was the bottom floor, but I cannot be 100% sure.
Okay. Your States 171, which is the bag you used to collect the evidence, has an evidence collection date of September 14th, 2021. You agree?
Yes.
So we've learned that the incident that this case is about, it's actually the day before.
Correct.
Is it common for you or your colleagues to be called out to the general scene a day after something happened? And if so, what's a reason why that might happen?
Mainly, I work morning watch, so I come in at 11 o'clock at night. So a lot of things happen on evening watch or day watch, and we may have to come in behind them, which may be the next day after midnight.
Is there a policy limit of how much time can pass before evidence isn't deemed collectible in connection with the case anymore? I didn't ask that real well, but this was just the next day. What if it was May of 2022 and you were told, hey, you need to go out and take some pictures in connection with a case from September of 2021? Do crime scene techs say, hey, I'll do that, but you need to understand, who knows what's happened over the intervening however many months that would be?
Correct. It's not a policy saying that we wouldn't come and collect that, but just like you said, we would find it odd to collect something so far apart.
Okay, but you're the next morning, being called out the next morning to a scene is not remarkable to you?
No.
Understood. Mr. Greiner, any questions for Ms. Maddox based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
Okay.
Mr. Menendez?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a question? We didn't get it?
So reaction to what you just read.
What I just read?
Yes.
I didn't read anything.
I think you read the card. The question, you know.
Oh, you have like a follow-on. I will do that one time. We don't do follow-on. I know they get to do redirect and all that, but that's fine. We'll take it. Don't give me a grumpy look. It's just, you guys get one bite at the apple, not 6. You are not the trained professionals here. are you able to talk about the timestamp that is on states 171? And there are a bunch of stickers, and you may be able to say, that's not my sticker, mine is this one and not that one.
Yes, this one down here at the bottom is not my sticker, but when I initially filled out this envelope, the time that I collected that projectile was at 0010, which is midnight, a little after midnight on the 14th.
Okay, so that's you being the morning watch. So I'm asleep and you're out there looking for a bullet in a bathroom wall.
I am. That's
Okay,
me.
so you wrote on there that basically 10 or 11, it would be 12:10 or 12:11 a.m. on the 14th.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so if the incident in question happened 6:30-ish the night before, it's really, you're there less than 6 hours later.
Correct.
Did that answer your question? Okay. All right, I would leave now before he comes up with more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon break. We'll try to keep it to about 10 minutes. As always, it can be longer if you need it to be longer. Can't necessarily be shorter. We've got to give everyone a break. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, adjourned.
Pretty much here that way.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Griner, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You've got witnesses to fill the rest of the day who are not Jay Jarvis or anyone who would be getting in either Mr. Parks's statement or reading Mr. Phillips's immunity testimony.
Yeah, I think we can cover this afternoon without getting into that material.
Any of those three things?
I believe so, yes.
Great.
Let me, during the break, I'll double check.
Okay, good. Just let me know when we get back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Monetis, anything before the break?
No, Judge, you covered my thoughts.
Okay, I'm getting used to them. Mr. Rowe, anything? All right, thank you, everyone. We'll be back in a little bit. So is Gordon gone for the day, or he's getting his lunch break that you're helping out?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for helping. We are back from the afternoon break. Tell me what's going on, Mr. Griner.
Your Honor, I have outside 3 different witnesses who are available to come in. The problem, though, is that each one of these 3 has something to do with one of the issues that my colleagues have raised.
Okay.
So I have Alexander Covin, C-O-V-I-N. He is with the GBI, and he is going to talk about gunshot residue. The issue I have, though, is that the swabber, the one who did the actual swabbing on Devontae Harris's hands, is sick.
Is this who you asked to have testify via Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I mentioned it to my colleagues. And
Right. You just mentioned it so I could hear it too. I was able to hear it. You've asked if a witness could testify via Zoom because of illness.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it's my understanding that she would be available Monday. And so, you know, I understand I could call the GBI expert to go ahead and testify.
Sure.
Under the assumption that, you know, the lab tech is going to be able to support that sample.
Who was swabbed?
Javante Harris, the resident of 4250.
Okay.
And so
on what day was he swabbed?
The day he was detained at the scene, taken to the police department, interviewed, and swabbed at that time.
Okay. And the person who swabbed him is the person who's ill. Colvin is the person who examined the swabbings, which revealed what?
No gunshot residue.
Okay. So what's the issue?
The issue is that I'm not going to have the swabber until Monday. And so
So you'd complete the chain of custody by calling her virtually or in person.
correct.
Okay.
And so I've discussed the issue with my colleagues, and they would like for her to appear. And I'm not sure if you.
I'll hear from them in a minute.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's Colvin. You said.
Second one is Jay Jarvis. He is the ballistics expert.
That's one of your 3 witnesses today?
He's here.
Okay. Do you not control who comes each day? You seem surprised. I mean, one of my questions was, is it going to be Jay Jarvis? And he said, no, he's next week.
I was anticipating putting him up on Monday. We have been going through our other witnesses pretty quickly.
That's good.
This afternoon and also yesterday, we're actually ahead of schedule.
Also good.
So I do anticipate still completing state's evidence on Monday.
Okay.
Even if we did nothing more this afternoon, I think we can complete it on Monday.
Okay. Colvin Jarvis.
And then the third one is Detective Thorpe. He is the lead detective, and he is the one who took the statement, Mirandized statement of
Mr. Parks. Okay.
Correct.
My thought is we can do Colvin and Thorpe today. I don't know that we'll finish with Thorpe, but we'll talk about the issues surrounding both of them. And then we would save Jarvis. If we got to him today, great. If we don't, easier, because I think there's more to discuss. And so I'd like to table the Jarvis discussion until Monday morning.
Would you like for me, or may I release Mr. Jarvis?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Let's start with Colvin. Mr. Rowe, tell me what your objections are to having Mr. Colvin testify before. What's the name of the swabber?
It is crime scene tech Sharon Davis.
All right, Ms. Davis. So Mr. Rowe, your objection to having Mr. Colvin testify before Ms. Davis. That's question 1 for you.
I don't have an objection.
Oh, great. And your objection, if any, to having Ms. Davis testify Monday via Zoom if she remains sufficiently contagious and under the weather that it's safer for everyone for her to appear virtually rather than in person.
No objection. The only thing I was explaining to the state was, as long as she testifies and I'm able to cross-examine her, I don't want her to spread anything in.
Good. And you certainly need a chance to cross-examine her, and the state has to call her if they don't want Colvin's testimony then stricken and subjecting the case to a potential motion for mistrial from both you and Mr. Menendez. Right. Okay. So it sounds like Colvin, from your perspective, could testify today with those two conditions? Okay, Mr. Mineta, same set of questions as to Colvin.
I'll defer to the court.
Okay, same set of answers.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I want to get clarity on that, Mr. Menetis. Mr. Rowe said he does not object to Ms. Davis appearing virtually on Monday if she's still in that situation. But before you answer that,
I've just been told that we might be able to get her to do a Zoom today.
okay.
They're checking on that.
All right, I'm not trying to force that. I'm not worried about chain of custody being cleared up later. That happens in trials all the time where someone has flown in from Oklahoma and says, I'm the one who tested this stuff. Great, it's conditionally admitted. And then you're just rolling some dice. I don't think they're very big dice that you then bring in the detective who put it in the bag and you complete what you think is a sufficient chain of custody. And this is not a profound chain of custody. We do need Ms. Davis. I don't mind if she testifies on Monday. And I was going to overrule objections that she must go first. It's more complicated if the defense is going to say, we won't let her appear virtually. Mr. Rowe has said, I just need to be able to see her and cross-examine her. Now that I know whose hands were swabbed, I appreciate Mr. Rowe's flexibility because that seems like one of those situations where he can do a meaningful cross-examination. The jurors can see this person and it's not upside down goes the case because that person wasn't here. Mr. Menetis, appreciate you leaving things to my discretion, but you are not lodging a formal objection to having Ms. Davis appear virtually.
Right, I think that might be the first time I've ever done that, and
Meaning not objecting to it?
right. I usually worry that they got notes behind the screen and stuff, but not on this one.
Good. I appreciate that. That's the rule of reason. It's like having a records custodian appear virtually. This is a little more substantive than a records custodian, but it's not something that happened to your client where the results are hugely detrimental. And so I appreciate both your flexibility. To me, it's always the rule of reason. It's frustrating when someone says, because I've got the right, I'm going to exercise it. But you have it. This is, I think, the right way to approach it. I'm going to leave it to you and your investigator, Mr. Greiner, whether you have Ms. Davis appear today virtually or not, but you've got the green light for a virtual appearance today or Monday. We can certainly handle Colvin. Tell me what's left in sorting out playing Mr. Parks's statement. You had proposed an initial set of redactions. It seemed like they worked for, well, I don't think Mr. Rowe cares about the redaction. I mean, there may have been something where Mr. Park said, I've been arrested before, and that's not something that should come in. The main issue were issues that Mr. Menetis would have because of getting too close to the edge on Bruton. And I'm recalling Mr. Menetis saying in one of these, hey, are we done for the day? Wait, got another motion. And this was there were a few other things he felt that needed to be redacted. Have you, Mr. Greiner, had a chance to think through or even receive the other redactions that Mr. Menetis sought?
I have not, Your Honor. I have not received those redactions.
Okay, that's probably my fault because Mr. Menetis raised it. I said, we can't do that right now. So I'm not saying he should have gotten them to you sooner, although he could have sent you an email. But we didn't get to flesh that out.
Yeah, and I actually should have just emailed them last night when I listened to it and prepared it as 46 minutes. I sent it to him 11 minutes ago by email. It's just 6 times that I think something slipped through the cracks where they do mention whoa or somehow grammatically imply more than 2 people with the pronouns.
Okay. Does Detective Thorpe have a bunch of other stuff to cover besides what Mr. Park said? Or is he pretty much, I'm the lead detective and my main role was press play. I interviewed Parks. I don't know. I mean, there are lots of moving parts in this case. And so you may be covering a lot of ground with him other than Mr. Parks's custodial statement.
Your Honor, I think Detective Thorpe is a pretty critical component in this case. I mean, I expect his testimony is going to go for quite some time.
Okay.
I think my colleagues have shared the same belief too.
Okay, then let's do this. Let's for sure call Colvin. If you can weave in Davis before or after, so could be Davis is next. If not, if she could be right after Colvin, we'll accommodate that. Otherwise, then let's put Thorpe on the stand and I'd ask you to cover everything but the statement. My guess is we'll run out of time before then. We're not gonna have to run past 5 today. It's Friday, jury's tired. You guys might be tired, but we can at least we got an hour left for the day. So at a minimum, Colvin, if we can get Davis, great. If not, Thorpe, until either it's 5 or you say, Judge, we've reached that point where we need to stop. That's all you need to say. And that tells me you've done everything other than Mr. Parks' statement.
I'm happy to do that, Your Honor. May I then release Mr. Jarvis?
Yes, you sure can.
And so I don't know how long Colvin and Davis are going to be. If we're finished in 30 minutes, are you still going to keep wanting to go forward?
I am.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Thorpe should not leave, but Jarvis may leave.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Yes. So, Your Honor, we're going to send the link for the Zoom link for Davis.
Great.
Miss Davis. And so.
Will we do Colvin first, or have you been told she's ready to jump on?
Let's do Colvin.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I was talking with the lawyers about scheduling, and I received some very reassuring words from Mr. Greiner that the state is actually a little ahead of schedule. We have witnesses to fill out the next hour, so we'll go till about 5 today. It's been a long week. I guess we only started on Wednesday with you. Normally I start trials on Monday, so you've been here for 5 days. It just feels like that. So we'll go till about 5, and then the state has a few more witnesses that'll fill out some amount of Monday, but they're expecting to rest on Monday. That's their forecast. Things change. It's a dynamic process, but we're going to press on with their case for today. Mr. Greiner, if you would call your next witness.
Alexander Covin, Covin.
Testimony will be the truth, the whole truth. Yeah, see.
My name is Alexander Covin, last name C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Divisions of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what kind of work you do at the State Crime Lab?
I am a scientist in the trace evidence section in the laboratory.
What kind of training and experience have you received to do the work that you currently do?
I have a Bachelor of Science in chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI DOFs, whatever particular area of casework that they need examiners for, that is what you'll start your experience and training with. So for me, I started with training in gunshot primer residue analysis, or GSR. And that was about a 6 to 8 month training program. It's like being in school again, practical exercises, lots of reading, written and oral examinations. There was a competency exam at the end where it was like a mock case that you had to get the correct answer for, a mock trial phase, and then about 3 months of supervised casework where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was going along with me in the technical process.
Is that what's called a peer review?
No, peer review would refer to whenever I release a report a second trained scientist in that particular area of analysis will make sure that they agree with all the data that I have, agree with the conclusions that I come to, and check all my spelling and so on and so forth.
Can you explain just briefly what gunshot residue is, what we're talking about?
So gunshot primer residue, or GSR for short, is a collection of microscopic particles that are formed when a firearm is discharged. These particles are microscopic, so they're invisible to the naked eye, and they are particles that contain all three of the elements: lead, barium, and antimony. And these particles have the ability to escape from a firearm through any openings that are present, as well as a bit traveling with the bullet as well. And this cloud or plume of GSR particles, if you will, has the ability to settle on any surfaces in close proximity to that discharging firearm.
How is gunshot residue or gunshot primer residue typically collected?
It's typically collected using what we call GSR collection kits. So they are little kits with 3 vials inside of it. Each vial contains about a 1/2 inch in diameter metal disc with double-sided carbon adhesive tape on the top of it. And so any surfaces that you want to sample for GSR, you can dab on that surface, and any particulate matter that is there can be picked up. There's typically a vial for the right hand, one for the left hand, and then a control vial, which contains a stub that you just expose to the collection environment without touching anything, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR in that environment or throughout the entire examination process when I do my examination.
Okay. And so, so if we're in this room and I'm swabbed, what you're talking about, the control, that would test to determine whether or not there is residual gunshot residue just in the rooms.
That's correct.
What kind of analytical techniques do you use to detect gunshot residue when you get in one of these gunshot residue collection kits?
We perform our GSR examinations using a scanning electron microscope that's equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a beam of electrons as opposed to light, like what you would usually see with a simple microscope. This instrument allows us to see exactly what particulate matter is on the surface of that adhesive from the stubs in the kit, as well as get an elemental profile of all the particulate matter that is there, allowing us to see if there are particles there that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony, which would be characteristic of GSR.
Okay. How have you had to testify before in court?
Yes, I have.
Can you give the jury a sense of how often you've testified or how many times you've testified?
Around 80 or 81 times.
Have you been considered as an expert witness in gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit Alexander Coven is an expert in gunshot primer residue analysis.
Mr. Rowe, do you want to examine Mr. Coven on his qualifications? And if not, do you have any objection to having him qualified as an expert in that field for this case?
I do not need to examine him, Judge, and I have no objection for him to be qualified as an expert.
Thank you. Mr. Menettis, same questions?
Same response, Your Honor. No objection, no questions.
All right, Mr. Coven, you are deemed to be an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis in this case.
Sir, did you prepare a curriculum vitae or a resume of your experience and training?
Yes, I did.
Can I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 190? Grab these other documents. You can take a look at State's Exhibit 190 and just tell the listeners what that is.
So this is my curriculum vitae, CV, listing all of my experience, education and training, and analytical techniques and casework that I perform.
To an accurate copy of your CV.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 190.
Any objection to states 190? Mr. Manetis?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
No objection.
Admitted.
Did you receive, as a part of this case, a gunshot primer residue kit?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and ask if you can identify that, please.
Yes. This is the GSR collection kit that I mentioned earlier. I recognize this by the GBI specific barcode with the case number and item number for this particular case, as well as my initials and date when I began the examination, and the seal with my initials on it when I completed the examination.
And so that is what you received?
Yes, it is.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 155.
Mr. Manetis, any objection to states 155?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe, any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
So when you received State's Exhibit 155 into your lab, can you explain to the jury what you did next?
So typically this item would come in through our lockbox system and the evidence receiving section, and then be transferred to my section for examination. And upon being assigned the case, I would then go retrieve this kit from our lockers containing the evidence, and then begin my examination using the SEM EDS instrument that I mentioned earlier.
So can you tell the jury what exactly you're talking about and what you actually do with what's inside that envelope?
Sure. So there are, like I mentioned earlier, 3 vials, each one containing stubs, 1/2 inch in diameter metal discs with the tape on the top that were presumably used to sample a Mr. Javante Harris, including a control that presumably was not exposed or was not touched to any surfaces. It was just exposed to the collection environment. I would input those stubs into the scanning electron microscope and set up the instrument to do an automated analysis where it will be told to look for any particles that could be characteristic of GSR, as well as it finding a bunch of other things. Anything under the sun that you can think of can be picked up using that instrument. Typically the next day, maybe 2 days, depending on how dirty the stubs are, I will come back in, look at the list that the instrument generated as far as what particles were present. And then I will do a manual confirmation where I go back through and take a look at the list of particles that it said it found and make sure that there is or isn't any GSR particles present on this particular kit.
Let's talk just kind of general. If I'm moving things around, even if I work in like an automotive shop or something like that, and I have things on my hands, and someone does a gunshot residue collection kit on my hands and submits it, would you expect to find the particular particles, the lead, the antimony, the barium that you mentioned earlier, just from a combination of regular items to touch?
No, I wouldn't expect to find particles that we deem as characteristic of GSR. We are looking for particles that have those 3 elements that I mentioned, but then there can also be dozens of other elements in it. And some elements we will, if the elements are indeed there, we will call those particles not characteristic of GSR, even if we had lead, barium, and antimony there, such as high manganese, lots of chromium, a lot of titanium, too much iron. Those will cause us to throw those particles out as far as being characteristic of particles that are created when a firearm is discharged. There could be particles of barium, particles of lead, particles of antimony contained on any person's hands. But again, they need to be all together in one particle. And then I count the amount of particles that I'm finding that have all of those elements there.
Let's talk about that for a moment. So if I, for example, go to a shooting range and I don't fire any guns, is it possible, and I just watched someone else, I'm just standing next to someone else who is shooting a gun. Is it possible for me to end up with gunshot residue somewhere on my body?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury why that would be?
Excuse me. Again, the plume or cloud of GSR particles can settle out on any surfaces in close proximity to that discharging firearm. And in closed environments, that could be 5 to 10 feet to either side, 5 feet behind direction of gunfire, and even more prevalent in the direction of gunfire, especially if it's a firearm that has an ejection port where that spent cartridge is ejected out of the firearm. We usually do see a lot more GSR being deposited in that direction, as well as also some following the bullet as well. So yes, it is possible to be in a situation where the gun is fired or a firearm is discharged and you didn't do it, but you can get GSR particles on you.
How about gunshot victims? If someone is shot with a gun, is it possible for that person to also have gunshot residue on them?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain why?
Because those GSR particles, either you were close enough to this firearm when it was discharged for you to be in that initial plume or cloud of particles to have that deposit on you, or some of those GSR particles traveled with the bullet. And we find some of those GSR particles being deposited on your body as well.
Can the gunshot residue be washed off?
Yes, it can.
Can you tell the jury what circumstances might cause someone who has fired a gun to no longer have gunshot residue on their hands or on their body?
So the longer or the more time that has elapsed since those particles were deposited on your hands, for instance, the more particles will be lost, just due to the fact that we are humans. We use our hands for everything. So we're constantly touching surfaces that will cause you to lose those particles of GSR. Sweating will cause you to dissolve some of those particles of GSR. Washing your hands will cause you to lose all those particles of GSR, as well as taking a shower. So we don't tend to see particles persisting on a person's hands past maybe 8 to 10 hours. It's possible, but they would have had to have been doing very minimal activity in the interim. So those are all instances that will cause you to lose those particles of GSR if they were in fact there to begin with.
In this particular case, you received the swabbing kit, you ran the tests, and did you generate a report concerning that test?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 191. And ask if you can look at State's Exhibit 191 and tell us what that is.
This is my official report for the GSR examination for this particular case. I recognize it by the GBI seal, the GBI specific case number, the item number of the evidence that I examined in this case, as well as my signature and name on the last page of the report.
Okay. And were you able to reach a well, let me back up and say, is that a true and accurate copy of your official report?
Yes, it is.
Any modifications, deletions, additions that you see?
No, they're not.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 191.
Any objection, Mr. Menettis, to States 191?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Sir, can you tell us, what the results were of State's Exhibit 191?
Yes, the GSR collection kit used to sample the hands of Javante Harris failed to reveal any particles characteristic of GSR.
So when we say it failed to reveal, it means that there were no GSR particles on Javante Harris's hands.
That is correct.
And can you tell us when the sample was collected? If it's on that exhibit?
It's actually on the kit. The sample was collected on September 13th, 2021 at 23:35 hours.
23:35 would be what time on a 12-hour scale?
11:35 p.m.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about other ways that someone can get gunshot residue on their body or on their hands. Typically, does the GBI test gunshot victims for GBI?
We don't
GSR,
for GSR, yeah. We don't routinely analyze kits from victims of gunshot wounds, just because, like I mentioned earlier, we kind of expect to find GSR there on their hand kit, and it's not really going to answer any questions one way or the other.
Sir, thank you for being here this afternoon. I don't have any further questions right now. The defense team may have a question for you.
Mr. Menettis, do you have questions for Mr. Coven?
Yes, Ron, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you mentioned these elements, lead, antimony, and barium.
Yes.
Those are all metallic elements, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so they're non-degradable, right? Like they're not going to melt away or half-life or anything like that.
That's correct. There might be on the order of thousands of years, but yeah,
Okay.
not like that.
Yeah.
Just to get technical.
Right.
He is an expert.
Understood. Yeah. So you have a particle of lead, antimony, and barium, and you're sure that just that combination comes from guns.
Just that combination, as well as, several other things that we do expect to see, like that particle being molten in morphology, meaning that it was exposed to a lot of heat and pressure when it was created, as well as not seeing a bunch of other elements that we don't deem as being characteristic of GSR particles.
Judge, may we approach just briefly? We have a witness that is on Zoom, and I'm aware.
Oh, why don't I put her in the waiting room?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll do that. Thanks. I had muted her. I forgot about putting her in the waiting room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Don't panic, Ms. Davis. Put in waiting room. Done. Press on. So you had asked about like the half-life of antimony.
Right.
And the jurors were waiting.
Yeah. No, I expected that answer. So essentially, it would take thousands of years for there to be a little bit less of it if it's just sitting on.
If it's just on a surface that is not being touched or not being washed, then yes, it will persist there indefinitely.
Right, and that's when it persists. So this one, when it's washing and it's being moved around, it's not disappearing, it's just being moved. Right?
When you said when you wash it?
Yeah, when you wash or when you touch something and there's less of it, it's not that there's less of it in the world, it's just been moved from your hand to somewhere else.
If you're touching another surface that has GSR on it, then those GSR particles can be transferred. If you're washing it with water, water will dissolve those elements. Yes.
Thanks, I didn't know that. And I guess what I was really getting at is, so these tests that you talk about, they don't leave really any room for debate, right? These are chemical tests.
That's correct.
As long as the instrument is
As long as yes.
precise and accurate. There's no human interpretation involved in doing.
That is correct. We calibrate our instruments to look for specific X-ray values. Each element that's on a periodic table, if you're familiar with it, has specific X-rays that are created when the instrument is doing its examination. And so it is calibrated. We know that it's supposed to find certain elements where they're supposed to be at, and therefore not calling something a certain element when it's not there.
Well, thank you. And so X-ray spectrometer, it's beaming electrons, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's using physics.
Yes, you can call it physics. Yes.
Electrons, the science of physics. And so it's using science that's like established science at universities and among academics, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it's also, you mentioned the periodic table, it's also using chemistry, correct?
That's correct.
And that's an established science at universities and academics and journals and all of that.
That's correct.
Those are two real hard sciences, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you're using instruments, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why there's really no need for human interpretation with this type of testing, correct?
Not really. Again, we've got particulate matter. The instrument is going to scan over the surface and find that particulate matter, give us an elemental profile. The only time there could be some human interpretation of it is if you've got something that's really close or borderline, like I'm not sure if there's enough lead there, not sure if there's enough antimony there. I don't think that this morphology is correct for it to be GSR. This looks crystalline and really rough and jagged. That doesn't look like something that's been exposed to a lot of heat and pressure from a firearm. That would be the extent of the human side of it.
And then even those involve concepts of physics and chemistry.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. And so given the hard scientific nature of things, you can put a probabilistic guess on the validity of the results. Like you can say this is 99% lead, or even this is 100% lead. Like how would you be able to do that?
No, as far as this, we're looking for the presence of this element. We are calibrating the instrument based on a copper standard. And we know where, based off the science, where the copper X-ray lines are supposed to be on the spectrum. And the instrument has to get that correct. If the instrument gets that correct, we know that it's going to get all the other elements correct. And when it does its examination, all of the X-rays for each characteristic element should appear where they're supposed to be at on the spectrum, if they're there. However, and you asked, what was the question, the second part of the question?
I know it's not your expertise, but for example, a DNA test or something, someone might say
Oh,
these results are 99.9% valid.
Right.
Is there something like that you put on things based on the chemical nature of things and the instrumentation?
Right. No, we do not have a percentage of this is, we're 99% sure that there's lead here. It either is or isn't. What we do have a percentage for is the ability of the instrument to find GSR particles, just because, it's scanning across the surface of something. There's small grids where it may skip over a very tiny, minuscule area of it. So 95-ish% of the stub is really being sampled and examined for GSR. It may miss a tiny percentage of it. So as far as that's concerned, we have some percentages for that, and it's different for each instrument that we use based off the validation. But no, for each particular element, it either is or isn't there.
Right, so either 100% or 0%.
Sure.
Right, well, nothing's 100%, but
right.
And as far as we can perceive. Okay, and then I was going to move on and ask you a bit about these plumes. So essentially the plume is the explosion of these metallic elements after a gun has been fired.
Yes.
And that explosion is these metallic elements are inside the bullets, correct?
That's correct.
Right, and this explosion is happening within the gun or the barrel of the gun, somewhere inside of it.
Yeah, so I guess technically within the cartridge casing, in the back, you've got a really small primer cup. In the middle is where the gunpowder is housed, and then the bullet is in the front. And when a person pulls the trigger to a firearm, a firing pin strikes that very small primer cup that's in the back. That is where the lead, barium, and antimony elements are housed. These are shock-sensitive elements. So when it's struck by that firing pin, that detonates. That then makes the gunpowder ignite. A lot of heat and pressure builds up, and that is the mechanism by which the bullet is expelled from the firearm. And this heat and pressure is also vaporizing all the elements that is there within that primer cup. And they also leave the firearm that are through any openings that are present. Then at that point, they're in a vaporized state because they're very hot under a lot of pressure. And while they're in that vaporized state, in that cloud around the firearm or traveling with the bullet, they then have the ability to come together in different combinations. And then they solidify from that vaporous state to a liquid and then to a solid and rain down on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm. And so again, we're looking for those particles that have all three of those elements: lead, barium, and antimony.
Cool, thank you. And this plume, it can often be such an explosion that it can be visible with the naked eye.
There is a visible plume or cloud that can be seen when a firearm is discharged, but what you're seeing may be components from the actual firearm itself or some of the gunpowder itself, but not specifically the GSR particles that I'm looking for in my examination.
I understand. What we're seeing is not all GSR, it's other things.
Right.
And you mentioned that the gunpowder is housed in the bullet. So the visual plumes that we see, those might be different based on what type of ammunition it is. Like if it's a higher caliber, are we going to have a larger plume?
That's correct.
Okay. And if it's a higher caliber, we might have a more visible plume, correct?
Presumably. I'm not too sure on that, but presumably.
If it's not your space, you don't need to offer an opinion.
And as far as you can tell, different guns might have different types of plumes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And also, as far as you can tell, different guns might have different degrees of visibility for the plumes, as we mentioned.
Again, presumably, I would believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Mr. Rowe,
I don't have a question.
any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors for Mr. Cope? Thank you. So, Mr. Coven, tell the jurors your understanding of how evidence ends up in your possession. So you're testing some swabs. How does it get from law enforcement agency X to you, if you know?
I'm not privy to how that evidence, when it's collected by a detective or investigator at the scene or wherever the person is sampled, I'm not really privy to what happens between that point and when it gets to the laboratory. It's once it gets to the laboratory and entered into our lockbox system or hand delivered straight to our evidence receiving section, that is when I have the chain of custody that I can see to follow along with, where it's been and how it got to me.
Does any of the paperwork we've admitted through you show when it was that these swabs made it to the crime lab?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what's that date? When did the swabs get delivered by someone to the crime lab?
So the kit was delivered to the crime lab on September 21st, 2021.
And when did you begin your work on it?
Let me see. I began my examination on October 21st, 2021.
So that's a month. Can you explain to the jurors why you didn't start working on it on September 22, but instead a month later?
The short answer is we have hundreds of cases. We can't immediately get to something that just came in. A month is pretty normal as far as is concerned when it's, getting to a kit that has been submitted. If it were prioritized by the district attorney's office or by the agency, we could have sped it up a little bit. But typically we're not getting to any evidence the next day after it's been submitted. And so the kits, once they're entered into evidence in the laboratory and sent to our section, They are kept in a secure locker for GSR kits that only the people in our section have access to. And then I can go and retrieve it out of that locker once I'm assigned the case.
And do you have any technical concerns about the quality of the kit because a month passed from when it was delivered and put in that secure evidence locker and when you got it? We heard a whole lot about how stable lead and antimony and all those things are, but do you have any professional concern? Dang, it was a month. Who knows what my results mean?
No professional concerns, just due to the fact that we don't, these particulate matter, the elements that we're looking for, if they're there, should remain on that sample indefinitely, as far as we're concerned. I've had cases where sometimes a kit comes back, we send it back, and then 5, 6, 7 years later, I get it back, and then I still find plenty of GSR there. So it's not a professional concern to me.
So the kit itself, once things are put in the tubes, wherever they are, it's a pretty stable environment.
Yes, it is. It's these samples are contained within vials that's not reactive to anything. And these are stored in a room temperature environment that nobody else has access to. So no.
Mr. Greiner, any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Menettis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rowe?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you.
You should leave up there whatever was admitted. Anything you brought, you can keep.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right. Our next witness, the state's next witness, I believe, is Ms. Davis. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. She's back in, out of the waiting room and in. I am going to put her right there. Ms. Davis, are you able to unmute, please? Thank you. Deputy Gordon, if you take it from here.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self of God?
Yes.
Lawyer, state and spell your name for the record.
Sharon Davis, SHARON DAVIS.
Where would you like for me to conduct questioning?
Well, why don't we have all the lawyers do it from the podium, and I will add that. And if you'd rotate that monitor, I moved it so, well, Mr. Rowe had, so he could see what was on the screen. And then you just need to, there you go. Perfect. Witness and lawyer can see each other.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon.
They have to speak closer to a microphone or something. Sometimes have a hard time hearing others on Zoom, okay? Can you tell the jury where you are currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
6 years.
What kind of work do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
As of July 5th, I transferred to code enforcement.
Okay, but prior to that, what kind of work did you do?
I started out as a recruit, and then the following year I came to crime scene in 2019.
How long did you work in the crime scene unit?
It was 5 years, I believe, this past April.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what kind of duties you would perform as a crime scene technician during that period of time?
I would go to crime scenes requested by an officer or an investigator. I would photograph the scene, collect evidence, bring it back and process it and send it to appropriate places.
Okay. And can you give the jury a sense of how many crime scenes you might go process during the course of the typical month, let's say?
Several.
Okay. And several meaning more than 10 or less than 10 in a given month, or what do you think?
About 10.
About 10 per month?
No, more than that. if you're talking majors, aggravated assault, homicides, at least 20. It could be more than that. I don't know a number, but it's a lot.
Okay. Are you familiar with the process of collecting gunshot residue on suspects or individuals of interest?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that process entails?
You're requested by an investigator to come process a GSR kit. When I get to wherever I'm going, if the person is in custody, if they're still on the scene, I tell them, hi, I'm with the crime scene unit and I'm here to take a GSR kit from you. And then I tell them what I'm going to do. I show them that the kit is sealed, and then I photograph the kit being, I photograph the kit with the front side and the sealed back side. And then I take the 3 files out and I do their right hand and their left hand, and you do the control tab where you're holding it up in front of their chest area. And you're just letting you hold the 3rd vial for so many seconds so that it's picking up any particles that may still be in the air.
Did you receive training on how to do that sort of thing?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the training that you received in order to collect samples of potential GSR from a suspect or a subject of interest?
Your first training comes from the person that you are assigned with as a trainer. And then I've taken 7 classes with Gypstick, and that's where you get more training.
You say Gypstick, is that the Georgia Public Safety Training Center?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give the jury an idea of how many gunshot residue kits you have collected during the time that you were assigned to the crime scene technician unit?
I don't know. Let's say if we said 10 a week for the past 5 years.
So hundreds, if not thousands of times.
I don't think 1,000, but it's probably in the maybe high 100s.
Okay. Did you perform any such work at issue in this particular case that you're aware of?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's show State's Exhibit 155. We're going to show an exhibit to you and ask if that seems familiar. This has already been admitted into evidence. The actual physical kit has already been admitted into evidence. This is a photograph of both sides of State's Exhibit 155. Does that help your memory?
A little.
Okay. And do you see your name and any identifiers that would help determine whether or not you were participating in this kit collection?
Well, my name, and that's my handwriting.
And that's your handwriting?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm homesick in my bed. I'm trying my best to talk loudly. I have bronchitis.
You're doing a great job, Ms. Davis. We're trying to make this as brief as we can. So just bear with us.
Okay.
And thank you. Thank you very much for that, being available this afternoon. Can you give the jury an idea of when this kit was collected and under what circumstances?
I don't know the circumstances. I would need to see my report, but it was in September of 21 based on the date that I see on the kit.
Okay. And do you see any evidence tape or any notation, initials or anything that would indicate that that you are the one who collected the evidence?
I'm trying to see that tape. We typically use red tape. That may have been when that went. to be tested because the label on the bottom looks different than my label on the back.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're looking at what we're looking at, Ms. Davis. Are you able to see both panels? Because it looks like there's red tape on one side of that bag.
Maybe the picture on my Zoom is relatively small, so all I can see is the blue on the bottom. I do not see typically with a GSR kit, a tape comes in there that's red already. You can use that one, or you can use the longer searchy red one, but it would have been sealed on the back with a red piece of tape. And from this picture, I can't see that.
So let's move the picture around so she can see more of it. I don't know how we do that, but.
Okay, I saw it when you just did something.
Okay. Well, what we did was make it go away. We're gonna bring it back.
But I saw the red when you made it go away.
Okay.
Okay, I see it now, and I see my initials and the date.
Okay, and so it looks like the date, what is the date that you initial that? If you can read it.
Oh, wait. It was 9/11, I think, or 9/14, sorry.
Okay. And can you see the other side where it tells the date and time of the collection?
Yes, 9/13/2021.
And can you read the time that's given after that?
23:35.
Okay. And so that's shortly before midnight. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Do you see, you've got your initials, you've got the date, and are those your initials at the very top up near the red tape, SD?
Yes.
Okay. Any indication that you can see that that this evidence kit was tampered with, or somehow improperly collected?
No, it doesn't look like it's been tampered with.
Okay. Well, Ms. Davis, I do not have any additional questions at this time. Let me back up and ask, though, do you see a case number that goes along with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, 21-256-1392.
And you mentioned earlier that in your handwriting, you saw your handwriting on one side of this kit. Can you read you see the Atlanta Police Department, you see the case number, and can you see what it says hand wipings of, and do you see a name there?
Javante Harris.
All right. Ma'am, I don't have any additional questions at this time, although the defense team might have a question or two for you. Okay. Thank you again for being available today.
Mr. Rowe, I'm going to start with you. If you've got any, I need you at the podium so that Ms. Davis can see you, please.
Good morning, Ms. Davis. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. It's been a long day. I have a couple of questions for you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. You were directed by the lead detective to perform the gunshot residue kit?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And isn't it true this is the only person in this case that you performed this kit on?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. That's all I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Monetis, do you have any questions for Ms. Davis?
No, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Griner?
No, Your Honor.
Any juror questions? No. Ms. Davis, you get better. Thank you for dialing in. We appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. I see that it's pretty close to 5. The next witness, the state has explained, will be on the stand for a long time. And rather than having him come in and say hi and then goodbye, we'll just save that introduction for Monday. Do we remain very much on schedule, or did anything change over the course of since our afternoon break from the state's perspective?
We're on schedule as far as I can tell.
Okay, your forecast is, and it's a forecast, is that you'll be resting on Monday.
Got my fingers crossed.
Okay, and that would include playing any of the exhibits. I don't know how long those are, but you're factoring that in.
I have factored that in. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, that's good to know. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to start your weekend. I want you to enjoy it, but you need to remember the important instructions. Don't talk about the case. Should be easy not to think about it because you've been forced to do that for a bunch of hours this week. But just don't engage with family members or friends. If you're a bowler, don't talk to your bowling team about it. Whatever you do over the weekend. I need you to be back here on Monday, fresh and ready to go, recharged, excited, but with no outside influences. You have demonstrated with 25 cards, but many more questions than that, that you know how to ask the questions. We answer them when I pose them when it's appropriate. And let's keep doing it that way. Any logistical questions from anyone? Happy birthday! All right. Did your fellow jurors bring you cupcakes? Not today. All right. Maybe on Monday you guys can finally deliver. Bring one extra, two extra. So seriously, have a good weekend. And we will see you all Monday morning. Leave your notepads in the jury room.
All right, Judge. Yeah, you
Okay, it's Friday and it's kind of late, so I won't keep you here much longer, but we do have a few things that we need to sort through before Jay Jarvis can testify, before Detective Thorpe can introduce the statement from Mr. Parks. What else, Mr. Manettis? We've got the immunity issue as well. So are there other things left pending?
The unavailability hearsay of Blakeney.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that till the state rests. She's not unavailable yet because no one's called her. And it doesn't sound like the state's planning on doing that. Beyond that?
I have the emails that Your Honor requested about requesting a physical inspection.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't see Mr. Bate this morning. Okay, I'll take those from you. So let's start at 8:50 on Monday. I need lawyers here at 8:50. If we can have the defendants up and dressed, 8:50. And I'm going to ask the lawyers between now and then to exchange via email the concerns about the remaining redactions. Ideally, and you get, I guess you have, you did just now. Well, it was 11 minutes ago, a little while ago, but not last night. The state now has the additional redactions you think should occur. Mr. Greiner, if you've got no objection to those, if your technical team can just make those redactions, we're good to go. If you have objections to them, I'd ask you to have two versions ready. One with the additional redactions and one without them. And then that will be topic number 1 at 8:50 on Monday. Is there a continuing dispute about redactions? Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Number 2, we need to work through the discovery issue. And I need you over the weekend, Mr. Manettis, to put into an email that you send to me, Mr. Rowe, Mr. Greiner, Ms. Porter, what it is that you got late, and why that's an issue. Because I remain confused. Is it a report or is it Jay Jarvis's notes, et cetera? And then I'll be in a better position, and email's fine. It doesn't need to be a brief or anything like that. On Monday to understand whether it was late discovery, and in what way you were prejudiced by the lateness if it was late. And it sounds like it was late, but the state hasn't had a chance to respond. So this to me sounds like it's in a different category than that bonus video that Ms. Stallworth had. We now have on the record sworn testimony, and she handed it over when she was asked, and then you got it. So you've cured that one, thank you. But this one is in a different category. If it's things that Mr. Jarvis had, then the state's going to need to articulate why you didn't have those things when you got the other materials from Mr. Jarvis. It may be as simple as your predecessor had them and you didn't get them from your predecessor. It may be as complicated for the state as we didn't hand them over. I will need to work through that. So I need to understand what you didn't get. And then importantly, the so what. That doesn't mean you weren't entitled to it, but you might not have received page 11 of 11-page report, and the 11th page just had the sergeant's signature on the report. You're entitled to it, but that's of minimal consequence. This is clearly more than that. I get that. But the more you can distill your concern that you can share with the state, because you've also alluded to a few things that maybe you don't want to share so openly, and that can be something we cover on Monday as well. None of that relates to Thorpe. So Thorpe can clearly testify first off Monday morning, or someone who's not named Jarvis can start in the morning to be followed by Thorpe. The only precondition to Thorpe testifying is clearing up the redaction concerns. And it may be that Mr. Greiner looks at your concerns and said, you're right, I meant to do that. I went 1 second too short. And like I said, if he disagrees, I want to hear his disagreement, and I may agree with him, and there are no other redactions. So it sounds like we're close on that. So I think that will then enable us, number one, to get through Thorpe, and then we'll see what we do with Jarvis.
Yes, Judge. And the emails we talked about actually intertwine with why there's prejudice in the late disclosure, my inability to see the envelopes. And so I'm gonna hold on to them and just include them in the email what the court just requested and have it all as one premise.
Okay. You've now seen the envelopes?
Yes, well, yeah, and part of what was late disclosed, along with the maybe report, maybe not report, was pictures of the envelopes, which then created what I'm gonna email about.
Okay, and when we're talking about envelopes, it's something like that evidence bag that we saw through our various crime scene technicians.
Yes, Judge, I didn't open it up today. It's the casings that Jarvis compared, and they're in individual envelopes, and they're in a big bag that I just looked at the big bag today. But the thing is, the envelopes have written information on the back. That's the same information that was late disclosed. That's not in the original report. That creates my prejudice.
Okay, and just so I can try to be thinking about it over the weekend, tell me if this is a fair example. An individual envelope might say, this was evidence marker 13. You know where evidence marker 13 is, but you're not able, from looking at Jarvis's material, to figure out when he says item B4, his nomenclature, you don't have a secret decoder ring that says B4 is 13. And so you're not able to say, gosh, those are shell casings that were near the deceased versus shell casings that were closer to the red Honda, et cetera. And so it's hard for you to piece together where the things were.
And Your Honor, that's exactly right. In the original report, it just says that these 12 matched, these 16 matched, and these 3 matched, and that's it.
Okay, got it. Are you now able to connect those dots that these 16 were found in these various locations?
Yes.
Okay.
But in a way that makes me ineffective because I don't have an expert.
Well, we'll talk about that, but importantly, over this next 48 hours, where I'm not making you come into court, you have everything that maybe you should have had months ago, but you've got it now. Or is there something that you're gonna tell me Monday morning I still don't have?
No, as far as I understand, I have everything. The problem is I was given it on September 16th, then I motioned for the continuance the next day, the 17th, and the trial started date.
Okay. I'm not sure I remember a motion for continuance, but I'm sure it's in there. Either way, you've got everything now.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Griner, anything before we stop for the weekend?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, your project is to you've got lots of things to do, I know that, but my assignment for you is look at those proposed redactions and see if we can take care of the Parks interview.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because I'll be wanting to hear from you. That'll be the first thing we talk about Monday at 8:50.
Okay. If I'm not able to do a technical, I don't know. It's late and I don't know who I can grab over the weekend. Then I guess we could do it the old fashioned way and just mute during a period of time if needed.
That's one approach. Two, if I don't know how complicated it is to do what you're describing, but I'm assuming Monday morning someone could jump on it if you can't get someone over the weekend. If you agree those are changes that need to be made. And so Thorpe's gonna be on the stand for a while. It could be that it's ready to go before he's done. It could also be that we recall him. I have no issue with, we do everything but the Parks interview. And he can be cross-examined on everything but the Parks interview. And then we still have a medical examiner. We've got some other things. We've got to figure out what we're going to do with Jarvis. And then Thorpe could come back for that. But I hear you. I'm not the one and you're not the one to do the redactions. If they need to be made, you may also listen to him and say, this is going to be an easy conversation with the judge. It's not close and I'm not going to make those redactions. Okay. We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Menettis, anything else?
One last thing related to Jarvis. I had filed a motion for a Dauber hearing, but I imagine we'll just do that right before Jarvis testified if the stuff comes in.
Correct. All right. Mr. Rowe? Okay. Last thing I can think of, do we have enough clothes for both defendants?
Your Honor, yeah, I had brought in 2 jackets, so there should be a second jacket.
I'm less worried about the jackets. He could wear the same jacket every day. The jurors won't, they'll think he looks sharp. I just want to make sure he smells okay. Does he have a different shirt over time?
Yeah, there's a handful of shirts.
Okay. Same with Mr. Parks.
Judge, is there a way his family did want to bring, I think a couple more shirts, so is there a way that they can bring it Monday or?
Sure, they can. It won't be something he wears Monday. He'll be wearing something we already have because you've experienced this now. They get dressed out early and downstairs. That's why we couldn't get Mr. Phillips that jacket at first because it didn't go downstairs. But if Mr. Parks's family brings stuff Monday, then he'll have it ready to go Tuesday. If we spill into Wednesday, he'll have it for Wednesday. Okay. One thing for your planning, Wednesday is a half day for us. I have drug court in the morning. So we will be starting up court a little after noon. So you'll need to be here 12:30-ish, but we won't be able to do any of the trial unless the jury's deliberating. They can deliberate during drug court and I'll stop it. But if we haven't done closings yet, then closings would start Wednesday afternoon, for example. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.
You too.